ba bone tsatsi eno gore ga tera go tswalla re dira yang in that regard. What is the phase and the steps of that mission? And finally, the desire that, as leadership indicates, is results, the desire to see outcomes that were promised since that last Sona.
Emma, gongwe ha re ntse re lebela jaaka o buile ke kgatlhegelela gore o nopotse ntlha mme ke tsaya gore ka re o le mme o tla bontshe o lebile ene ya GBV thata gore ka re lebelela dintlha hela tse e leng gore they have been topical throughout the year. Of course, ya GBV ta o tona buile ka yone hela thata mo mahelong a harologaneng ene mogopolo wa go ke gone gore gongwe re ska ra nopola dilo ka bonya. Let's have a holistic approach in confronting the issue of GBV. This has been his consistent message throughout. I know even just 2 weeks ago na bua ale ko BDF gonka we nopotse re heta ka ene hela mme re tla lebela dintlha tse dingwe tse e leng gore they've been topical, of public concern and also of public appreciation.
This is great evidence of the fact that the government has a keen ear to what the priorities of society are as they evolve. They've been highly responsive. And in that regard, Yonea GBV, we've seen action and movement within the Ministry of Youth, for example, with Mitch Humble, where she has been compiling initiatives and think tanks and processes and documents behind how we can optimize our response to gender-based violence. They've also sought public input and ideas regarding what we can do, whether it's digital integration, whether it's innovation in various regards, and maybe looking at case studies of what other countries have done to get out of this situation. But in terms of the other priorities, mo malapeng about
sort of a big chunk in his messaging to talk about the next steps that government wants to do in confronting GBV, because like you said, he's been putting together think tanks, thought leaders around this area. Is he likely to sort of dedicate a chunk of his messaging around this issue?
Looking at the historical approach that has been taken, I think that is undeniably very likely. He is very responsive to the most prevalent topics and he never misses. So I do anticipate to hear a lot about the process and the ideas of what they think going forward would make sense for the country.
Emma, then we can move on. It's a topical issue, of course. We're not misplaced by starting with it. After the budget speech, Aukelesa bagodi ka 1,400 isingana ngai pele pele me adra maitoko. It was an increase of about 830 pula. How has been the public mood re lebella hela mo ditropong le ko magaeng, and that increase, how significant would it be for bagodi ba rona and just generally not bone, because how aukelesa mogodi o ntse a tlhokomeletswe ke ngwana go na le trickle down effect?
Absolutely. We're speaking about an integral demographic in every household. Bahudi are people who are typically exposed to economic insecurity, informal income. They have to rely on a lot of institutional intervention or assistance from loved ones specifically. And so I believe this intervention has been crucial in making sure that there's some supplementation and integrity restored and independence in the decision making that our elders tend to be able to do for themselves. But back to the trickle down, it goes to the previous generation, the demographic after youth, but before the elderly generation of 60 plus. They also experience some relief in terms of how they are also financially responsible for that demographic.
Gongwe re lebelle jaaka ke tlhalosa ke batla re ntse re itebaganya le matshelo a batho mo gae re supehela gore me that 1,400 re bona jang gore hetotse matshelo a bagodi ba rona mo lehatsheng leno.
I think definitely the first thing that we see is that they feel heard. That is typically a generation that doesn't get much consideration and has for years not been prioritized, because we do tend to focus on youth, obviously for valid reasons. So this is the first time we actually get to see their needs being platformed and taken seriously. That was very impressive. But in terms of the technical domestic differences, we do understand regarding the cost of living, they've been able to also do more of the catching up and getting to be able to afford some of the most immediate needs, whether it's groceries, electricity, and be able to participate in their own financial resilience.
Because it's sort of an overarching one. We know the economic circumstances, the strain on the fiscus right now. ke batla re lebelele molaetsa wa puso le gone gore o gore ga jang ko Batswaneng ha puso e tlhaetseng teng jaaka ke tlhalosa from a promise of 1,500 ba tlhalosa jalo gore mo nakong ya gompieno ba kgonene 1,400 ba ne ba dirile tsholofetso ya gore madi a tla amogelwa ke bagodi ba ba simololang ka 60 years ba ile ko Batswaneng ba ba tlhalosoditse gore mo nakong ya gompieno itsholelo e ntse ga ise letle ba tlhabolle jang molaetsa kana molaetsa wa utlwala mo Batswaneng gore go na le tse di santseng di tla tlhokega re lebile itsholelo mme go a pele re tla ditsa like they say in today's theme, one step at a time.
I appreciate the way you closed it off because I think that's absolutely what is happening. It is a process, and I think we can draw the distinction between failure and steps. This is phased. We evolve into this goal we're speaking about. It is very complex economically to actualize our goals if we don't take things gradually. But it is a very hopeful sign that we see we did move towards 1.4. I don't believe that's an abandonment of the fundamental goal that was promised. So that's very it's an opportunity for us to have evidence of the evolution of our government and that we can maintain faith and belief in their steps towards the goals that they commit to. I also find that the message will require a lot of honesty. We need the truth. What is the barrier that they are noticing regarding different categories of delivery? What are the strains and the difficulties? What's no longer tenable? What are the changes in the plan? It's important to communicate that so that we are also going along in the process and don't feel disappointed in 2 years if we find that maybe a great idea that we all were excited about right now just couldn't be actualized.
How do we cushion the disappointment? Because certainly as we take things one step at a time in terms of, putting out priorities out there, and those who benefit will obviously be happy, but there will be a sector of the economy, of the society, the steps haven't gotten to them yet. How do we continue to cushion the disappointment so that it doesn't seem like it's a promise unfulfilled?
Definitely, it's very helpful for Botswana to have an empathy, a realistic empathy and a relatability to the matters we're talking about. Whether it is not being able to deliver on what it may be financially, or whether it's about infrastructure, maybe reducing the cost of electricity, whatever that might look like, the empathy when speaking to Botswana, while you're being honest, but committing and recommitting again, reiterating, revising plans. If one approach doesn't work, does not mean that the entire goal has to be thrown out. Some crises are just persistent and need to be looked at head on, and just because things haven't worked out, a change of course is always accommodated, provided there's honest communication. Botswana are always receptive to keep staying the course.
They've been topical. I think re buile ka GBV, re buile ka gone gore go na le ditsholegetso tse di atlegileng tse di sa atlegelang. I think re sotsa go betsa yone ya kokeletso madi ya bagodi. Ha ke itse ha re ntse re tsamaya mo toropong le ko magaeng re kopana le Batswana ke tse gape dintlha dingwe tse leng gore ba ntse ba bua ka tsone gong ba sa di itumela kana ba di itumeletse. We'll understand why some of the promises have not been fulfilled. Once again, I want to go to today's theme that says one step at a time. It is something that I think will continually highlight. So ha ke tsene ke batla re lebeletse dingwe wena nyakalo ha ntse o tsama le ntse le bua le Batswana in your area, what other issues are they concerned about in the second year of this new administration?
Well, in terms of age stratification, in terms of groups, there are unique priorities to each one. So when we consider the youth, for example, that's the economic inclusion that they're looking for, to actively, meaningfully participate economically. And that's complex because we're not just talking about jobs. We're talking about jobs and actually evolving into careers. There's a distinction we have to mark then, even if one is employed. Are they gainfully employed, reliably employed, permanently employed? Are they able to strategize 5, 10, 15 years from now? Our youth, as it's been indicated, that is a huge concern economically because nuclear families are such an integral economic unit for GDP. So that being said, we also have those we would consider, colloquially we might say, but a sandwich generation, which is 30 to 60. not yet 60 plus.
Yes.
So these are the people responsible for both the demographics on either side, experiencing simultaneous pressure of those who are their offspring, the younger ones, but also Baba Khudile and Tata, who they're also responsible for, not just financially, but in many ways. Now for them, they need service delivery. They need support in terms of institutional interventions. And then our 60 plus are definitely looking to experience economic security. They need to know that the programs put in place are reliable and consistent. All these changes and adjustments, and next year will it be something different? I don't think that helps someone to robustly do strategic planning in order to financially flourish. Besides those, there's just a couple more that are important, of course. We indicated the economic participation, but unemployment and the forms of it. But also corruption, which our government has been quite vocal in addressing. The empowerment of the organs that investigate. We've had updates here and there regarding the progress and the findings that have been to share with Botswana. But ultimately, as we're seeing already today, they've reiterated a new vision. We need that vision, a banner that we can stand behind when we're strategizing how we're going to fortify our country.
Ke go utlwile ka go harologana ga tsone mme gongwe ka o no di subukile re tla tsela re ntse re bua re di subo ka gongwe re lebelehela gore mme puso e tseboga jang to all those challenges that you've sort of alluded to o kgagantse gongwe society ka dingwaga tsa yone gongwe re tle lebelehela gone ka na kganya banana the youth ba leng gore gone gompe kana no bua gongwe ka letlhoko la ditiro ha ke tsore ntlha ha re solela re tautona bua kana re solela gore a ya me ka tselentseng jam because like you say ke ngwa di khantse leng goreng they are very topical banana ba batla ditiro maiteko gongwe ra bona a dirwa hale le hale mme ja ka ke ne ke bua how do we balance sort of the priorities tse tshwantseng gore tsa tsibogelo mme tse tsa bone tse dileng gore ga di se di tsibogelwe there is not a feeling of promise unfulfilled.
This goes back to what we spoke about a bit again, the honesty. Be truthful. We do know it's untenable to pursue 50 angles simultaneously. That's just not a feasible plan. But also in the honesty is an opportunity to provide rationale. Why is this the priority versus that? But also within the plan, when will this be a priority? The good thing is Botswana are complex thinkers. They can think of multiple ideas simultaneously and they are able to appreciate the idea of long-term strategies versus short-term urgent crises that need to be addressed. And I believe with that honesty and that empathetic approach and the details perhaps to the phasing of some of these projects, because some do coincide, we'd be able to have an appreciation of what exactly leadership intends to do.
You touched on corruption. It is one of the issues that the new administration had really spoken about. It was a big election issue about a year ago. It is still an issue. We've seen some steps being taken. We know there's a forensic audit ongoing. About a month ago, Botswana sort of like a whistleblowing status of the forensic audit. I want us to talk to this as well because there is also a big conversation ongoing of impatience as well, and of also of appreciation of what has been done on the ground to actually tackle the issue of corruption.
We've seen very vocal responses from our leadership regarding the findings as they occur. And while it can be a bit discombobulating, I think this is evidence of transparency. We are seeing in action the evolution of what the strategies we have in place are going to be based on these findings, whether that's financial malfeasance, whether it's dishonesty, whether it's manipulation of tenders. Even recently, leadership has commented on that regard. And with that, I'm of the sentiment that we are definitely able to anticipate continued pursuance of this goal, especially because it directly affects the tenability of the other goals. If state coffers are at risk, we have a huge problem. That means that we don't have a reliable way to strategize our roadmap to actualizing a lot of the plans we have. And so I'm of the sentiment that we'll continue seeing a lot of very fervent, direct commitment to addressing corruption.
You've referenced empathy a lot in sort of breaking up all the issues that we've alluded to. This government's mantra is human rights. They have said that they will be a human rights anchored government. What has translated in the past year that speaks to that and paints a picture that indeed this is a new phase where the priority is always to make sure that the people are the focus of every endeavor that government focuses on?
The initial one would definitely be responsiveness. Babua le rona. Ra itse gore go diriwang Even the trips that are happening, this is the mission, this is the intention, this is surrounding this. It's not just arbitrary movements that we don't get consulted on. They're very communicative. It appears that leadership has definitely given a mandate to these ministries to be answerable to us. Meaning, if you are a minister, you are going to speak to the projects you've been working on. We've seen that with Mechombo. She represents the work she's been doing directly. And with that, I think we are seeing an urgency about the sentiments. We're not having an entire year of barely having any communication, and then in a year we hear a rationale that we don't know if we relate to. But also, government has been very flexible and fluid in how they approach matters. They take in public sentiment and our contributions and have been enacting those and incorporating that into their missions.
Like I did say, we'll continue to speak around this issue. We'll have the opportunity to also speak post the delivery of the Sona. But I just want us to sort of pause it here with the question that asks, how will we sort of say that, or when we assess post the Sona delivery, say this is a Sona that speaks to the people? How should that sort of Sona look like?
Ideally, a State of the Nation address has to be quite clear. It shouldn't be ambiguous and vague and something that was when leadership is speaking to us, okay, this means this, this was this, so we're all on the same page and we don't depart with different ideas of what was said. Another thing is it does have to be detailed. People don't want broad, inspirational style ideas. People want specifics. People are invested in the how. People are very politically conscious, especially now with the new administration. So the excitement means people are involved in idea making and thinking through what they're seeing before their eyes. Back to the empathy also, we need honesty and truth regarding where there are strains or where there's been missteps or failures. So that would be something important to maintain faith and belief in this administration that we so fervently saw through the voting outcome, of course. We also need rationale. When you prioritize this or you approach things this way, who's going to be involved? What does it mean? What do you anticipate? This is important also so that in a year, we are not looking back with a vague concept of how far we are on a lot of these ideas. But finally, what we've enjoyed a lot about the personality of our leadership, he's a great orator, but his consistent passion, he doesn't speak dejected. He's been a very good speaker who we consistently see look committed to the vision he speaks about.
tla re tshware gone hanyakalo jaaka ke buile re tla nna le sebaka sa go solisa dikgantse re lebella gore ka hane re soletse gore di tla tswa ka teng a mme tautona o dintse ka ha dintseng ka teng ha sa dira jalo re tla lebella jaaka o ntse o tlhalosa ka bokgabane gore keng go sa tswa jaaka re ne re sologetse motswana wetso ke ne ke bua jalo le nyakalo le kuta jaaka ke tlhalositse ke re she's a sociologist gore a jalo gore ona le buitsanape jo bo tseneletseng ka tsa selegae hanka e ba jalo mme ke rialo ke re jaaka ke ne ke buile ga ke no se ke na le badiri ka nna ke na le tshidi ke na le kgomotsego ke na le reba le bone ba tlentse ba bua le ba itsanape ba ba harologane mme pele ha re kgaogana ke le mogejalo gore go mo letsatsing la gompieno o tla bona ka nna o tla bona ka tshidi o tla bona ka kgomotsego re kgabile jaaka re kgabile gompieno ra apeste jalo ke Thabedi a local fashion designer o leng gore o tla ba na le rona mo tsatsing la gompieno a tla go tlhalosa ka ha gongwe the fashion industry and the textile industry mo lehatsheng leno evolve ka teng gongwe ba bua le tsa ka solohelang gore tautona ka di dira go tlhabolla one mohama o jaaka re tsore ko mahatsheng a mangwe ke mahama o leng gore o direla batho nyebe ya madi.
All right, a very insightful conversation coming from our Parliament studio here. And if you've just joined us, I'm Mutsidile Nkabetse. In this side of Parliament, we'll be giving you insights as to who's arriving, when, who's arrived, and of course, their part to play at the State of the Nation address with regards to their participation here, as well as in various sectors of development. This is, of course, is history in the making. The second State of the Nation address addressed by President Advocate Duma Boko today is a very historic milestone. Since assuming office on the 1st of November last year, the President has spoken to issues around making Botswana spectacularly different. And in doing so, we've heard him on several occasions talking about being an administration that prioritizes the leadership of young people. And of course, talking about young people here on this red carpet, as young people are expected to also be a major participants at this State of the Nation address, looking at the fact that young people are often they're faced rather with issues around unemployment, and we have heard the current administration speaking to the prospects of growing several industries that would diversify the economy and of course create jobs for young people and of course for the population in general. So we are expecting conversations around having employment creation at the State of the Nation address. We are expecting issues or conversations that will touch on young people. Being a president that leads an administration that is big on human rights as well as the active participation of the youthful population, which make up the majority of Botswana's population, we are expecting conversations around that. And talking to young people as well, we are expecting an interesting conversation later on in this program. Speaking to one creative, Hansi, we do expect that we'll have a conversation with him within the creative sector, which is one of the key or integral sectors that the current administration aspires to leverage in order to diversify Botswana's economy. So we are expecting insights from young people and their expectations for the State of the Nation address with regards to that. And also, we also are expecting to speak to the issue of the red carpet moments. This is one thing that is always, always takes center stage here at the State of the Nation address. So on this red carpet, as various dignitaries start arriving in style, we will speak to fashion legends or those within the fashion industry to speak to who's wearing what, and of course the symbolism behind every attire. And of course, we will also speak to who dressed us as well as the presenters or the various field reporters here at Parliament. And of course, give you insights as to that as well. So that should be a very interesting conversation. But as you know it right now, this is we are building up to the main address by President Advocate Duma Boko. And in between that, we will be holding conversations with key guests and attendees or participants here at the State of the Nation address to tell us what they're expecting, of course, what they expect for Botswana, given the fact that in the next 3 years, we are expecting Botswana to be fully transformed into a spectacularly different nation, as the president says verbatim. And of course, we will catch you later. Let's cross over to one of our field reporters who also will be giving you insights as to what is happening on her end.
Let me thank you so much, Tidi. Thank you so much. Of course, I am this side at the receiving point as people come into Parliament. We will be, of course, receiving from them what their what that take is, and of course what they're looking forward to in this year's Sona. That is the second one of our president. And you might take note that a lot of people regard this Sona to be the actual Sona, because now the new regime has had a bit of experience in government, and so we're looking forward to receiving them this side. We will of course be receiving our dignitaries as they are just arriving in a very short moment, and we will be bringing that live to you right before we start in Parliament. All right, let me thank you so much. We will of course continue with that as we head back. Let me give back to you, TD, as you continue that side.
And of course, I did give you a side note to say that we will be speaking to different guests here on this red carpet, and of course giving you a rough idea of who's here and what they have to say about the State of the Nation address. This red carpet is an opportunity also It's a glitz and glamorous, red carpet that will give every guest here an opportunity to shine and, of course, be seen and recognized. And we will speak to, in a moment's time, Tulofelo Dikobe, who's a fashion blogger, a fashion artist, rather, and also a multi-award winner. And, of course, when we talk about fashion, we often have those who have their ears on the ground and obviously know what makes up fashion and what fashion is all about. And of course, in conversations around what fashion is all about, we will be speaking to Tulofelo. Tolo, just to have a conversation with you about the State of the Nation address. Before we really get into the nitty-gritties of it, you look amazing, by the way. And as a fashion artist, obviously this is very telling. Let's talk to the State of the Nation address with regards to who will be wearing what. What is the greatest expectation as people start, coming in numbers? As a fashion artist, what do you really look out for, the first and foremost?
You know what? It's really a great time to be here. There's new governance, there's new styles out there, there's new everything. Fashion, it's like a signature. It's your visual print. So I'm excited and anticipating to see what will happen here. The kind of suits that we'll be seeing, different colors, the accessory, will they be muted, will they be extravagant, or will they curve a different fashion landscape in Botswana?
But what does it really mean, as a within this industry, when somebody comes wearing a suit, a custom designed suit, another person comes wearing a dress for this specific occasion? What does it say about an identity? What does it say about the nature of this event or occasion as well?
I think the thing is there are two sides now. There's modern and tradition, and it's a new time. So why not partner both things, modern and the traditional one? So I'm hoping to see a mix, a balance of both, to speak on the fashion climate here and the sciences of appearances, because appearances make a difference and it sort of tells where the country is heading. Yeah.
And talking about that, tell us about your attire and what inspired it. Is it more on the modern or traditional front? In which category does it fall?
Okay. Well, for me, I designed this. It's a Bezalel, a creation by me. Bezalel, as we all know, or some of us might know, it's from the Bible, from the Genesis. I've given you the spirit of wisdom, to make craftsmen. So to make clothes to give people honor and dignity. So this outfit is just honoring my country. There's blue here, it's all cultural. It's a global outfit, inspired by West Africa. It's inspired by the global South, Botswana.
And of course, being a global citizen, we are expecting also representation of various dignitaries from Botswana and even beyond our borders. Let's now talk to the industry, the fashion industry that you operate in. And what are your expectations for this specific industry? What are we expecting the president to say with this industry, and as far as how it's doing currently, the climate, the landscape, and the future?
Yeah, you know what? The real diamonds are here. The real diamonds are the youth. As we can see, we have ushered in a new government. So I'm hoping they unearth, that they are already unearthed. It's just to polish the diamonds, the youth, and to make some policies that will benefit the creative industry, the arts, the fashion, everything creative. That we need just structures and just policies to back us up in our talents and make this a business of fashion like it is. Fashion is a $1 trillion industry, and we have a lot of people, established designers, upcoming talent. So we really need structures in place for Lorna. Compete globally. Like I've been in New York recently, just came in. Like the talent here and in America, it's one of the same. If not, we have the human resources, we have the talents. It's just that we need to package it from the manufacturing to the whole spectrum of the ecosystem of fashion.
You mentioned a very important aspect, structure. Looking at what is currently on the ground that might be a hindrance to the industry as a whole, what type of structures would you want the State of the Nation address to address or to bring to the fore that will provide the necessary solutions in terms of the structural part of things?
I think it's a very broad topic to touch on because fashion is similar from just your hands, like your future, your hands, and then to retailing, to business, to exchange, to importing, to exporting. What I want to see, made in Botswana, like I'm wearing my Bezalel outfit. I want to see my clothing and then take it to the global world. And I appreciate her like we appreciate your Gucci's, your Pradas, your everything. So I'm really hoping that the structures benefit this kind of climate, not the global climate, but Botswana climate, the structures, yeah.
And the State of the Nation address is also an opportunity for artists like yourselves to be exposed, to be seen, to be heard, to be listened to. Beyond the State of the Nation address, what other activities, massive activities, would you like the industry as a whole to hold at a domestic level in order to bring millions or thousands of people under one roof like the State of the Nation address is doing?
I think, like I've said, it's a whole lot of things from knowledge to how to set up things, how to set up businesses. I think we're just getting there because it's making a push, your education. So we already know what to do, but the thing is, we need the funds, we need the logistics, the monetary funds. Okay, we can set up this or consortium of this sort, fashion, and then we just make it a whole and represent I think fashion tourism, it's a real thing and it garners all the monies you can think of, just even more than the diamonds, because the fashion industry is the second largest, yeah.
Maybe just to wrap up this conversation with one point, who are you looking out for and what they'll be wearing today at the State of the Nation address?
Oh, obvious reasons. Our president, he always brings it, the fine line, the cards. He's introduced a new grooming method. Like the kids, the youth are looking up to him. Our president, he puts his foot forward. So it's exciting to see the fashion aspect. It's really exciting. I'm hoping to see more bold choices, more fit. Fit because the fit makes all the difference, because it says a lot. It says everything in check. But however, like in form fitting clothes, we see this person, the honorable Liha, you have your darts and play, princess seam, you have your glitter, you have your brown to balance off modern and traditional. Tight skirt, yeah, you look amazing.
Thank you very much, Sulu, and thank you so much for your insights as well. Have a fantastic experience today, and I believe that you, as part of this amazing industry, will leave the State of the Nation address feeling seen, heard, and of course, being a part of this Botswana story.
I'm really hopeful because this is my pride. I'm from Botswana, and they really admire our fashion, our talents and everything. So our future is in our hands, but we need the government to recognize the creative arts as a business, cooperating, and give us what we need.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sulu. And of course, we end this conversation with Tulofelo Dikobe, who is, of course, a fashion artist and, of course, multi-award winner within the space of fashion. And, of course, she really did speak to the value of fashion as an identity. And being here at the State of the Nation address, she is part of an industry that is looking to the active participation of various artists within this industry to be capacitated financially to be capacitated, infrastructure-wise, in order to leverage the various opportunities across the value chains within the fashion industry and ensure that young people are given a seat at the table of development. And of course, this is how we end it, but we'll continue with more conversations throughout this program.
Let me thank you so much, Tiri. Of course, every sector is well represented in this Sona. Of course, everybody's coming here to hear how they are catered for. And of course, that is really the key of this day. Now, we can also reflect in retrospect what happened in 2024, Sona 2024, which was the maiden Sona for the president, of course. And of course, we can see that there are people still coming in, our dignitaries are coming in and arriving at the moment, and we will be, of course, keep crossing over to that side for you to bear witness as the other side, of course. And of course, we just try to give a bit of a reflection on what happened last year. Some of the key highlights, if we can just try to remind ourselves, we spoke about transformative vision and of course democratic maturity, which is one of the things, of course, that Botswana prides itself in, and of course Africa also prides itself in Botswana for. So we're well represented in that area. And of course we can also take note of economic imperatives which were presented in last year's Sona. We have received a number of programs which were suggested to us for Botswana to be to be developed so that we can go forward, move and grow in maturity, and of course and diversifying our economy so that we deal with the challenges that we are experiencing at the moment, especially when we speak of economic issues. Now, job and housing issues were also presented in last year's Sona. Of course, when we speak of a State of the Nation address and we receive it annually, it is more like something that we can reflect on as you move on with any project. You're going to do your evaluations and check if there's anything that you need to improve on. And so I trust and I believe that in this year's Sona, we're going to also receive some recommendations. It doesn't hurt for you to say this is the trajectory that we were moving in, and this is how we want to improve the way in which we were moving. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking forward to in this year's Sona. We can also take note of a circular and green economy as some of the key issues that were brought forward in last year's Sona. And of course, you might remember that just last week, Botswana, for the first time ever, we hosted the Africa Biodiversity Summit. I think it's one of the things that we can take note of and say we're really moving somewhere as Botswana. It was the first one to take place in Africa, and it came here to Botswana for a reason. And so those are some of the key issues that we can say we have made progress in such an area. We can also speak of addressing monopolies as some of the highlights that we can mention from last year's Sona, and we can also speak of fiscal discipline. Of course, we are experiencing more of a challenge in that area because at the moment we have issues of unemployment, debt. We can speak of a number of them there, but also we have some positive the same area, and that taxation or the BORS is doing well and recording profits is something that we can also note in the fiscal discipline. We can also speak of capacity building. You might take note that in every project that we speak of here in Botswana, we also want to see how it is bringing some development to Botswana. We want to see sustainability in everything that is happening, in every project really that is presented, or every program that is presented. And so in a very short moment, we're going to be continuing this side and receiving some insights on what is happening and this side, and we're going to be receiving insights on what our guests are expecting, and of course we will move on in that manner. We have here the Member of Parliament, Mabutsane, and of course Muhumahadi. Let me greet you, sir, and of course you might introduce yourself and also give us a brief of what you are expecting in this year's Sona.
Thank you so much. My name's simply Ompemetse Kwapa, Johnny Mabutsani constituency. What I'm expecting this second Sona of His Excellency is just to give us a direction as to what we will be expecting. That is the long and short of it, because, as you also know, we just came in or assumed power when there are troubles that I cannot mention right now, but we are expecting solutions to that.
Let me thank you so much. And let me also be quick to mention that you're really looking good. You're looking beautiful. Ma'am, let me also welcome you and hear what your take is. What is your feel? What are you looking forward to in this year's Sona? All right. Maybe I can also just give you this moment to just say in any sector that you can take note of, to say this particular one, we're looking forward to seeing some new strategies. We had strategies when we started. We received strategies in last year's Sona. But how do you think a number of things are going to be re-strategized?
The most important thing to really take note of is the BETP, the one that is really done in a manner that has to give us the real strategy in the strictest sense, because that one, as we can simply say, ke yone tota e leng gore e re bontsha direction tsa go tsosolosa itshulelo sentle ka gore jaaka o itse itshulelo ya rona kana ya lehatshele e ko tlase, so ke yone e leng gore it has been done by the experts tse e leng gone gore ba supa gore re tsosolose itshulelo re tshwanetse re di dire jang mo nakong ya gompieno. Ke gone mo ke reng tautona o tletse gone mo goreng a tle go supa sentle ka botlalo gone goreng maikelo ane gore re tsamela kae.
Ntse ke go leboge mme bile re sa le ho gongwe o ka re tanyatanyetsa gore ka go kgaolong ya gago Johnny Mabutsani go diragala eng se leng gore might be your highlight. It might be on the negative or on the positive. On the negative, I trust and I believe you'll be having recommendations.
From the cake, yeah, the national. Khagona sepe that much. Particularly because serious living, serious batang, mo kgaolo ya rona. Tota ke khanya ditsela mo kgaolong. Tsone tse leng gore di go kaganya batho. Tsone tse leng gore batho ha ba ya go tsaya ditlamelo kana ba tisediwa ditlamelo. Ra be re sologetse gore go dirisiwa tsela. Ha re tsena mo nakong ya gompieno nna kwa dipula. O tla lemoga sentle ka botlalo gore dipula di na le gone gore di kgaoganye setšhaba kana bone batho bone ba e leng gore ba re tlhophile ko ba tsang ditlamelo teng gore a re go simolola go nna boketenyana gone goreng ba kgone gore re ba hitlhelele jaanong gone mo ke ne ke tlhalosa ke re kana ga go ntseng ka the BETP ke yone tshologelo ya rona ke gone go re lebile matlho teng ke gone mo ke reng re tshwanetse re tlhaloganye ba rotlhe gone goreng maikelo a yone maikelo a matona a mogolo ke gone goreng e tsosolosa itsholelo ke se ke reng re lebile go go yone re sologetse thata mo go yone go irela gone gore re itse gore e tla re ha go siama re be re itse gone gore anong ditsela tsone tse re di tlhokang bobe mo kgaolong ya rona e be le gone goreng di tlabe di simolana di tsharabologa di amana le kgaolo mmaitso mme la gone se se re se solegeditswe mo bogompieno ke kganya metsi ka gore ha o lebela metsi e tshwana le bo go simologela mo sekoma ke nkonkwa khakhia le ene itholoke ke mahelo a leng gore ntse a tshwenngwa thata seemo bogolo sa metsi jaanong mo bogompieno re sologela gone gore go na le sengwena se e leng gone gore re se mone ke so se ke reng ga se mo re ka re itlhobogile re sologetse ke so se ke reng mo bogompienong ke gone gore re boe re tlhoma le yone le bone la rona lone le leng gore ra re le re supentsha tsela our true north ke so se ke reng our true north mo bogompieno tatona tla batla go isupa gone ha a e tlhalosetsa setšhaba.
Ntse ke go lebogela gongwe bile ga re tswalela puisano ya rona gongwe o ka re tanyatanyetsa gore gone mme go ya ka wena gone ka go kgaolong ya gago jaaka no setso o nang kola mangwe matshwenyo ga e leng gore le lebana le one gore gone mme ga re bua ka BETP mokgosi o setse o dule gore let's come forth with ideas, let's come forth with solutions ka go kgaolong ya gago gone ha e ka nna kgothatso go banni ba kgaolo ya gago e ka nna gore re tswe ka mano a lebaganeng thata le eng se se ka thusa mo kgaolong
tota maano a leng teng mo bogompieno jaaka ke ne ke bua le tshwenyego le le tona mo kgaolong ya rona ke sone seemo sa ditsela mmaitso jalo ha re tla go tsena mo gone gore maano re ka dira ka tseleng tse jang o tla gakologela sentle ka botlalo gore re na le moepo wa Johnny wa mine wa ditemane o e leng gone gore re sologetse mo gone re tla nna ntse re ikatimetsa mmaitso ga re ka ra o tlogela ko morago ka gore tautona o bua bobe ka kganya gore re tshwanetse re dirise dio di tshwana le bo triple P re tshwanetse re lebagane le dikompone di tshwana le bone bo mine tse e leng gore tsone re tshepile mo go tsone ga ise re itlhoboge mmaitso re santse re na le tsholela gore sengwe sone ba tla se dira memma
nte ke go leboga thata le mohumagadi ke le leboge kana kwa lona re ta re ntse re tsweletse re be ruta megopolo gore go tsamaya jang ra leboga. Thank you so much. Motho re tsweletse ka tsela ntseng jalo re ntse re tsa maikuto mo Batswaneng gore ba ba gorogang ka kwano botona members of parliament gore gone mme maikaelelo kana tshologelo tsa bone ke tse dintseng jang ba lebile jang Sona kana State of the Nation address ya ngwaga ono le gone gore as we reflect to 2024 re lemogile eng re ka baakanya ha kae because kana ke ka gore gone kgang kgolo ke gore go bohelwa re batla gore re be re ya ko pele re nna le tse di botoka tse re ka bua mo isagong motho etso mo nakong ya gompieno nte ke busetse ka go go baelang gore re na le bone baelang gore le bone ba re tshwere sente wena tselela o ntse o ikantse rona.
Emma, we are here to welcome one of our guests who is also going to be sharing quite a lot about what is needed to transform the national economy beyond just attracting investors. She's here joining us to share more on that. I'm Rabano Girile, and I am having here Dr. Zelda Okacha from the Botswana National Productivity Center. She is the research manager, but at the moment she's also acting general manager in that organization. She's going to be sharing with us quite a lot about what the importance of productivity in transforming a national economy. Let me welcome you, Okach. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here.
We're going to, as I said, we're going to be looking into specifically the role and the importance of productivity in transforming a national economy. You are aware of where we are as a country in terms of the performance of the economy, but also two aspects of that. One is the performance of the economy, but secondly, the ambitions to grow the economy, the size of the economy from where it is to the desired state. Before I get to you, just give the feedback that, or rather the background that in Botswana got independence in 1966. And in 1820, there is one economic expert, who made a research recently in 2005 and released that in 2010. And he pointed out that Botswana GDP was $407 in the year 1820. That's 65 years before the British actually penned their protection of this republic. 1820, this research tells us that Botswana's GDP was $407. It was four times smaller than the economy of the three of the Western European nations. Just to share with you that Italy at that time, in 1820, the economy was 1,453. France was 1,508, and Germany was the biggest at that time, was 1,496. That's the economy in 1820. At that time, the Western economy was four times bigger than the economy of Botswana. We look today to say, is there any change that productivity can do in today's economy? I'll tell you what it was, the level in 1966 when you got independence. But let me just get it from you and you share with Botswana generally. What is the role of productivity in an economy?
I think that is a very important question that we all as Botswana need to reflect on. Because what we've done in the past is that we've come up with strategies to try and grow the economy. And some of these strategies and some of these policies have done us well. Some of them have kind of lagged behind. But one thing, as an economic student, somebody who studied economics some time back, one thing I was taught is that there's two ways to grow an economy. You can do that by actually utilizing more resources to produce goods and services. Because growth is all about producing goods and services. So when a country is growing, they're looking at how much production you're doing. So you can do this by using more capital, more labor, more land, more factors of production. But there reaches a point like where we are right now. You can't keep adding on and adding on. The other way is actually to utilize these factors of production effectively so that you produce more with less. And that is the place where I think Botswana finds itself today, where now we're having so many financial difficulties, we're having problems with the diamond sector. And I think the next step forward is for this economy to advance, is now to emphasize the role productivity will play in the various sectors.
Is it that, would you, or rather, is it your observation that the companies and government, would you say that they are not using the what your organization stands for to play a role in the development of the economy, or is it that you are not delivering what is expected from your organization to power economy?
And that's a very interesting question to ask the acting general manager of BMPC. But I think what I need to say is that we have tried. We've come this far. We've provided a lot of training for government, especially the councils, which they have taken on board, and they have tried to improve. We've tried to reach out to the private sector. Those who could afford could come in and take on the courses that are offered at BMPC, as well as the consultancies, because we have a number of consultancies that actually speak to improving productivity. But our challenge is that most businesses and even government will not invest in productivity improvement schemes. So we have that challenge, and we are not funded to the extent where we can offer these services for free, because we also need to generate income. Every year our subvention keeps going down, and key to us moving forward is to generate income. So you find that because there's some kind of misalignment where only those who have money can come for our services, it kind of reduces our effectiveness. So going forward, I would advise that just as education, do you know how education is so helpful? So is productivity. So I would advise that the level of investment in productivity should kind of go up just by a notch, in order to ensure that even the small business, the small simawusu, who cannot afford to buy into BMPC services, can still be helped, and they can still be more productive.
So what you're saying is that the last point is that it's the small businesses at the moment cannot afford the services of Botswana National Productivity Center, and therefore you cannot expect far more from them when it comes to the demands of an economy in relation to productivity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But don't get me wrong, we do have pro bono. There are cases where we go out there and still do things for free, because that is our national obligation. We will go to a particular small business and still try to transform it, especially in terms of productivity improvement and labor relations. So we do that as well.
Let's talk about now the large-scale companies and government and their relationship with productivity and the cost of productivity. Are there any instances where you could say these are the role models, these are the examples of companies that have benefited from our services and they made a big difference in their level of productivity, whether it is at their offices, whether it is at their factories, or even at the farms?
I think they have been a good testimonies, because we've worked with the local government and various local governments across the nation, and you would even find that they reach out for more services beyond the ones that we provided. Like recently we got a call from Silibe Pikwe, is it town council, trying to ask us, okay, beyond what we gave them, is there a way we can increase a feasibility study, show them how to undertake a productive feasibility study. So there's that aspect. And some time back, I think it was in 2018 or 2019, we partnered with BITC in order to help the companies that were under them become export ready, in able to export outside the borders. So we did speak to a number of companies, and there are testimonials from those companies which said that yes, BMPC has taken us from here up to there, and they do appreciate what we've done.
Okay, how much is that common knowledge the work that you do and the difference that you make? Is it something that is one will get to know when they knock on the door, or is it something that almost every public member of the public who is interested is aware of that? Here I'm talking about the role of communication in your organization.
Okay, we for some reason we have tried to communicate adversely. We have occasionally webinars, we have conferences where we call people from outside to come in so that we can tell them how we're doing, how the nation is performing in terms of digitalization, in terms of productivity, in terms of competitiveness. So we try, and even during these webinars, we try hard to bring the companies that have benefited from BMPC to speak, to be like our mouthpieces. Instead of us saying we do this, we do that, we try and get these companies to come forward and say, this is where BMPC got us, and this is how far they have taken us. And yes, I agree, maybe in terms of visibility, there is a need to do more. And that's why we're so grateful for platforms like this, where I get to talk to you and tell you what we're doing. We really, really like interactions like this, and going forward we hope there'll be more opportunities like this for us to say what we're doing.
Just succinctly, how much is the demand of a service in the market from your records?
From our records?
Yeah.
To be honest, it's not so high, and that is because of the nature of productivity improvement, as I indicated.
So you wouldn't say that a service that is not in high demand may mean two things. One, that it has not proven itself to the market.
No, not particularly. Because like education, like health, productivity in economics is what we call a merit good.
Okay.
A merit good is a good that if I as an individual invest in it, the benefits that I get are so little that sometimes I question whether it is worth investing in that. Like for instance, I got my PhD because government sponsored me to go on to do the PhD. But if government had not stepped in, would I have really gone for that particular course? Would I have demanded that university services? No, because to me, what it means is not as much as what it means to government. So productivity is one of those things. We can't take a company from here to here. And what will they achieve? They'll just cut their costs. Okay. They'll become more productive. But cutting their costs, they will employ one more person. When they cut their costs, maybe what happens is that it translates to cheaper costs to other companies. So other companies now also benefit from that productivity improvement. At the end of the day, there are ripple effects and the whole economy is transformed just because one person took on productivity. But normally because the returns to business are so small, you end up with a situation where businesses do not invest in productivity. And that's why in other countries, government takes the forefront when it comes to productivity, because it's a merit good and it requires government intervention in order for it to be widely absorbed.
So the relationship between the inflation and productivity in the factories and farms and in offices, can you just share with us the relationship between productivity and the level of inflation? At the moment, the inflation in Botswana is 3.7%. What would be the role of productivity to fight inflation?
Okay, firstly, I must say that I think there's an inverse relationship between productivity and inflation. What happens is when prices go up, all factors, isn't it to produce a product, let's say milk, we need factors of production. Now, if prices goes up, that means that all the factors of production, your labor is going to go up, your capital is going to go up, your inputs are going to go up. So at the end of the day, even your production and productivity will go down, okay? So it is very difficult. You can become more productive because now if, let's say you become more productive, prices will go down. But if prices rise up, you have a problem with productivity. So more like a causal effect. There's a feedback, like it goes this side, and then what happens is that there's a two-way relationship. I don't know if I explained that well.
Okay. Let me hear from you then. How ready are you as BNPC to have your role be significant in these ambitions that the government has of transforming the economy? They've listed 9 key aspects of the economy that they want to focus on to grow it. One of them is agriculture, mining and energy. There's also tourism, sports, and the creative arts. And there is also finance and digitalization. Just let's hear from you. What is the readiness of BNPC to play a significant role here?
I think we're more than ready. I remember when the Pamando labs were taking place, the 9 labs for the 9 sectors. We actually made sure we took part in every lab to understand exactly what they were doing. And the reason for us to be part of that was for us to try to gauge how we can measure productivity and improve productivity in each of those identified sectors. So as we stand extremely ready. And I must also indicate that sometime in June, the Parliament or the Cabinet approved the National Productivity and Competitiveness Policy. So this is like our roadmap for transformation. So with that document there, with this Botswana Economic Transformational Plan available, we are ready to go. And also, you must know that BNPC is undergoing a merger at the moment. There's transformation, rationalization. So we are hoping that when that takes place, we'll be further empowered in order to make a change in the Botswana economy.
Okay. The government has made some changes so far. I mean, in addition to what they have promised the public, during the time they were seeking the mandate to run this country. And now they are in power, and there are some things that they've already done. And I want to just get your viewpoint on those and relate that to productivity. One, attraction of FDI, that's foreign direct investment. They've also made inroads in things like they've changed the Mining Act to allow for citizens to have a stake in mining. They've gone further to amend the BRS Act to ensure that those who do business outside Botswana, such as those who place tourists into the country who've not been paying tax, will now be able to pay tax. I want to get your viewpoint on those, and if there's how that if they are to improve, to inject anything significant, will that in any way affect their productivity?
I think all the things that you've mentioned will lead to improving productivity, not just productivity, but the overall competitiveness of the country. So we do appreciate what government has done and the initiatives that they've taken so far, because I know that these initiatives were not just taken broadly, they were, investigated, and the most prominent and the most ones that could transform the economy were picked. So when we look at it, like for instance, attracting foreign direct investment, I think this is the case where we will step in, because now as we go out to get foreign investors, we need to improve to them that yes, we are a productive nation. Yes.
Okay, so we might attract the investors. This government has already done. You'll remember that there's companies that came and are now doing business with Botswana through Botswana Development Corporation, BDC. There's another one that was just announced, a consortium that was just announced last week, which will be focusing on power management and preservation in Botswana. What you are saying is that you will have a role in that.
Yes, we would love to have a role. We would love to meet these new organizations, these foreign investors as they come.
Okay. We will move on to one of my colleagues, to also share with us what she's encountering where she is right now.
Go leboge re ba ra tswelela ka kwano re ntse ra amogela ba ba tsileng pitsong ya State of the Nation Address 2025 mme re nagano le pastors baruti re na le moruti Sharon Mogokgwane ga mmogo le moruti Muluki Mogokgwane, and re ba tsile gore bolela gore bone ba le bante jana sentente bane ba ikaeletse eng ga ba taka kwano le gone gore maikutlo a bone ke a ntseng jang. Let me just give that to you and start with with you, the beautiful lady. What inspired your look? You're looking beautiful altogether. It looks like you decided. You took time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kay. We're just inspired by the State of the Nation address. Of course, it's a formal event. I think we've gone simple, just formal, a bit corporate. And yeah, not too complicated, not too flashy.
Yeah, not too flashy. Maruti.
I'm inspired by my wife. So if she wears something, I just check in the wardrobe what's there. That's something that will go along with her.
Yes, I go first, then he chooses his suit.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Okay, we're speaking of you as pastors. You are pastors. Maybe you can just give us a brief on that to say what inspired you to come here at the State of the Nation address. What is your point of interest?
All right. The new government has been in power for a year. So we are people of hope, people of faith. So we still want to rally the country, speak into having hope, having faith, praying for the leaders. So we want to hear what they have to say to us. And then we go and pray about it and go encourage people to actually support the government.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Maruti Mohana, what do you also have to say there?
Yeah. No, well, like she said, really, I think the past 12 months have been very interesting. And we'd like to hear what the president has to say. There are lots of issues. We know that the finances, the economy is not doing very, very well. We're hoping to hear something about job creation, how are we going to have money circulating in the country once again, unemployment, how is it going to be addressed. We're hoping to hear something very good about investments and how it's going to work out for Botswana.
All right, sounds positive. Maybe in that line, as we close up our conversation, what is your stance of hope? Because, like you're saying, there are a number of challenges. What is your stance of hope, being faith people?
Yeah, I would say that our president is really a man of faith in many ways, and he always expresses that in the midst of all the challenges that are there. So we believe that there's a reason why God has made this time and this government to be where it is now. And so we are looking forward to see what God will do, even as we apply our minds. Yeah. Yes.
Let me thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you do continue to meditate as we continue with the Sona. Of course, we're looking forward to great responses and looking forward to the future. Hope, of course. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. K.
Thank you. Mothoetso re tswelela jalo puisano ya rona mo nakong ya gompieno ke boa ke busetsa gone ka ko re ba gore re tswelele le lona ka ko.
Once again, to continue the conversation here, looking at what the productivity, what role productivity can play in building or resuscitating the national economy. And we were just chatting, I said earlier on that there is a relationship between the level of productivity in a nation and the complementary role it plays in what the monetary policy is expected to do. And you were just in agreement that that is what is expected of the working force.
Yes.
In a country.
Yes.
And your role in that is to ensure that the rate at which people improve or factories improve and in productivity will never at any point in time go down. How do you sustain that? How does a country or a factory or a farm sustain high levels of productivity?
Okay, I think there are a number of things that need to be done. We need to, first of all, retool and reskill our people. It's very important.
Reskilling?
Yes,
okay.
Retool, reskilling. Yeah. I think because...
So you mean it has to be continuous?
It has to be continuous because I think technology, digitalization, things keep changing every day. The way we used to do things back in like maybe the 1900s, you started with 1820, talking about what Botswana would look like in 1820. But back then, the way what was considered to be productive and how to improve your productivity is way different from what it is today. Today you need digital skills, you need certain competencies. So it is important that our people keep getting retooled, reskilled, so that they can continuously perform in their roles in a productive way. Another place that we need to look into is digitalization. We are no longer a closed economy, we are open. And what happens all over the world will have ripple effects in Botswana. So now it is time for us to ensure that even in our workplaces, the whole element of technology, innovation, digitalization is embodied in our systems, in our processes, in order to keep us productive.
Digitalization is one of the 9 aspects of the economy that has been given priority by the government. It's in fact it's combined with finances, financial services, and digitalization. And you were talking about where I started. I said in 1820, Botswana's economy, GDP was $407. At that time, it is said that it was 4 times lower than that of the Western Europe. In 1966, it was 11 times less than the economy of Europe. In fact, in that year, Botswana's the GDP stood at 1,119, when the Germany was 14,731 and France was 13,187. Italy, which was the lowest among those 3 nations, was 1,504. But even then, the question would be, as you say, it kept changing. The needs of productivity or the factors of productivity keep changing. So it means that in 1820, when it was 4 times lower, it means that productivity factors changed and we didn't catch up until it was 11 times lower than that of the Western European economies. I want to also just give you the chance to talk about what you would give as advice even to the smallest companies that are doing business today in the country. What would you say, knowing that they don't have the financial muscle to afford your services? What can they do before they afford that?
I think the most important thing is going forward is that there are a couple of things that drive a business. There are your processes, there are your systems, there's your labor, there are your factors of production. So you need to take an inventory of all these factors and look at all your systems and see if they're serving you well. Like some systems, you discover that maybe when you go into a factory, you go into a shop, a person moving from this place to this place takes quite a long time and it's unproductive. So you reorganize the layout of your particular business or your systems such that it becomes more productive. Look at the people who are working for you. Do they need improvement in any area? Another thing that I'd like to speak of, that's something that we've spoken a lot about, is just our mindsets.
Mindsets.
Yes, it's something that we need to change, not just only the employees, but even the business owners. There are also aspects of labor relation. How well do you relate to your employees? How well is that relationship? Because if that relationship is flourishing, then that particular institution will be more productive than in a situation where you find that people, there's always grievances, there are always problems. So it is to facilitate that. And another thing that we do at BMPC is that we go out there and we try to tell you that there's this element called gain sharing, where when you make money as a business owner, try and ensure that just a small bit of your profits, even if it's 1%, is distributed to your employees. So that it makes them motivated, it keeps them happy, because according to some rankings which were produced by the Institute of Management Development, Botswana ranks the lowest out of 69 countries when it comes to worker motivation. So our workforce is not motivated. So we're losing a lot of zeal and passion that could be helping to improve productivity in our workplaces.
So when you talk about that assessment of the country being the lowest, one may then look at the changes that government has made so far and say, and these changes, let me just repeat them, the groundbreaking amendment of the Mining Act that allows citizens now to also exercise the right to own or invest in mines. Initially, it has always been the government that had that ability, or rather the right to do that, but now they've transferred it even to citizens. The revenue collection, the amendment of BRS Act, to allow those doing business in Botswana from outside to also now improve pay tax and improve government's revenue. And the other one is TVET. Government speaks a lot about TVET. And they say that this is important, and this is why they have now improved even allowance for students who are studying in brigades and technicons to align their allowances with that of University of Botswana students. The reason is that you need TVET graduates in order to industrialize a nation. An industrialized nation has a high or a big pool of TVET students. And what you are saying is that with all these changes, if we are not improving, we may not harvest as much as is expected, the benefits from these changes that have been effected by government.
I think so, but I don't want to be so negative, because I believe that there's so many aspects.
No negativity, just to say that if we don't improve,
yes,
we run the risk
of diluting impact.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
So, and that what you are saying is that it needs a lot of education on the part of government departments, on the part of large-scale companies, because they are role models to small companies. If the uptake of what you offer at BNPC improves, so will at the level of small businesses.
I think you've just answered my question for me. Thank you so much, Jesse. Because, yeah, indeed, there's a holistic approach. It's not just labor, there are also other aspects, like the policies that you've just mentioned. Those are equally important. So we can't just look at improving labor without looking at the policy section. And we can't just improve the policy without looking at the labor aspect. So these two are complementary. So I think we need to do both going forward, yes.
Do you have throughout the year a schedule for training that people can knock on
your
door to say,
we
want to know more about that?
We have it. I'm sure it is online. And even just calling BMPC, you could get the schedule of training.
All right.
Yes.
Let's leave it there for now. And that was Dr. Zelda Okacha from the University of, from Botswana National Productivity Center. Let's go to the floor to one of my colleagues who is there capturing quite a lot more for you to learn.
GUC is turning 20 years of excellence, shaping leaders, transforming lives. And to celebrate this incredible milestone, we are launching the GUC Celebration Package for the January 2026 intake. Enjoy massive discounts across all certificate, diploma, postgraduate or master's programs. 10% off tuition fees for all new students. 15% off for all GUC former students. Register now for the January 2026 intake.
GUC, for God and country.
ke go leboga re ba re gone ha le gore ke gone go panela rona mo nakong ya gompeno re gone ka ko parlamenteng go ile gore tsoletse jalo tshimologo yone ya State of the Nation address kgotsa tekodiso ya setšhaba mme ha re leng teng ha ke gone mo seraleng se se thomamisitsweng sa red carpet go ile gore batho ba heta teng ba tsena ba tswa mme ile gone gore tota ile gone go lemoga dikapari ka go harologana ka ra itse gone gore ka toelo ka nako yone ya State of the Nation address kgotsa tekodiso ya chaba ra aga re bona gone gore batho bata ka metela mme gape bata ba khabile kgotsa ba apere ka mekgwa e le gore e harologana ebile gantsi e ngoka jalo le gone ba bega dikgang go tsa dinepe ka kakaretso jalo mme sengwe se e leng gore se nna se kgatlhisa e le ruri re lebeletse gone gore go lo gantsi batho ba tswelela jalo ba apara bomme borre bana ka go lekana banana ba e leng gore tabo re ntse re tsweletse ka go bua le bone mo nakong ya gompeno e le gone gore ba re tlhalosetsa gone gore tota mme ga re lebeletse serala sone se sa the red carpet di go apara moaparo ka go harologana ke e leng gore o ntse ja gongwe ke go dumedise mme ke bona gone gore tota le apere kapari hela thata gongwe re simolla ka gone gore tota what inspired this outfit for the State of the Nation address 2025.
Okay, dumela mma. Ke bidwa Helen Manyeneng, I'm the Deputy Speaker. Yeah, I think now because the Deputy Speaker, this is my office, so I don't want to come to my office. So this is my best day. This is my second Sona since Retapus. So ke tshwantse gore le ma parlamente la ba bone gore nya Deputy Speaker ke ole emma.
gone mme go ntse jalo gongwe bile ta re lebelle gone gore tota go le gantsi as the deputy speaker you get to see batho ba tsena ba tswa segolo bogolo re itebagantse tota le yone kapari who are you looking to gore mo nakong ya gompieno ka tswa a apere jang mo nakong ya gompieno le gore segolo bogolo gongwe le ipeile pele gore nya me gang ka bona yo gore se tsene wa apere jang ke ba gongwe ba le babedi ba le bararo ba ileng gore you expecting to see today?
Yeah, usually I get a so I'm expecting our female MPs, our ministers, but I'm standing tota because tota ya la mme o sentse gore a khabiserre we're ready to do nice but sentse gore mme a mo galole a mmontsha gore nya o ke mosadi wa ka kana o ke monna wa but I'm expecting beauty le bone batho ba lalediwa ba rona ba kha ba tota o tla itlhala gape le rona ha re tla kwano sentse gore o ba kantsa gore o laleditse batho and sentse gore o lebege sente because gantele ano ya go nna gore wena ga o lebege bontle mme o laleditse batho ba go gaisa ka moaparo.
As the deputy speaker, you are part of advocacy re ka rialo ha re bua re remeletse thata gone mo kaparing gape le mo seraleng se sone sa red carpet. What does fashion say about advocacy or identity ya bomme ya borre ba ile gore ba tao bata mo parlamenteng re lebeletse different calibers of people ba tswa gone mo di industry ka go harologana kapari ya bone le ene ile e kaya go ba tswang teng.
Usually I get re itse re na le setso sa rona and it like hello gore bomme na mokgabo wa bomme thata kwa ntleng ga matsela a segompieno ke rata bo mateitsi a rona gompieno a khona gore le wena diro ya mantle le re o khona gore ba apere something le ha se ka latlhelo sengwenyana I know gore bo re ba rati dio tsa mateitsi but le teitsi la nna ke so sex rata and again like you are saying ba bega dikgang le lona le sentse gore le nne le ka ga di aparang ka teritso gore ba ke di journalist le bona ba dira gatsi hela jalo tla itlhela motho a tla ikaparetse ka ha a batlang go apara ka tele mo diragatsi but hela the point is mo parlamenteng ha re setse re theogetse ga re apare ya ka re batla gongwe o ka ntsha mabogo kana wa ntsha magetla is not allowed so but ha ile gompieno ana hela na ra khaba gona la hele molato.
So it's a mix of decency and beauty and elegance.
Culture, yes, because I hope go tla nna le mongwenyana ya le o tla tlanga apere bo mateitsi kana Setswana ka rata gore Setswana le sona ra se tlhoka hela gore ana le mo dinepeng tse se kgabole Setswana sa rona. Emma
ha ya gore ga nako gore gongwe go nne le after the State of the Nation address ile mogopolo hela gore go ka nna le best dressed ile gore go announce le gone mo parlamenteng.
Yeah, we can say that hela gore re ano re tlhwaga le gore no gongwe ya no parlamente e change especially that re na le banana ba bantsi mo parlamente gongwe re ba release gore nyano a go kgabiweng ba ga itshware re bono ga isitse ngomong rona re ba go lwana re ka tla ko morago bana bane tshwantse re ba letle ba ikgabela ka batla especially bo chombo bo muphuting ke bana tshwantse re ba tlogele ba ikaparele dio tsa bone.
Go ngopotsa bo hele kana gone gore lebeletse State of the Nation address ya ngogola le ya gompeno ha re lebeletse sebopego sa fashion re ka re go harologana le lemoga pharologano ile kae ha ile gore teng
gone e teng me gape ga se gore e teng ne ke lebile maloba gore o ka re rona ka re santse re saletse go morago mme ke bona re tla iteka usually ha di simologa tla itlhela ka re di bonya kana ga di tsamae ja ka ra kantse ba ra ka re ke bona gompeno o change le the last Sona ne re sa khabajana they were not the red carpets ne go nna sna photo booth so ke feel gore re ntse ra palamela so ntse gore ano re change moaparo.
When Deputy Speaker ke go ba mo seraleng ke re who dressed you today?
There's a lady ubidwa Gofa stays in Gaborone North. Ke ne motho o ntshegetseng ke ne motho o nkapesang. I have a makeup lady le no bidwa Pundi, she stays in block 6. So ke wana ba ba nthusang gore ke lebege sentle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, ma. Ya lebogaleng.
Jaka bona inele the Deputy Speaker wa the National Assembly tota re tlhalositse gone gore tota ke seng se ile gore se go ithile ka pari ya gagwe jaka re bona a khabile hela thata me ane a bua le gone gore tota ha tshwantshanya tekodiso ya setšhaba ya ngogola le ya ngwaga wa gompieno e ka re go nnile le tokagalo e bona lang hela thata ya mokgabo batho ba le moga jalo gone gore tota mokgabo ke sengwe se ile gore se ra go le gontsi mo temogong ya bone ka ha ba itsholang ka teng le gone ka ba lebegang ka teng mo nakong ya gompieno ke ne ka go ka la gone gore mo sebakeng se re le mo go sone mo nakong ya gompieno mo seraleng sone se sa red carpet tsa tswela re ntse re bua le ba diragatsi ba ileng gore ba tswa le gone mo mehameng ka go harologana mo nakong ya gompieno go ngo ka rata go itse jaaka ke ne ke botsapotso kgantele gone gore mongwe o apesitswe ke mang mo nakong ya gompieno go diata le matho a ileng gore ana le talente re ka rialo e kgolo ya ba ileng gore ba apesitswe mo nakong ya gompieno mme mo nakong ya gompieno ke na le me Thabiso Dibela Sekgwama mme le gore o direla kwa ka leina la the brand name ya D. I hope I'm saying it right. Ilong gore ke a fashion designer. Wa pesitse ba le ba ntse tare le go disa gore wa pesitse bomang. Thabiso, thank you very much for joining us. Gongwe re simolle re bue ka as a fashion designer. Ha re lebeletse seo sa apere mo nakong ya gompieno ke eng se ileng gore se go ithile gore o bo apara jana mo tekodisong ya setšhaba ya 2025.
Ke a leboga, thank you for having me ma. Ke ka rata se seng khwetile mo letsatsing la gompieno ke go bonagala. We are in the summer mo selemong go mebala e leng gore gongwe motho ka e lebelela gore ke yone ke ka e dirisang mo nakong ya gompieno ka gore tota dipaka le tsone di na le gone gore be di na le gore o itse gore o dirisa eng ka nako e ga go rileng mo go eteng go bidiwe go take inspiration emma
mme gongwe ga re lebeletse ga ke itse gore gongwe re ka tshwantshanya State of the Nation address ya ngogola le gompieno ga re lebeletse serala sone se le kapari ya batho o le moitsanape mo go tsaya kapari o ka re gongwe a gona le phetogo mo pakeng yone ya mokgabo ga re lebeletse State of the Nation address ya ngogola le ya gompieno
tata e se le ya ngogola hela le mo go tse di hitileng ke tla gora ke re seemo se ntse sa tokagala gompieno go lebega ile gore tota ke ka re theme o ba kgona go bona gore tota mme gompieno go mo go raeng go batla gore re dire yang ka tsela entsenyang Batswana ba setse ba hitile ko seemong se ileng gore tota ba kgona go dira dilo tse ka tsela entsenyalo so tota gompieno ke ka gore ke re the standard is higher in terms of fabric use, in terms of design interpretation ba kgona gore ba tsene mo ileng gore ba dira gona mo re go solehetseng gona mo re go bona le mo mahatsheng a mangwe emma
go boka go le ka he ha re beletse gongwe corporate or traditional attire gore be le gore e bewa mo seraleng within the industry le gore le direla mo go yone
gore ka gore ke re we are in a global village re le hatse ka bophara so gantsi tota ha o designer la motho ke re go mo tshwantsetsa ampo mela se leng gore wa go hela sa apere ga go ke gore ene ka bo ene o ikutlwa yang kana go eo a o batla go supa ngwao ya gagwe ampo o batla go supa bontla ba yone ke sentse ka reng gantsi o itlhelele goreng maybe through the colonization re iphitlhela ile goreng ra tswakanya ga re dire mo eleng gore re ka re ke ngwao hela ra supa gore re bona le tse di diragala mo mahatsheng a mangwe ka gore being in a global village means we do things as they are done globally and still showcasing that Botswana le ene is able to do that is which could be done in anywhere yes
wena mo nakong ya gompieno Thabiso wa pesitse bomang ba ileng gore ba goneha mo tekodisong ya setšhaba ya 2025
ba mmalwanyana bontsi mele bomme ke ka gore ke re bomme ke batho ba ba kgatlhagalang mmala bomme ba kgatlhagala design kana o itlhelele gore kana borre gantsi bo ba le mo disutung so sutu gantsi e na le variation e o itlhelele gore borre ga se batho ba ba nang le go kgatlhagela go dirisa mmala ka tsela e rileng
right Thabiso ke a go leboga le rona o re apesitse mo Botswana television gongwe ba ileng gore ba bone kapari ya me ke le utshidile ba ileng gore ba bone kapari ya ga ke filwe mo kgaotsane ba ileng gore ba bone kapari ya ga kgomotsego gongwe the inspiration e no bua ka yone e dule ha kae gore o bo re apesitse ka go re apesitseng ka teng mo tekodisong ya gompieno
la ha ke le modiragatsi wa tsa botaki wa diaparo gape hela ke le ngwana a Motswana ke molemi so se se inspireileng gompieno e nnile bolema re mo nakong ya temo re mo nakong ya mmu tota the soil inspired me ha go sona go lengwa go na le ka ha mmu o lebegang ka teng go na le ka ha ileng gore re itse gore kana mmu dijalo di tswa mo gone dijalo tse ke tsone tse ileng gore dingwe tsa tsone di ntsha matsela tshwana le bo cotton so that is the inspiration behind Mrs. Seki diretseng ba Botswana television today.
Thabiso, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Enele Thabiso jalo hele gore mona go nya gompeno ga bona kapare le gore ya perejana ja ka re me hapela ga gago kene matsogo one a mantente a le gore dirile yone kapare ena go ya gompeno ma dibile selo se bothokwa hela thata a bua about the sense of identity e le gore ya ta le gone gore go ta jang gore motho a ba thopa diaparo a tse le go di apere mona go nya gompeno a lebeletse le lone le tsela le lone tebego ya le tsela ka kakaretso mona go nya gompeno re ta tswela ja ka bona ha moraga ka batho ba tsweletse ka go harologana matona bana le sabe ka go harologana ba ile gore ba tile gone mo tekudisong ya setšhaba go ta go iponela sente gore tota gone go tsile go diragala mo tsela gompeno mme ba eme gape le gone mo seraleng ba letetse jana go tsewa dinepe le gone ba supa ka ga ile gore ba apere ka teng.
GUC is turning 20 years of excellence, shaping leaders, transforming lives. And to celebrate this incredible milestone, we are launching the GUC Celebration Package for the January 2026 intake. Enjoy massive discounts across all certificate, diploma, postgraduate or master's programs. 10% off tuition fees for all new students. 15% off for all GUC former students. Register now for the January 2026 intake.
GUC for God and country.
Ke bua ke go amogela gape motsana wetso gone mo seraleng sone se sa the red carpet gone ka go parlamenteng a re tsweletse jalo ka go lemoga le go lemoga ba ileng gore ba khabile ba apere ka mokgwa o pharologano o thomameng o ileng gore o buisa ka go harologana jalo dikapari tse leng di gone ha tse leng gore di a kgathisa e le ruri ntetelle mo nakong ya gompeno go bua jalo le me go nyepa o ileng gore mo nakong ya gompeno jaaka o bona ka hatswang a apere ka teng mo nakong ya gompeno go ne go bua ga jalo gore ba bangwe they fuse modern attire as well as traditional attire gongwe me mahunyepa ke go tlhalosetsa jalo gone gore you look amazing today gongwe a re appreciated the inspiration behind this outfit ra bona gore there's a fusion of traditional and modern as well. What inspired outfit ya lona mo nakong ya gompeno?
Tata I kitse but we had planned to match, so he bought a navy blue suit, and then I make it one 2% in
gongwe ha re ka harologanya se leng gore go ne le sa apere mo State of the Nation address ya ngogola le gompeno go harologaneng se go le bogolo go oketsegile go le kae go harologana ha kae?
Go eketsegile because last time ne ke ile go reka hela go shopong gompeno ke ne ke ile go roka ne ke rekela ke funky res
So Funky Res looked at you abarenya ke ta go I will get inspired ebe ke dirisa a fusion of blue le traditional helalo khotsa you gave her a design ebo ebe le renya dira jana
ga ka monela design ke ile la go gane ka morakere a ba ntebela la bara do something like this
ba bantsi me ho nyepa ba leng gore ba khabile mo tsela gompeno ke mangwe leng gore gongwe got your attention hela ha le ntse le lebile ba nne ba tsena ba tswa mo tsela gompeno gongwe re wetsa ka yone potso
ke make o rapetse gona la.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Ka leboga
ile me ho nyepa re lebeletse jalo gone gore ene kapari ya gagwe e tsenya a fusion of modernization as well as a traditional print and athalosa jalo gone gore tota it's mixing and matching ja ka re bona me re tswela jalo ka go lemoga le ba ileng gore ba tsweletse jalo mo nakong ya gompeno ke na le the Speaker of the National Assembly, they are dressed in style. Speaker of the National Assembly and let's just speak to the issue of fashion. What inspired today's outfit, his and hers version of style?
Well, now I have to, obviously I'm going to robe, so my black suit has to blend with the robe and the bib. So it's as not ordinary MP, I could rock anything that I wanted. So yeah.
I think what inspired my outfit was the summer. It's summer, and I think that's why I'm wearing such a bright color. And yeah, I think that's what inspired my outfit, summer. Yeah.
Maybe just taking it back to the first State of the Nation address, what you wore last year and what you're wearing today. Is there any difference? Is there any bigger inspiration, more inspiration?
I wouldn't say, hey, I've got a couple of people that dress me, so by and large they decide on what I'm gonna wear for the day. So pretty much the decisions are made by other people. But yeah, I love what they choose for me, so I go with whatever they decide on, yeah.
Maybe just as a Speaker of the National Assembly, what does it mean in terms of maybe putting together the elements of advocacy and identity and fashion? How do we put those together in a single sentence?
Yeah, he's the best person to answer that.
I don't know. I'm completely caught off guard by the question, but you just need to be comfortable, be yourself, but also make a statement.
And you made a statement indeed. Thank you so much for your time.
Very much.
Right. And now is the Deputy Speaker of the the Speaker rather of the National Assembly, as well as his wife, who obviously have made a statement, as he put it. And of course, there are a lot of statements being made here on this red carpet. We will continue to show you the glitz and glamour part of things, which are a major or an integral part of the State of the Nation address.
We meet once again with with Dr. Zelda Okacha. She is the acting general manager at Botswana National Productivity Center. Your substantive job there is research manager. And let's just close it up on allowing you to just share with us what is the most productive sector of the economy.
Actually, we kind of do measure. We measure productivity in the various sectors. And what we have discovered is that, I know you asked about the most, but I cannot talk about the most without talking about the least. And our least productive sector currently is agriculture, followed by mining, which is such kind of like...
followed by mining?
Not mining, by manufacturing, sorry about that, which is kind of like a bit disturbing because of when you look back at what government has done for this particular sector, manufacturing, a lot has been poured in it. But still, this is not coming out into tangible results when it comes to productivity. Our best performing sector is the tourism sector, which kind of like makes sense. And this is followed by transport and communication. So those are the productive sectors.
Three.
Yeah.
The top are tourism, the transport sector,
and the construction sector. Yes.
These are the
most
productive ones.
The productive ones, yes. Yeah. But there are others with potential. Like for instance, even though I've indicated that agriculture is the least productive, there are ways of trying to get that particular sector to be productive. And that is what the transformational plan is trying to do. Is now if we venture into agro-processing, we try and add value to the sector. And now by doing that, investing in agro-processing, we end up with a sector that's more productive than when we just actually focused on the low-level production instead of the secondary production within the sector.
Okay. We look forward to hearing from you, telling us that the fashion industry is also one of the most productive going forward. And maybe one of those companies that can be counted among the most productive would be Suits Africa, the ones that actually provided this suit for me today. So I take it that they will be counted among those companies in the sector that would, going forward, become one of the most productive. We are here, and I can see that if you get your eyes glued on the screen there, you can see that members of the public are also outside there. There is also now on the screen the leader of opposition, Dumelang Salishando, with the wife. There they are. They are also enjoying the cameras, and I think also delightful to be here, as always. And he's a towering man over almost everyone who is here. And there's more that are coming on into the dignitaries that are coming on the picture there. All you have to do is remain seated or remain glued, your eyes glued on the screen.
Thank you very much for joining us. The red carpet, capturing the red carpet moments here at the State of the Nation address, ahead of the State of the Nation address 2025. And I'm here with the leader of opposition and his wife, who are dressed in style. And just to get the inspiration behind today's outfit, thank you very much for joining us, leader of opposition. Today we're just talking to the various red carpet moments, and just to talk about what inspired today's outfits.
Then that question should go to her.
What inspired your outfit? You look amazing, by the way. What inspired today's outfit?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think today was just about tradition. It was about promoting local designers, which I often do. So a lot of what I wear generally is just to promote the talent that exists in our market and just to showcase what Botswana talent can deliver on red carpet.
And talking about Botswana's talent, is it who dressed you up today?
Oh, today I was dressed by DK of Eccentric Style Loft here in Gaborone. Local lady, quantity surveyor by profession, but ventured into design and fashion. So here I am today. Thank you.
And we do see there's a sense of semblance here with your color coding and the leader of opposition's color coding here. So is there the mix and matches here? Is it deliberate or is it just a fashion statement?
Again, it's all because of her. I'm just a beneficiary. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, beautiful moment indeed. Mix and matching color coding, well intact on the part of the leader of opposition and his wife. And we have been capturing the various red carpet moments, and will continue to bring them to you ahead of the President Advocate Duma Boko's arrival here at Parliament.
I should say something.
Gongwe re tswelela hela ka go bua gone gore go tsweletse ka go goroga bana le sabe ka go harologana go tswa from all walks of life. Masole ba ileng gore ba letile ka thomamo, clad in uniform, ba letile le bone mo seraleng sa bone, ba ileng gore ba letetse jalo go ta go dira yone the guard of honor, e leng gore tabo e dirwa jalo ka mokgwa o thomameng. Kgorogo ya ga Tautona Advocate Duma Boko e tabo e simolosa jalo tsatsi la ditso tsa tsone tekodiso ya setšhaba ya 2025 e le yone ya bobedi go tshwarwa ke Tautona Advocate Duma Boko. Mme gone mo seraleng se re leng mo go sone sa the red carpet, ba bega dikgang ba na le seabe ka go harologana, ba eme ka thomamo jalo go leta kgorogo ya ga Tautona. Mme kgorogo ya gagwe jalo e tabo e netefatsa tshimologo ya tsatsi la gompieno.
GUC GUC is turning 20 years of excellence, shaping leaders, transforming lives. And to celebrate this incredible milestone, we are launching the GUC Celebration Package for the January 2026 intake. Enjoy massive discounts across all certificate, diploma, postgraduate or master's programs. 10% off tuition fees for all new students. 15% off for all GUC former students. Register now for the January 2026 intake.
GUC for God and country.
la jalo o na le nna ke file mokgaotsane re le gone mo studiong sone sa Botswana Television BTV News Channel mo dikagong tsa palamente re tsweletse jalo ka go tlisetsa ditiragalo tse di diragalang ka kwano re solegela jalo gore ka 2:30 Tautona Advocate Duma Boko ba go rogile gone ha go tla go dira kana go ntsha tekodiso ya gagwe ya setšhaba o itse jalo gore jaaka re buile ko tshimologong ya thulaganyo ke ya gagwe ya bobedi mme e mo ha sebaka sa go lebelela ko morago tse di kgonegileng mo ngwageng o hitileng go lebelela gore go ya pele go ka kgonegaeng ga go kgonege eng mme go na le tse di diragetseng go na le tse di kgonegileng re ba ga kitso re ha re ntse re tsweletse re bua le baitsanape ba ba harologaneng ba ha mabaka mme ke tsa gore ke buile le sociologist o kgonneng gore ha the mood of the nation gongwe a tlhalosagela jalo gore se se botlhokwa kana se se monate ke gore go ntse go na le tekodiso e tlang kgapetsa go tswa ko boeteledipeleng jwa lehatshe leno ka tse di kgonegileng tse di sa kgonegeng nako tsotlhe go ntse go nna le mabaka mme sociologist a tlhalosa gore selo seo ke selo se se maleba mo setšhabeng gore go se ka ga nna le ketsaetsego kana ga nna le go shwega kana go hela pelo kana go tlelwa ke boitlhobo mme re solegela jalo gore mo tekodisong ya setšhaba Tautona nne le sebaka gape sa go lekodisa gore mo go tse di neng a di solegeditse ba tsamaya ga kae go tla kgonega dihe gongwe a ba tlaleletse le ka tse dingwe tse di shago a pele
go tse jalo ke filwe ke go le botlhokwa gone gore Tautona kana puso e tswelentse e lekodisa Batswana ka bokete jwa go diragatsa tseo tse e leng gore ba ne ba di ikeletse go dira mme mo nakong ya gampieno kore ha o bua yalo gore o tshwantshanya kgwebo le setšhaba di tshwana hela ga ba batle gore o ile mo go teng surprise kore re ka moso ba sa itse gore se se latelang tse latelang go tlile go diragaeng ba go batle ba re ga re ka tla go dira mo lehatsheng go tla go ba madirelo mo lehatsheng le leng gore ka moso a kwa itse gore lofa wa borotho ye no e rekile 7 pula a ka moso e tswa ga le 9 pula e re 30 minutes later o bile go teke 11 pula so le ene Tautona ke tsa gore puso ya gagwe ba ira sone so sa gore tla re tswelele re le kodisa Batswana ba tlhaloganye se se e leng gore ke dikgoreletsi le tse re lwang le tsone gone ana le maiteko a ra dirang gore re ntsha dikgoreletsi mo tseleng gore re iragatse tsone tse ba di batlang mme sengwe sa dilo tse e leng gore go tlhagola tsela ke tsone tse di tshwanang le molao go tshimologong hela wa itse gore dio di baka nngwe di simola ka one molao ke ne ke gore ke bua kgantele le moitsanape o ne ke na le ena a bua ka a amogela botlhokwa jwa gore go gompieno go simolotswe Botswana kore BRS go tsere molao wa one wa baakangwa gore go letlelesega gore ba ba leng gore ba ntse ba dira dikgwebo mo Botswana ba dira madi a mantsi mo Botswana mme ba le ko mahatsheng a bone mme ba sa duele lekgetho le pehela jaanong go iro molao gore ba tsile go duela le go tengela one VAT
ke go tlatsa mo go yone re ba ya molao gongwe ke re ha ke tsora e bona jaaka ke bona le jaaka ya bona ke baitsanape ba ba re setseng re buile ka bona gore gongwe mo parlamenteng ya ntlha se se diragetseng thata ke go dira maiteko a matona go le ka go tlhabolola melao gore e kgone go letla gore puso e ntšha e kgone go ka diragatsa bontsi jwa ditirelo tsa jone ha ke gakologelwa ke itse gore tona wa Communications and Innovation Retshere o sa tswa mo parlamenteng ene e wela ya mariga a disemelao e harologanye e le kang go enable digitization in this country so maphata kana matona otlhe ka bontsi a ntse a le gone hana mo parlamenteng yona mariga ba ha tota tekodiso mme segolo bogolo ba tlhoma melao mo parlamenteng e Tautona jaaka buileng a re the starting point ke go baakanya ene melao
go ntse jalo ka gore ga kore molao ko ne motheo wa phetogo e pe ka nang teng ebile ba hweba ba mahatsa a sele kana o pehela le teng mo Botswana o tshepa thata molao motheo e leng gore o be reng molao go na le go ba mo gore gampieno yo mo pusong o eletsa eng ka gore go eletsa gone go ka nna ga change tsatsi le letsatsi mme molao wone ha o ba kantswe motho o kgona gore a re ke tle go tsenga madi a me ha ka gore go netagaditswe ka molao gore a sireletsegile go a pele ka jalo
ke le mo re ditshwantsho tse re ba re le mo ga jalo gore go mothulaganyo ntse tsamaela gone go simoleng ke bone jalo mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente re dithapelo ke rapetse o sa tswa go goroga ha mme bontsi jwa maparlamenta a gorogile ke bone jalo motho a Tautona ke bone motho a Tautona re Ndaba o setsa gorogile ke bone jalo tona mo ofising ya ga Tautona re mo ete mo hasalene ke mongwe ba seng ba gorogile tota la nkare almost 90% ya mapalamente a lehatshe leno ba setse ba gore go le gona go ra jalo gore re ntse re tantabela ko motsibong
ba thologile bogosi le ke ba leng gore ba tswa mo seshabeng ka go harologana le ba leng gore ke mabaphata ba ba sa tsweng mo pusong go balwa le ba mahatsase le baemedi mo mahatsase wa bona le wena gore ha o le ba mo ditshwantsong ba teng mo manong a bone le one a tletse go ka gore ba tsile tota go tla go retsa setautona a tsileng go se ba ba pele
Botswana, that each session of Parliament shall be held at such place within Botswana and shall commence at such time as the President may appoint. And whereas it is appropriate time to appoint a session of Parliament. Now therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred upon me by the said Section 90, subsection 1 of the Constitution, I, Advocate Duma Boko, the President of the Republic of Botswana, hereby declare, proclaim, and make known that a session of Parliament shall be held at Parliament House, Gaborone, commencing at 2:00 in the afternoon of the 10th November 2025. Given under my hand and the public seal at Gaborone this 20th day of October 2025. Advocate Duma Boko, President, Custodian of Public Seal.
Ararapeleng. Modimo mothata yothe wena o leng esi moabi wa bothale le kitso. Rona bathanka ba gago ba re kopaneng hano ka ntha ya leina la gago. Re ne le gompieno bothale ja gago ja sele godimo go re kaela mo ditherisanyong tsotlhe tsa rona. O bo re neele gape poiho ya leina la gago le go kgaphela go thoko dikgathego tsotlhe tsa rona gore merero le dikgakololo tsa rona di se kgalalelong ya leina la gago tshiamo kagiso le thitibalo mo hatshing leno la rona go isa popaganong ya setšhaba sa rona ka ntha ya leina la ga Jesu Kriste morena le mmoloki wa rona. Amen.
Amen. Pray be seated. Order, order. Good afternoon, honorable members. Hey, welcome to the first meeting of the second session of the 13th Parliament. A special welcome to all our invited guests. Let me, in a special way, recognize the Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, His Lordship, Hao Palelo Kitlogetse, Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Maetshote Bogotau, former President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Festus Gontebanye Mogae, former Vice President, Mr. Slamba Tsohwane. I recognize their spouses if they are here. Mongame Khosi Malope wa Bobedi, Chairperson of Ntlwadi Khosi, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Pandu Tombola Chahas Kelemani, the Right Honorable, Mbizi, le members Kelemani. Let me also in a special way recognize members of the Diplomatic Corps and heads of diplomatic international organizations. Let me also recognize the clergy, Baruti, no Muruti Mohukwani Utengle Sharon Mohukwani. There is also the emissary of His Grace the Bishop of the St. Enyanas Zion Christian Church, the representative of the Bishop, His Grace Joseph Enyanas Lekhanyan, and I get Makudu Pit Lekhanyan, and the delegation from South Africa. All our members, I'm pleased to inform you that The President, Advocate Duma Boko, MP, SC, President of the Republic of Botswana, will address this assembly later in the afternoon today at 1440 hours, that is 20 to 3. So, honorable members, let me, before I suspend the proceedings, apologize for the malfunctioning of the aircon. I think they're attending to the aircon. We also have a backup plan of the mobile ones. So, but I think the aircon will kick in. And you can imagine, honorable members, at this point, I shall invoke Standing Order 26.2 to suspend the proceedings until 1440 hours. We adjourn.
E tsweletse jalo thulaganyo motswana wetso mo parlamenteng ya gompieno re itse jalo gore ke letsatsi le legolo mo parlamenteng ena ya bolesome le boraro re solegela jalo gore ka 2:30 jaaka motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente re dithapelo ko rapetsang tsa bua tautona o tla ba goroga a tla go dira tekodiso ya gago ya setšhaba o itse jalo gore ke ya gago ya bobedi ya ntlha ana e dira jalo ngwaga o hitileng ka yone nako yone ana le di totankare dibeke di le tlhano hela mo ofising me bangwe ba ntse ba re a ke ya ntlha kana ke ya bobedi gongwe that is the technical argument e leng teng gore o na sena sebaka se se kalo re ba mo ofising ha dira yone tekodiso ya gago ya ntlha ngwaga o hitileng just about 4-5 weeks after his inauguration ke ga ntsha yone tekodiso ya gago ya ntlha setšhaba e ne ya la mola wa ha re leng teng gompieno e dira ditsholofetso tsa gore le ha tsheleno le ya ko kae
ntse yalo ke dumela gore ba bangwe ba re nya tota mo le nele go iragela gore go tshwanetse gore tekodiso ne nne teng me ya gago tota ya ke ya gampieno ngwa gae ka gore e tsentse go le go ntsi tota go tlhegela mo eleng gore ke planning ya bone ba le puso e ne heta ile ne ile mo go teng re tshwanetse go gore re diragatse pego e mo setšhabeng me nako ile ga re ka kra re mo di bekeng tse tlhano re setse re tlhaloganya gore se se iregile mo itshirolong ke eng kana mo lehatsing me ka jalo re tla bogolo re tla latlhela tsa rona tse eleng gore ke go ka gore tse ke matlhasedi ya gore go apele rona re batla go ira eng me gampieno gone ga se go ntsha matlhasedi hela anong ke go ntsha konokono ya gore se ba se itemogetseng se ka kgonagala mo go tse tsotlhe tse ba di soloheditseng go apele ke eng me bile gape e senyela tse di ka kgonagana le gore bone ba na le matshego a eleng gore ba tsile go netatsa gore tseo di a kgonagala
jaaka o tlhalosa gongwe ke go bua hela gone gore tekodiso ya setšhaba e tsa sebaka se se rileng se se leeleng tse baakanyediwa ga se se tlogela jaaka o ne wa tlhalosa se se dirwang gongwe overnight maphata a gongwe a ntsha pego ya gore bone ba tsamaya ga kae ba eletsa go dirang go support-a yone the vision ya puso mme re morago re helele hela tota ga re leng teng ga gompieno re le mo setlhoeng sa sentseng se dirwa overtime
ne re bua ka tsone tse dingwe gape tse e leng gore ke di kaitse gore gone mme go a teng kana tse ba di sologetseng motho o ka sola gore no me di tla teng go tla nna tsone di dintsinyana tse di ragetseng bogolo jang ga o lebelela ne ke utlwa lo bua ka makalana a tshwana le tsa fashion kana go thusa banana go tse le gore ba di itse botoka tsa technology gore puso e setse ka ile gore no e batla go ira eng sengwe sa dio tseo ka di se le baka le le tona la go totlomatsa digital abilities ya mo setšhaba ke gore ra ba itse banana ba ba le gore ba se ba iphirile bone ka go dirisa maranyane mme se se ka iraganyela ke gore puso ya nong e tokagatse gone gore ba ka roba go le go ntsi mo gone maranyane ao ba ikemetsagale ba sa re ba go batla tiro gope ba ira yone tiro ha ile sengwe kontse e gola e nne gore ba tlhoka maboga mangwe gape go tla go ba thusa be ba bitsa banana se ka bone gore ta le re thuseng kana le ha se banana hela ba bitsa Batswana ba bangwe ba re ta le re thuseng se ha re bone dinotshi kana tsine ya dinotshi e leng gore re ka e share le nyena
ha re le mo go tsone tsa digitization o tla gakologela gone gore in this period ya ngwaga o no tautona le sebaka sa go benchmark hanka rialo ko lehatsheng la Estonia le hasele leng gore tota ditirelo tsa lone tsotlhe almost 100% of them are online. It's a digitized economy me jaaka ke ne ke bua ya re morago ga go ra bona tona tsena mo parlamenteng a tla go ntshamela o e leng gore re tsamaela gone ko mahatsheng a tshwana le ko bo Estonia. I think just about a week ago ha go dira jalo gore go buisangwa ka di togamano tsa NDP 2012 re bone go ntse go buiwa jalo I think ne le tona wa tsa o na tlhalosa jalo gore dikeletso ke gore bo mang ba nne online do tsena decentralize go ska ga nna go nna maketloketlo mme ha ona le document e one e be khona go facilitate go ka dira dilo ka tota kana go ile ngwe hela ele digitized economy ke go ga kolle jalo motsana wetso ke re ntse re go tsamaela gone kona konya 2:30 ja ka o bona ngwe ya culture kana ditsamaiso tsa letsatsi le ke gone gore tautona tla nna le sabe sa go tlhatlhoba mophato wa masole tota gompieno re tse jalo gore tlebele sebaka sa gago sa go tlhatlhoba mophato wa masole a bulela yone tiro ya tekodiso ya setšhaba mme a dira jalo re ba le totankare the new commander the 4-star general re mo phuting le ene tlebele tiro ya gagwe ya ntlha ga mo letsatsing la gompieno
ke ditshwantsho tse e leng gore batho ba le bantsi ba tla go raba re tse ke tshwantsho gore di bewa mo lobotaneng go apele di tsaya le gore ko bohelong o tsile gore ba mo lobotaneng lo ko lapeng lo ko nnang teng lo mo diofising tsa go go ka gore no le teng ga diphetogo tsa mohuta o di diragala mo Botswana so mosadi o tse ga tsora wa itse ke file gore se mosadi e leng gore ke la sa diragala le diphetogo e le gore tota ne se phetogo ne le se sa tlwaelesegang ke gore tautona wa lehatsela Botswana o na tsa mo gore mo gae re yang khama o na tsana mo parlamenteng a sena kgaolo ya itlhophetswe mme bile gape se specially elected gore go dirisiwa molao mongwe no bidiwa gote o letla tautona gore o ka tsenya batho mo parlamenteng e se di special elected mme bile gape se ba sena constituency go ne gote ha o tlhalosiwa molao wa gate nya o go letla hela gore o kana mo parlamenteng mo ka tsela e ntseng jalo for 4 months mme kana go ene a re ha sena go mo tsenya gone mo kgweding tse netso a be se go tshwere ditlhopho go iwa ko serowe ko go ne gore nna emetse ditlhopho tse mo kgaolong ene le ga re Blackbeard pele so ke go kaelala gore go bohelo mme na ra sena go di henya ana mo parlamente mme bile gape ya no nganelwa bo thusa tautona kana go ha nna tseng mo parlamenteng a se specially elected mme bile a sa nna kgaolo o ne gona cabinet ne rana isna mo goteng vice president
ya mme ke tsone ditso tse re nang re di bona go mo dipakeng tsa go nna ha ke tlhalosa jalo gore gone hantle ha le kana ntse re le ditshwantsho tsa rona e rile khantele ka bona jalo go goroga ke re ramela mogolo mosha re big tota re dig bay for ke mona goroga mongwe o ke mmone mo di appointments ntse tsa dirwa ka mahelo a beke a goroga hale ke re tota Dr. Boga Manatsa lena goroga ke tlhaloganya jalo gore o tla ba a go direla ko le hatseng la Japan re mo tsaya jalo re mo adima from academia we jalo gore he's a renowned historian re dirile ka le baka le gone dio tse ke di hali di ka re ba go supa jalo gore jaaka pusentšha entse e tshetlela re bona le diphetogo entse e tlhoma bodiredi jo bosha go go tsamaelana kana go dira le aligned television ya bone entšha ya gore ba go kae ya ka re ne re fera go nkotsone di appointment tsa weekend
go ntse mebile batho ba le bantsi ba re ba itumela se se buang ke gone gore ma di hatlhogo tse di tlhagantse yang ke tsone tse go tlo go te batho ba ntse ba re kante ke ntse re buseletsa batho ba le bangwe hela me yana gompieno o ka re go lebegele gore batho ba re a go tle bone ba bantšha ba re tle go bona gore a ba ka noa moro le bone go apele ka gore tumelo e teng ke gore Batswana ba setse ga go tshwanela nako e ne re tsa boipuso ka 66 mo e leng gore ba rutegi ba ne ba le palo e ko tlase tota mme morago ga mo re sena go tsa boipuso le hanne palo wa bone le ko tlase ba ne ba le re pharologanya e tona tota mo sa itshulelo go tšhentšhela tsela Botswana go nna le leng gore la eletsega mme tumelo teng ke gore bone ba rutegi ba bantsintsi ba ntse o bua ka bone ba bo Dr. Manatsa ke gone go ka gore ba teng ba leng gore ba ka tla gore la ha itshulelo ke ya reketla ba teng gore ba tla go heta go gaisa go dira go gaisa ba bone ba le teng ka 1966 ha re tsa boipuso so go sene ke re go tsana tla bua ka sone ke gone gore le yone puso gape e
tsere re ana re ba re le go se Motswana we tshore mo le mosajalo gore re gore ga tota gone ko motsubong wa ditiragalo tsa gompeno re bona jalo dipitsi tse gantsi ke ngwao ya gore ha re di bona jana tautona ba se santsa le gaufi Motswana tse jaaka ke ne ke tlhalosa gore ka 2:30 re soletse jalo gore tautona Advocate Duma Boko a batla go ala moalo wa tekodiso ga go a setšhaba mme sa tlhela le tekodiso e le go supa gape gore mo sebakeng sa ngwaga o re tlebeng re tswa mo gone wa 25-26 le hatse leno le tla boletsaya tsela e re tla bontse re lebile jalo mme jaaka ke bua ditshwantsho di supa gore go rogile go motsubong ya ditiragalo tsa gompeno re ba mme gongwe re pele ga re mo ha sebaka sa gore tere mo utlwe ha tsana mo parlamente a re nang kole dingwe tsa ditsholofetso re nang kole gongwe tse di diragetseng tse re solehelang gore o tla le kodisa gore ha di sa kgonega ke tsehe I think the one that's in everybody's hearts mo ditoropong le ko magaeng ke gone gore bagodi gone ka the 1st of April ba ne ba bona jalo koketsego ya madi a dituelo tsa bagodi mo lehatsheng leno go ne go solegeditswe jalo 1500 mme puso ya tlhalosa ela gore kgona ene 1.4 mme tla re ga itsholelo ntse nna botoka ba tla kgona go diragatsa jalo gore bagodi ba rona ba bone one madi a ditsholegetso tse di ne le mo manifestong mme ke rialo ke re ba ne ba solegeditse jalo le gone gore ba tla goroga go 65 years mme ke dilo tse ya ka gone go bua sociologist Khantle a reng go monate gore tse di sa kgonegang go nne le tekodiso re solegela gore mo ntlheng eo e Batswana ba ratileng thata e tlhabolotse itsholelo go tlhelela ya ko magaeng ya go neela bagodi tota purchasing power ya value ya 1400 pula re tla utlwa jalo engwe le ngwe ya ditekodiso tsa gore go apele go tla bo go diragala jang
ke dumela gore tsone tse di buang tseo ke tse di iteetsweng le go ke bone bagolo mme le bone bana ba le gore ba ntse ba tlhokomela bagolo ba itumeletse gone gore ba imolotse morwalo ke puso gore jaanong ba tsholetse selo sa madi a leng gore bagolo ba neelwa ga kgwedi hela tse dingwe ditsholetso ke tsone tse gore tse di tswa gore bana ba ne ba rile sengwe se dilo tse gore bana ba itumeletse ke yone gore ko TVET le bone yaanong go tsholeditswe selo sa bone se ntse ba thusiwa ka sone gore ba itshetse gore le bone se tsamayalana le yone puso tshwetso yone ya puso ya gore e re kana dikitso tsa diatla tsa ditiro tsa diatla ke tsone tse e leng gore ke mmang ga go tla go tsana mo go teng go ira diitsholelo e tletseng gore e ira ditirelo mo di-industry tse di harologaneng go tlhoka batho ba le gore ba na le skill tse di tshwana le tsone tseo o bo ka na le di-industry o tsile go nna mo go tle go teng ke gore ko bohirong bo itlhela gore o lwa le setšhaba ka gore wa go patelesa go tsaya batho ko ntle o ba dise mo Botswana go tla go lwa le tsone tseo mo gongwe mo e leng gore ke dumela gore go tlile go nna ke batsetsi ba ba leng gore ba eletsa go ipona le bone e le gore ba bona ma 300 pulao mme ke sengwe se dilo tse leng gore ke na le tumelo e tletseng ya gore kgotsana di a go nna mo tsone pego ya ga tautona ya gampieno
mme go le monate ka gore jaaka sociologist ana bua ona re ga o eteletse batho tota o eteletse setšhaba pele go monate gore o nne le tekodiso le ga gongwe go ka seka ga kgonega mo go yone pakae re solegela jalo gore go tla nna le tekodiso ya gore ba nne ba le tego le kae ke batla re bue ka kgang ya go batla babeeletsi re ba re itse gore in this past year tautona gongwe ka rontse a tabogile le papa a tsena ntlo le ntlwana mono gae a bua le bagwebi ba mono gae a ya ko mahatsheng a sele a batla babeeletsi gore tota se se tona ka babeeletsi ke gore go nne le madirelo a kgona go tlhama mebereko like everything else gongwe go tsamaelana le theme ena o buile jalo kana gongwe go diragala mo go teng delivering on our promises one step at a time re bone tse dingwe di ntse di diragala just about 2 weeks ago re bone go bula moepolo wa Tataki e tla nna le mmenyana la ditiro tse di tla tswang gone ko babeeletsi beke hitileng re ne re bona tautona rola jalo company tse di kopaneng di le 4 tse di tla beng di tsamaela gone ko goreng go tle go shahadwe morupule A le morupule B tiro e ha e dira le yone re libile e tle bentse korong ya mo sekgwameng sa go tsamaela gone go ditirong tse 100,000
ke gore mo maybe le gape sengwe se dilo tse leng gore o ka di gatelela ke yone ya gore kana yone motlakase ke mmamma mo goreng itsholelo ka lora gore yaanong motlakase o botlhokwa mo go driving itsholelo ya lehatshe mme ga ile gore ba tsere tshotso gore ebile ba bone mo e leng gore ga go a tlwaelesega mo Botswana ya re gantsi ga go tla go te di-investora ke bona gore go o ka re go tla ena tautona
and Commander Satellite Space Force Company in Ceremonial Order. Paraded for your inspection. Sir!
Motsana wetso re tswelela jalo le thulaganyo ya rona re lemoga jalo ga Tona Advocate Duma Boko a se sa gore tota jalo National Assembly kana ke re mo parlamenteng gore a jalo gore tsamaela go neko gore thulaganyo ya tekodiso ya setšhaba re ka simolola ka nako e lebetse jalo 2:30 mme ke tsaya jalo gore re le mo nakong ke go gakolole jalo gore setlhogo sa tekodiso ya setšhaba ya monongwaga e le ya bobedi ya ga Tona Advocate Duma Boko ke steady path delivering on our promises one step at a time mme re solegela jalo gore a batla re lekodisa jalo gore jaaka tlhalosa one step at a time go a go diragala eng ka nako efe gore ha sebaka sa gore ha go gorogile ngwaga o wetse ngwaga o tlang e be re kgona go mo tsaya ka motlhala go lebelela tsa dikgonneng tsena itlamile ka tsone re be re mmotsa dipotso tsa gore ha go sa kgonegang teng go ne go diragetse jang mme ke tlhalosa jalo ke re golo ha ke ntse ke bona jalo Tona jalo Chombo re itse jalo gore dingwe tsa itebagantseng le tsone ke merero ya tsa banana merero ya tsa bomme kana ke re gender and youth ha ke tolokolla jalo mme jaaka re ne re buile kgante le mo sebakeng sa ngwaga o ne o hitileng one of the topical issues tse di ntseng di builwa mo society jalo ke GBV o na le maiteko a ntseng a dira go leka jalo go kgobokanya setšhaba go tla ka ditogamano tsa go bona gore bolwetse jo bo gagare ga setšhaba sa Botswana jo jwa tota go tlhoka kutlwisisano mo go tota go tleng go gender based violence go ka tlalwa jalo ka ditogamano tse ke tsela jalo gore ene ke selo tse dingwe tse ntle beng le gore o di beile leitlho ga ke tse re bona gore re tsamaela jalo ko motsubong wa tiragalo tsa gompieno mme re bona jalo Tona go rogile re tswelele jalo ka go nopola dintlha re tswelela re gakolola Batswana gore ha re mo reeditse re be re ntse re lebile dintlha tse feritse jalo gore Motswana gongwe le gongwe ka leng teng a ke ba metshameko a ke ba ngwao kana ke ba gwebi mongwe le motla ba ntse a lebile tse di amangene
so se Tona e leng gore wa tla bui ka sone ke gone botlhokwa jwa go dira ditiro tse Batswana ba ka tsena mo go tsone e le tota go lemoga gore ga gona motho ope gape yo ka tshelang botoka gona le madi a leng gore wa nna lone e la bereketseng so tiro kgolo ya puso ke gone go netatsa gore ditiro ditshwetso tsotlhe tse bona di irwatse e ntse le go ka ira gore go nne motlhogo gore ba leng gore ba ke bagwebi ba ka tla go gweba mo Botswana ba tle go nna le gore ba tla go tlhama ditiro tseo Batswana ba ne ke re ke gore akgantele ke gore ke lwa ntlha re bona kgona ga se gantsi bona batho ba tsena mo lehatseng be ba re ga re tle re tsile go nna ba ba leng gore ba tsile go tsena mo ba tla go ira madirelo a bone kana ba tla go tsenya madi a bone mme ebile ga re go na le ga re tla tlhaelang teng ga re tla batlang gore madi ao ra tsaya mo lehatsheng la Botswana ba ileng ko gone ana ba ne ba begiwa maloba ba ya ko borupule ba ka ile tota gore ba ha ka sekgwama se se leng gore se lekane gore ba tle go le re phetogo e re batlang rotlhe ya tsa motlakase
they can be their own guarantors
absolutely they said that ga re tlhoke gore re puso e guarantee sepe rona ga go tlhokalang gore go nne yalo re tla dira one tiro mme bile gape se leng gore ba se buile se o ne o ka se o se itlhokomolose ke gore gantsi ya re ba ga go lejwa mogwebi yo tlang yo popota o ne gore ba tla go na le maikeelwanyana o utlwe go tare o tsile go aga ha ka berekelang teng gantsi ba leng gore ba tsa tshwetso go tla go dirisa madi go aga ke bona ba go teng ba tsile go nna le yona ba ka lotelle go gaisa le ba leng gore ha ba tshwantsang le ba leng gore ba re go na le ka go e ka e leng gore nka hirisa gone ka nna go ka gore ba gate maikelo a bone go nna le ngena ga salo ba ka lotelle go tshwantsha ngwahela gore ba bona ba gore ba re mo utlwa Tona re ba setse ba bone le helo lengwe mo ga borone ba re le re ka tla go ikagela mosasano wa rona teng ga rang go berekela teng
Motswana wetso ke go gakolle jalo gore ga sa ka tlhamalalo mo dikagong tsa parlamente mono ga borone re go tsetsa jalo ka tlhamalalo thulaganyo e hapegileng ya tekodiso ya setšhaba ya ga Tona Advocate Duma Boko e le yone tota ya bobedi mme re ba ke go tlaleletsa ka gore ganeletse thata ka hamohameng wa tsa kgwebo le go tlhaba ditiro ke gakologela jalo gore a month ago ha Tona a le ko lehatsheng la America o ne a kopana le mongwe wa bagwebi ba bagolo wa mo Africa re Aliko Dangote re ntse re bala jalo gore as part of the AFCFT agenda re Dangote o leka go anamisa madirelo a gagwe le dikhumo tsa gagwe ka go tlhama madirelo mo kgaolong ya Africa mme re yalo re kana mo Botswana re se re utlwile gore o tla bula one madirelo a semente a itsegeng ka one thata re lebelle gone gore ke nngwe ya one step at a time Tona hana kopane le re Dangote na morare sengwe se se tona ga se go beeletsa hela mo lehatsheng la Botswana it's a central location e leng gore maybe you could make Botswana the headquarters of your southern African sort of base how o tla bo beeleditse mo lehatsheng la Botswana
go le botlhokwa go dira go ama ntlha yo maka gore ene ebile Dangote ke mongwe e leng gore o kaile ka ga e leng gore o tshepa continent ya Africa mo go le ka beeletsa mo gone ga se Botswana hela beeletse mo gone wa itse gore o tswa go beeletsa ko Zambia mo go direng di-fertilizer o tswa go beeletsa ko lehatsheng la Ethiopia ka madi a tswa go beeletsa ko East Africa mo lehatsheng la East Africa la Kenya tota mo Botswana mo se e leng gore no ntha gore o no kutlwa bua gore ke ga nna thata go tsa itsholo ke gone gore tota ke gone ko ile gore ntwa kgolo e teng go gore go nne le bagwebi ba ba leng gore ba dula sebaka sa go simola madiro a bone ka gore bone ke bone hela ba ka tlang go thusa puso mo go tlhameng ditiro ka gore ya no puso ne ile ba gane le gore a re ba akanyetse ba leng gore ba ka tlhama ditiro gore Batswana ba tle ba kgone gore ba bereke sengwe se kgotsana o ka se buang sone gape ke tsa metshameko gore
perhaps ha o santse le mo go yore ba re acknowledge gore re mmona halantsa a dumedisa nkare ke bone baemedi ba mahatsha le mo lehatsheng leno ke ntse ke bona lo antsa tsamela gone go tsana mo parlamenteng a dumedisa bone o itse jalo gore gongwe ja ka re ne re utlwa tona tsa mahatsha le re phenyo butalebe ke hitila tlhalosa gore le ha se la Botswana le tla oketsa gong boemedi jwa one go tswa mo go a rentseng ra itse I think re ka gakologela mahatsha masha a buileng a okeditseng I think o buile Turkey ga ke tsoro gakologela a hemerile mo ga jalo gore ga ke tsoro a buile le ko mahatseng a la Arabia
le ngwe la mahasele ko Arabia le gore gormente o bone gore o tshwantse go rane le boemedi ko tota ha o ela tlhoko bona gore gormente o ka gale ntse re batla ba beeletsi ko Western Europe thata le ko America mme gone ana o editse mo o tsere tshotso gore a re phatlalatse re ska ra le ba go le gore ka bona ba beeletsi teng o ile jaanong ko go tsa o tsa go tsa ko Marabeng gore a le bone ba tle go nna mo enne bangwe ba leng gore re ka berekisana le bone mme ba ile yalo ke tsoro o gakologola sentle gore ba setse ba kile ba tlamono ba go la gamwa le ba Botswana Development Corporation gore le bone yanong ba tle go thusa mo go tsa go tlhama madirelo a leng gore a tsile go nna one mamang wa di-industry tsa lehatshe la Botswana
gone go mo gongwe ba tle ba re ke rialo re ba ke re nne re lebelele ko ditshwantshong ke bona jalo mo thusa tautona wa pele wa lehatshe le re selang batsogwane a nagale jalo le re go ntebange mogae e le tautona wa bo tlhano wa lehatshe leno ga ke di tshwara sentle so se ja ka ntse o bua e le ditso e le tirisanyo ya tota boeteledipele jwa lehatshe leno go nna teng ha re bona jalo baeteledipele ba ba hitileng jaaka re tle re bue Motswana re le tlhakule le gologolo la agelwa mo go tota le lesha la agelwa mo go le gologolo
re mo gae go ne go agelwa mo go ene e le re masira na agela mo go ena re tla go nela nna ke tsere mo go se re tsa khama yo ena na simolotse hela go re simolotseng teng ka 1966 morago ga ditlhopho tsa 1965 anela ene re mo gae a bereka thata se mo sa diwe tsene gore le ene nna gatelela mo go tsone e ne e le one se se tsweletseng gone yana se re bo kwa buang ka sone sa motlakase o na gatela kganyetona ya gore go nne le one moepoko o bidiwang go tekiwa Mamabula o gone gompieno ana o tsweletseng sentle o simolotse ka one nako ya ga re mo gae bibile ke ene gape o na gatela kganya triple P gore mente o sontse go gore a patagane le dikompone tse di ikemetseng gore ba le re pharologanye mo itsholelong go iragetse jalo gone ana ga re ene re Boko le ene o tsere o gateletse ntlha gore hela se simolotsweng ke ene re mo gae sa go gatela kganya triple P ke sone sa buang ka sone gore go apele gore mente ga tle go tsa ditiro tse tsotlhetse a di ipapele le gore ke ene wa ka le re dipharologanyo mo matshelong a Batswana o tsile gore ga go kgonegang teng a neele private sector gore ke yone e tswelele e ire tiro yone eo jaaka o bona a ira ko morupile gore go na le gore go dirisiwa madi a puso go baakanya maharatlhatlhale jaanong go dirisiwa a ba leng gore ba tshepa le ga tshela Botswana gore go ka belediwa mo go lone
gongwe ga re santse re le mo go yone ntlha ya gore letlhakule le sha la galwa mo go le legologolo ke gakologela ha yone tekodiso ya setšhaba ngwa go hitileng dingwe tse di neng di kgatla ke gore yone puso e ntšha ya UDC e tsere gongwe ka re the founding pillars tsa lehatshe leno tse di akaretsang boipelegeng puso ya batho ka batho e leng wa dio tse e leng gore ba tla tswelela ba agela mo go tsone le ha ba ka tla ka dikakanyo tse dingwe tse dišwa ba tla tswelela ba ntse ba tshegeditse one mono wa bo self reliance wa bo democracy go a ko pele mme ne ke rialo ke re ke enang ko le leng wa dio tse di supang gore ga go a latlhiwa tse dintle tse di diragaletseng lehatshe leno ke ngwa tse go tla agelwa mo go tsone go a ko pele mme ke ne ke buile jalo ke re tautona Festus Mogae e ne le tautona wa botlhano ke ba akanye jalo ke re e ne le wa boraro wa lehatshe leno mme go tsweletse jalo dingwe tsa dikakanyo tsa gago bogolo jang mo mohameng wa isolelo di ntse di tsweletse di re agela mo go tsone mo nakong ya gompieno
re agela mo go tsone majaka o itse gore mo aktsweni go gape le gore na ra le ba go ntla ga Botswana a ba ka tsone e ne le go netefatsa gore go nna le tirisano ya gare ga Botswana le lehatshe la Namibia ba re ha le ha tsala Namibia le la ha Botswana mo go teng ke dry port ko Walvis Bay gore ha nyena lo ka nna lo golagana le mahatsha mangwe lo dirisa lone le helo le ro neelang le Namibia me gompieno ke tle ke utlwele gore se puso e se buang ke gone gore a tse re nang le tsone a di asset tse re nang le tsone re netatse gore pele ga re di oketsa a re diriseng go menaganye tse re nang le tsone mo tse no tsentse re di thata ke yone the dry port e ko Namibia gore e berekele le ha tshela Botswana go hokotsa bokete jwa go le re ka madi bokete jwa go le re dithoto mo le hatseng la Botswana kana go dintsha o dintshetsa go ntle ga le ha tsheleno e le go golagana la mangwe mahatsha mangwe
me ke tswelela Motswana wetso ke batla go la jalo gore le tile gore nako ngwe le ngwe re bereka bona jalo tautona Advocate Duma Boko a gore ga jalo gone mo ntlong ya parlamente ka gore mo dikagong gone o se tsantse a go rogile go le gale tle be le hela go gore ga gone mo ntlong ya parlamente re be ra amogela jalo yone tekodiso setšhaba ya gago ya bobedi ke batla gore re ba re santse re le mo go tsa mahatshase le re ne re bua ka Namibia re ne re bua gore le hatsela Botswana le batla go oketsa kana le botsalano le mahatsha mangwe go a tolosa ke rialo ke re jaaka no bua gore ne ka re bogologolo ne re ganeletse ka ha mahatsheng a tsamela ka gone gongwe the Asian countries as well as the Arab countries ke rialo ke re gongwe re ka lebella hela mesepele ntseng e tsewa ke tautona mo ngwageng o hitileng wana mahatsha ntseng a etela ke buile khantele ke re very targeted, very intentional. Atama simolaya ko lehatsen la Estonia. Ana tlhalositse jalo gore this economy o tla dirisa digitization as a pivot point. Gore hela gore lehatse la Botswana le tla ikega gongwe the anchor le yone digitization gore lo tsotlhe tse puso ya lehatse leno e letsang go di dira be di ka kgona go ka diragala. Re ikegile ka maranyane.
Maranyana ma ibile e le gore ga gona mo nakong ya gampieno tse se monate ke gore ga gona Motswana o ganelang kganya gore maranyane a tlhokagala thata ka gore ga se hela go hehosa ditirelo go batho ke go hokotsa le boturu jwa tsone go di isa go bathong sengwe sa dilo tse ne gore kgotsana di tsamana le so ke gore government o batla gore go bohelong ko magaeng le bone ditirelo ba di bone ba ntse ba le ko magaeng ba le molapeng ba sa tlhoko gore ba simole ba dirisa madi a mantsi go tla mo ga borone ba re tsile go bona ditirelo di ke gone hela ga go dirisiwa maranyane gone ho a ditlhaeletsanyo a ile gore a ka tokahatsa kana a kgonahatsa sone seo se ile gore se ikeletswe ke puso me le one ha go raya le go bo go raya le one thuto gape gore e tsholediwe bo go ba leng gore ba itse ba hile thuto kana bana le thuto eo ya gore ba simolodise me gape ba tsweledise ntse ba ntshwahatsa yone tseo maranyana ka gore wa itse le yana gore ha sena go dirwa gape morago le ba go lorileng a tshwantse gore a ntshwahadiwe ka gore go le ba go lobelo tota mo le mo tla ka mantšha gagwe me ha lo sa itepatepanye le gone gore lo rute ba ina gore ke Batswana ba lo ka ba mo go bone go apele ke bone go tsile go nna bokete gone ha ile gore selo se gore mentare mo asira o tsile go ipitela go khantele a patela sa go ya ko ntle a batla ba ba rutetsweng tiro yo ke ka mo re itumelang thata go bona re o batla go gatella thuto ya diatla
gongwe mo setshwantsho tsa rona ke re lemoga jalo gore go na le banana kana baithuti ba dikolo o itse jalo gore mo diphuthegong tsa kgotla kana gongwe le gongwe ga tautona Boko a tsamayang teng ga go nang le banana teng wa mmona a tlala monyenyo a tlala boitumelo ebile a tlala tsholofelo go a kgatlha gore e be re mmona a balaleditse mo parlamenteng mme o itse jalo gore tla re ka mahelo a beke go nne le yone International Children's Day o itse jalo gore ka nako yo ngwaga le ngwaga mahatsha a mararo a Botswana Zambia le Zimbabwe a kopanna go gongwe ke itse re ngwaga go hitileng ke ka re bane ba kopanetse ko lehatsheng la Zambia go bua ka dikeletso tsa bana mme ne ke rialo ke re ka re bona monana re ba bone le kontle banana baithuti ba dikolo gore ba hano le bone go tla go itseela moletsa ga tautona ka tlhamalalo
tota bile go ra go tshwanela gore e nne gore ba nna teng hana go tla go reetsa gore go apele le bone ba itse botlhoko jwa go nna karolo ya tse diphetogo tse di tshwanang le tse go nna karolo ya go itse go nna bantlha go tsaya molaetsa mo go tautona ka gore ga gona ka tselepe o le gore o ka sala tautona puso ga go morago era gore ga ya diragane so ditse teng ga ile gore wa go tsatse mo melomong ya batho ba bangwe o sa nna karolo ha o no hilwe sebaka sa gore nna teng o ya itseela ka tsebe o le gone ho ke dumela gore ke se ba se irana mme ntle le go gape ke gone go rotloetsa ba bangwe banana mo lehatsheng ka bophara gore ba itse botlhokwa jwa gore ba ne ba nna tsebe ntlha go utlwa mo go tsa tse le gore dirwa ke puso ile gore ba ipeile pele ka nako ya ha ba gote itlhophele ke yone ba itlhophetse mo godimo ga mo ba tle ba re kana bone banana ba ithuta ka gore go apele ke bone ba tle ba tsamaisa le hatshe le re mo go lone Tautona re boko ke ya ka bua o go le ga rata bana tota ba nkgopotsa mona mongwe wa le politiki jaaka eno wa kwa America o ne le mola ditshwanelo go te Martin Luther King le ene le mongwe wa batho ba leng gore o na itsege ka go rata bana tota
re ntse re bona ha le rera mogaperitse jalo gore ke ministera wa human settlement water and human settlement re itse jalo gore re le beke hitileng kana tse pedi tse di hitileng a nna le sebaka sa go le kodisa setšhaba gore ene ko lephateng la gago se tsa diragaditse go le kahe mo go tlatsa mo selong se se ipeetsweng ke puso ka kakaretso mme o ne a tlhalosa jalo gore ha re bua ka bonno kana human settlement o itse gore ba ne ba na le the bonno housing plan o ne a tlhalosa jalo gore ba setse ba dirile ba tantabela ko pele a re about 34,000 different projects at different implementation stages kana gongwe re tlhalosa jalo gongwe a ne ya nna gore a ha ka mantlo ao a ko ka me ana tlhalosa jalo gore different implementation stages go tle bo gore a jalo gore go tsweletse ya ka setlhogo sentse se bua one step at a time go tswelela go tsamaela gone ko boselong se se neng se ipeetswe sa gongwe matlo a le go tla nna re ntse re lebelela jalo
go sa rone ke filo go sa rone gore be ena kgotsana na le ana matlhagatlhaga go tla go mapele ga se ba bua jalo ka gore ke di reditse le mo dirodong hantse o ke bone gore na di mo dirodong di le pedi mo a tsone le ya setšhaba ya Radio Botswana mme batho ba ne ba ntse ba letsa ba ne ba bua le bone ka go amogela ka boitumelo sa sirang le ha ba ne ba tla ba mo kaela gore ne ha gone ha go tla batla gore o tshweletse dinao se se botlhokwa ke gone gore mo go yone ngwa ga ntlha ene wa ga go ministry o kgona gore o re se ne re se ipetse pele ke se ka gore wa itse le yana gore ba United Nations ba tlhalosa bonno ha o ka nnang teng e le yone kono ya go ka gore motho yo o tlotla ditshwanelo tsa setho sa gagwe jaaka puso e ba ne ba bua go tshimologo ba re ditshwanelo tsa setho ke tsone mmang mme o ka nna yang tota le ditshwanelo tsa setho ha ile gore ga gona ha o nnang teng ko e leng gore o ka tlholwa teng ke sone se e le gore kgotsana ba mo itela le go ke gore go botlhokwa gore bo simolotse ka tsa bonno o no bua gore dikago tse dintsintsi di mo di leveleng tse di harologaneng tse dingwe di sentsang le mo foundation tse dingwe di tsamaya window leveling tse dingwe di tsamaya go godimo mme pharologano ke gone gape gore kana ga di ago ke komponi le mohela ka gore ya lobelo la go aga la dikomponi tse ka go harolga ga tsone lo lone lo tlile go harologana mme ko bohelong ya ka tla bui monna yo ithobaletseng a re gone mme re tsamaela gone ko gore ko bohelong e nne gore batho ba nna mo go tsone
ke ne ke bone jalo ke bona jalo gore jaaka ke ntse ke tlhalosa thulaganyo e tla ko motsubong re bona jalo Tautona a tsamaela gone mo dikagong tsa palamente a tla bo a rola jalo tekodiso setšhaba ya gagwe ya bobedi re solegela tse di harologanyeng re ba o itsegela gore ka ha State of the Nation ya agiwang ka teng Tautona o simolola pele a ba moalo wa gore lehatshe le ha kae a be re ko morago a bua ka maphata ka go harologana ga one gore a khonneng ebile gore a ikelela gore mo ngwageng go a kopele bo go nna jang so re solela la pele se se monate gore o tla account to the nation gore go diragetseng mo ngwageng o sa tswang go wela
ga kena go harologa ga kena go ha khamala hanga itshela gore dikarolo di priority tsa go tse 9 tsa itsholelo di tsile gore mongwe wa tsona ya sebaka e go godimo ke ba beile mining and energy ba bua agriculture ba buile ka manufacturing ba buile ka financial services and digitalization go go ntse ba re tourism ba patagantse gampieno le ba re tourism sports be ba re and creative arts ba beile tso tse gore di a tsamalana be gona gape le health and education le infrastructure go bo helo mo go tsone tsa 9 ya bo 9 ke social security or social protection e le gore ya ka o itse tse di go godimo tse tsotlhetse ga di ira madi di ira bontle di kgontsha gore government jaanong a diragatse tsone tsa social protection ka gore madi a go ira ya
wa jaanong re ba re sitele tekodiso ya setšhaba re buile thata mme nako ke yone
re mo lebelele
Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, as you are aware, Standing Order 18.2 provides that the President may address the Assembly from the State Chair at any time. I have since allowed the President to address the nation from the podium that you can see here, on the premise that it is to be understood that He is on the state chair. I'm happy to present to you the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko. Mr. President, you may deliver the State of the Nation address.
I don't know whether it's me or the speaker who should request you to be seated, but please be seated. Thank you very much. Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Ditapelo Kyo-Rapets. Vice President, Ndaba Nkosinati Khaolati. Chief Justice of the Republic, former presidents, former vice presidents, cabinet ministers, president of the Court of Appeal, deputy speaker, assistant ministers, leader of the opposition, members of parliament, ambassadors and high commissioners, chairman of Nduyari Khosi, Permanent Secretary to the President, Attorney General, Judge President of the Industrial Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, judges of the High Court, and judges of the Industrial Court, the Ombudsman, heads of international organizations, President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Commander of the Botswana Defense Force, Commissioner of Police, Commissioner of Prisons, all permanent secretaries, the Governor of Bank of Botswana, mayors and council chairpersons, councillors, district commissioners, bishops, religious leaders, the clergy, fellow citizens. I greet and recognize each and every one of you. We meet here today. Esteemed Speaker, Botswana beso, esteemed residents of this republic, friends of Botswana, greetings to you all. May I request that we start by rising for a moment of silence in honor and remembrance of all those who have departed since our last sitting. Fellow members of this House from the previous Parliament, citizens and residents, public servants, including erstwhile Member of Parliament for Kalagadi South, Dr. Micas Chimbombi, whose services and sacrifices have strengthened our nation. Moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. May God Almighty grant their souls eternal peace and continue to protect and comfort their families and loved ones. We must express our deepest gratitude to Him who blesses us. In the words of Roman scholar Marcus Tullius Cicero, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. As such, we thank God Almighty for His grace and blessings. In the darkest times, it is His light that guides us. And on the brightest of days, it is Him who makes it so. I wish to point out that government has made some improvements to the way you will receive the State of the Nation address. Notably, copies of the Sona, the speech that I'm about to deliver, will be shared. There's also a more graphically engaging and detailed version that will be shared digitally to enable richer discourse among society. This is our way of enhancing availability of information and our increased accountability to the nation. The second session of the 13th Parliament commences today. We gather here as triumphant champions, makers of history, led by heroes and heroines who carried us to heights never seen before. We are a generation of many firsts. The first government led by the Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC. The first African country to win in the 4x400 meters relay at the World Athletics Championships. We have Botswana's first men's 400 meters world champion. We have our first Olympic gold medalist. Today, we celebrate what it truly means to be a Motswana. I stand before you at a pivotal moment, which marks another first in this country's history. For the first year of the UDC leadership has come to an end. The gloss and charm of novelty is now behind us. This was an interesting year where the shadow of economic challenges tested our resolve, not just the government's resolve, but that of the people of this country. With our hope tested by economic pressures, our resolve crystallized and became stronger. We know where we came from. We know why we needed change. And we know where we are going. Though we intend to arrive faster at our destination, we can only walk this journey one step at a time. This journey of 1,000 miles. In our words and our work, we honor the power of intention to build, to heal, to challenge, to uplift deliberately, purposefully, and together. Hence my selected theme for this year's State of the Nation address, the steady path, delivering on our promise one step at a time. This is a philosophy of governance that recognizes the depth of our challenges while affirming our unwavering commitment to overcoming them. It encapsulates a profound thinking captured by the English playwright John Haywood, that Rome was not built in a day, but they were laying bricks every hour. Hour by hour, we lay brick by interlocking brick. To the untrained eye, it looks like an untidy landscape of bricks strewn all over the place. But with time and patience, it will begin to take shape. You will soon see the skeleton of the Colosseum, the concept of the Roman Forum, the inklings of the Pantheon, and a hint of the Trevi Fountain, slowly, meticulously, Rome is taking shape. Today I lay before you the methodology behind the vision. I give you insight into the master plan. I detail the bricks already in place and the ones we are yet to lay. Our economy, long sustained by wealth generated from mining, especially of diamonds, now faces the sobering reality of global market shifts. Our fiscus is under tremendous strain, bearing the weight of unprecedented global macroeconomic challenges. The goose that lays the golden egg is in critical condition. The UDC government entered office with strained fiscus, depleted coffers, employees owed, contractors owed, farmers owed, a debt of hope to the people and resentment by its rivals. The resentful pray and hope for the UDC to fail, and as such pray for the country to fail. But we will not fail. This country will not fail. The doomsayers wrote us off in the lead up to the 2024 elections. The prolific punditry of doubters and naysayers assailed us all. Analysts and prophets of all colors and hues foretold our spectacular failure at the polls. We were dismissed with such casual certainty and contempt. We stood no chance. The entire press corps of this country was aroused, mobilized, and weaponized against the UDC. They predicted, they analyzed, rendered opinions dressed up as fact. They spoke with such authority and confidence. Acres of newspaper space and extended amounts of airplay were devoted to spreading chronically prejudiced views of our adversaries and detractors. On the 30th of October 2024, the people spoke. On that day, all the predictions and prophecies of our detractors evaporated. It became a day of dissolving certainties. On that day, we experienced the most beautiful symphony of comeuppance ever served. History had been made, and the clock of time continues to chime. I stand here today bearing the weight of history. I remind us all of 2024, of our struggles and our strivings, as a way of saluting and humbly acknowledging the supreme sacrifices made by our activists and our people. I stand in absolute awe of the resilience and fortitude of the people of this country. I remind those who cursed and dismissed us that their negative fetishes and fantasies did not happen then. They will not happen now, and they will not happen ever. I say this not to mock. I say it because it is the truth served raw. I want us all to know and always remember that the UDC is an indelible portrait of courage and defiance in the face of denial, denigration, and belittlement. Our central and guiding concern is and always has been to transform the lives and livelihoods of the people of this country. From our conjunctural analysis, we knew we had to address this concern. To achieve this objective under conditions of uncertainty, with diminished resources, and facing a vicious pushback, even from those yet to recover from the trauma of their failed predictions and prophecies. Undeterred, we made bold promises and solemn undertakings to our people. We promised to cut electricity and water tariffs by 30% and make them affordable to every household. We have delivered the 30% reduction in water tariffs and extended a 50% amnesty on outstanding bills for all households. This means that the UDC government forwent monies owed to the government by the people of Botswana so that the people have less financial burden, meaning the government took some of the people's burdens on its shoulders, despite having an ailing fiscus. We promised to increase old age pension from the then 830 pula to 1,800 pula per month. We delivered in the first year, and despite these economic hardships, a 68% increase from 830 pula to 1,400. This means that the UDC government, in the face of an ailing fiscus, increased its social spending on a vulnerable and marginalized group of elderly individuals to make their burdens that much lighter. We promised to increase the living allowance for tertiary students to 2,500 pula. We have, during this economic hardship, delivered in the first year for the hardest hit segment of the student community a very significant increase on the technical vocational education and training TVET allowance from 300 pula to 1,900 pula. What do those who resent change publish? They say the UDC government has outspent previous government's annual expenditure. They omit to tell you that the increase is caused by giving money directly to the people of this country that need it most, with a 68% increase to old age pensions and a 533% increase to TVET allowances. Mind you, we intend to spend more on our people who have more needs that necessitate the spending. The flashy headlines neglect to mention the people actually benefiting from the increased expenditure. When we give 300 pula allowance to nursing mothers, as we surely will, our expenditure will increase. When we attain the old age pension of 1,800 pula, expenditure will increase. When, not if, when we pay students their 2,500 pula allowance, expenditure will increase. When we begin hiring for our 24-hour public service economy, expenditure will increase. We have no qualms of conscience, absolutely, about increasing expenditure for the improved welfare of our people. We promised to deliver a proper constitutional review. In the first year, we have delivered visible progress. The government has gazetted the Constitutional Amendment Bill, which seeks to establish a constitutional court. The bill is ready for debate in the current session of Parliament. This will pave way for a nationwide referendum on the review of the Constitution. Consultations are expected to commence in 2026. We follow the model set by South Africa, whereby the establishment of a constitutional court preceded the constitutional review, so that thereafter there's a forum specially designated to test the rigors and contours of the new constitution before ratifying it into law. We reaffirm our abiding fidelity to the promise of a comprehensive constitutional review. We promise to deliver a sovereign wealth fund that will accelerate Botswana's strategic investments across the globe, ensuring wealth not just for future generations, but even for current generations. We have delivered on this promise, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund has commenced work. We promised to pay a living wage of 4,000 pula. Not only has the private sector continued to overwhelmingly embrace this development, we too, as government, have reached a historic milestone wherein an agreement was reached between government and 7 public sector unions to pay this living wage effective July 2025. When we were faced with a situation of critical shortage of medicine, your government, and through the efforts of friendly nations and international partners, came to swift action. We managed to purchase and obtain donations of medicines worth over 500 million pula, and still counting. Under pressure of an acute shortage, we could not fully exact the levels of saving we otherwise would have if we were procuring under more hospitable circumstances. The systemic challenges of the current value chain of providing medicines have been entrenched for decades, and we are dealing with them boldly to uproot their inefficiencies as quickly as possible. These accomplishments are just the beginning, and we can and we will continue to do more as we move into the next year. However, in the face of real economic challenges, the challenges that our country faces, these accomplishments must not be downplayed. Let us continue to be a nation that possesses the grace of gratitude for what we have achieved under these circumstances, without losing hope for better achievements. We've also made good strides in non-financial objectives that we set in the last State of the Nation address. We've begun rebuilding the nation's trust in its institutions. We've made key appointments to a number of ministries and statutory entities. We have made meritocratic appointments to the judiciary. We've made appointments to the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. We've welcomed a new commander of the Botswana Defence Force. We've made appointments at the Attorney General's chambers. We've made board appointments to parastatals that have begun turning their entities around. We've employed public servants in various positions throughout different ministries whose impact is felt daily. We will continue to make the right appointments. This government does not discriminate. We promised to deliver dignity to all persons in this country, and we began by burying a man in his ancestral home as one of this government's first acts in leadership. We have upheld freedom of speech and expression and given Botswana their voice back. And we saw, flowing from that, enraged, sometimes frustrated members of the population take to the streets in exercise of their freedom on several occasions without any fear of police brutality. Most recently, we introduced different languages to national news broadcast. This is your Botswana. You are safe here. You are part of this country's story. When the resentful accuse the UDC government of trampling people's rights, remind them that for the first time in a long time, the rights we are enjoying in this country are not words on a fading parchment, but are tangible and real. They flow from that grand power of attorney, the Constitution of this republic. There is no looking back on this journey that we've started together. We march forward. We aren't tripping, but we may stumble sometimes. Botswana, your elected representatives spent a better part of the past few months traversing the breadth and dimensions of our country, listening to your ideas on how to take Botswana forward. Based on your valuable ideas and insights, we refined our roadmap as government to building, step by step, the Botswana we all envision, that of a nation of shared prosperity, of dignity, and of sustainable growth that leaves no one behind. We have begun shifting Botswana's public service and political culture towards promoting greater accountability, launching with intent comprehensive economic diversification programs, renegotiating our position in the global diamond market, and responding decisively to the acute crisis, particularly in our healthcare and education system. The UDC manifesto is a social contract upon which Botswana based their decision to appoint the UDC to lead and usher them into a new Botswana of infinite possibilities. Everything that we do, therefore, including especially the National Development Plan and indeed the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, BETP, all draw inspiration directly from and are anchored on this social compact. As such, my address to you today aligns with the pillars of this sacred national social contract. The first pillar, building a deep economy that offers each citizen opportunities for a happy and fulfilled life. Botswana has experienced challenges before, and each time we've emerged stronger, wiser, and more united. As the great Nelson Mandela reminded us, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Botswana have always risen, and I declare to you with full conviction and fortified hope, Botswana is rising again to heights she has never reached before. The steady path we traverse as we navigate our economic challenges, though urgent, is not one of hasty shortcuts. It is a path of hard work and tangible progress aimed at diversifying the economy for resilience and laying the foundation for sustained growth anchored on good governance, security, and institutional performance that will endure for generations. In order to address these challenges, the government engaged in a rigorous process to develop the 12th National Development Plan, NDP 12. NDP 12 emphasizes inclusive growth built through a private sector-led economy. It buttresses ambitions that refocus the development process to drive towards our true north, a definition of our core principles and enduring ideals of our government for a high-income Botswana that is digitally enabled, export-driven, and economically diversified, where every citizen is employed, empowered, and fulfilled. A key driver of NDP 12 emphasizes economic diversification, job creation, and sustainable growth and this is the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, BETP. BETP will accelerate Botswana's transition into a high-income economy with per capita income of 200,000 pula by 2036. The program will reduce Botswana's reliance on diamonds, diversify exports, and create quality jobs for Botswana through inclusive, competitive, and sustainable growth. BETP sets 3 objectives. Number 1, achieving high-income status by 2036. Number 2, generating large-scale quality jobs. And number 3, diversifying into new industries and value chains. The 4-week economic and social labs process united government, civil society, the private sector, academia, experts, and development partners to design investment-ready projects and remove key bottlenecks. From the voices we heard in the villages and cities, from the hopes etched in every household, we shaped and developed a plan and a strategy, not just for recovery, but for restoration and renewal. The priorities we now pursue: economic diversification, accountable governance, human capital investment, and sustainable innovation, are designed to meet the moment and uplift every Motswana. These are not distant ideals, but practical commitments to create jobs where they are needed most, to restore dignity through health and housing, to empower youth with skills and opportunities, and to ensure that our economy grows not just in numbers, but in impact. This is how we walk the steady path, by turning national plans into personal progress and policy into lived realities. Agriculture has been identified as a sector that lays out economic transformation with the greatest prospects, immediate and long-term, for sustainable creation of jobs. This sector remains the mainstay of our rural economy and an imperative for national food security. To ensure the attainment of food security, rural development, and agro-processing opportunities, we need to raise agriculture's contribution to the GDP from the present levels of 2% to at least 6% in the immediate term. Boosting productivity, livestock production, from an estimated present level of 1 to 5 million by 2030. Livestock contributes a larger portion to rural livelihoods, yet the sector recurring droughts, resource management, and production inefficiencies such as low calving rates, high mortality rates, and lack of business development a program aimed at boosting beef sector productivity through extension support. Services advanced by this program include animal health inspections, reproductive diagnostics, artificial insemination, and farmer training in sustainability. Furthermore, government, through partnership with the Green Climate Fund, is implementing a rangeland restoration project that is envisaged to improve rangeland resilience and sustainability. This project was launched in May 2025 in Tsabo. Government will also target communal farmers as part of achieving the 5 million herd target through restoring rangelands and improving profitability and access to premium markets. I am delighted to announce that the turnaround strategy for the Botswana Meat Commission now shows signs of improvement. BMC has improved payment turnaround times. It has improved payment turnaround times from months to 7 days. In Ngamiland, the government has recently launched the direct cattle procurement scheme, where farmers are paid instantly. This scheme will greatly benefit the Ngamiland farmers who for the longest time have not had market access. From ground zero, literally, no access to where we presently are. And we move forward with every confident stride, our gaze fixed on the future. On milk production, we've developed a focused strategy for the dairy sector through Milk Valley, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Botswana Development Corporation. For several years, progress was stalled due to the prevalence of foot and mouth disease in neighboring countries, which prevented the importation of biological assets, cattle. Currently, our local production capacity for milk and related products stands at 13%, and we are targeting an increase to over 60% by next year, from 13% to 60%. Those are huge orders of magnitude to which we've committed ourselves, targets. Recently, government completed a mission to Brazil to secure the importation of at least 1,000 Girolando cattle to kickstart this expansion. Milk Valley has secondary and tertiary capabilities. Missing in the value chain, the primary capabilities, and this is what we are addressing. We are finalizing the requisite import protocols and negotiating technical partnership agreements with sellers to ensure the successful commencement of the project. These partnerships will support us over the next 2 years by facilitating skills transfer to Botswana, who will be directly employed on the project. Recognizing that feed availability is essential for successful dairy operations, we are finalizing outgrower program guidelines to engage contract farmers around the Lobatse region in support of this project. Additionally, we are identifying other regions across the country for potential expansion once a business model is firmly established. The 2024-25 season saw a 34.2% increase in planted area compared to the previous season, yielding an estimated 144,000 tons in production. a massive improvement when compared to only 39,795 tons in the 2023-24 season. This is well within our manifesto objective of tripling food production yield and output. Another success and milestone delivered. Drought, pest infestation, floods and bushfires account for annual production losses of up to 5,000 tons per plowing season, which is why Botswana is shifting towards climate-resilient farming. Accrued horticulture production rose to 88,670 tons from 2,400 hectares, yielding an impressive 77,398 tons of vegetables and 11,272 tons of fruits. Again, evidence of great progress. This output meets 80% of Botswana's national vegetable demand and 29% of its fruit demand. Recognizing the importance of commercial scale farming, which would help us achieve the goal of national food security, we, together with a group of investors, arranged for 16 farmers from across the country to visit Bangladesh from the 25th to the 30th of July 2025. The team was led by representatives from the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture, let's say Horticulture Market, National Agricultural Research and Development Institute, NARDI, and Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Buan. The farmers, on the other hand, included members of fodder producers, fish farmers, and the Botswana National Beef Producers Union, among others. These anchor farmers are now being facilitated to start and operate farms that will act as a point of reference for other farmers. To diversify the economy through agriculture, government is leading a policy shift which will enable licit cultivation and use of industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. To begin this program on a sound footing, Hemp Innovations, a global corporate entity with experience in the field, recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Botswana to work alongside Buan and NARDI to explore and pilot hemp production. These partnerships will enable research and development for cultivation and processing of industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. The project will be implemented in phases, starting with trials at Buan, and it will build up to Botswana farmers with interest in industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. While the entire legal framework and associated regulations are being finalized, the Cannabis Act and illicit traffic in narcotic drugs and psychotropic Substances Act have been passed into law to facilitate investment in the hemp industry. Pilot cultivation will commence in December 2025. And it will commence in December 2025 under strict oversight by the relevant authorities in line with applicable laws and regulations. On mining, earlier this year, the government of the Republic of Botswana and De Beers Group announced the signature of our new agreements, which represent a shared commitment to long-term national prosperity, youth empowerment, and sustainable economic diversification. Under the new agreements, Okavango Diamond Company, ODC, accesses an increased portion of Botswana diamonds starting at 30%, increasing to 40%, and ultimately to 50% over the period of the new agreements. The ODC has announced that it is ready to undertake contract sales as an important step to diversify its sales model to handle larger volumes of diamonds. The extension of the Botswana mining licenses to 2024 will enable Botswana to deliver long-term value from its existing mining assets as well as mine life extension projects. Another key feature of our new agreements is the increased focus on marketing natural diamonds to preserve the long-term value of our diamond assets, a priority that becomes even more critical during periods of market pressure. Government is now partnering with De Beers to develop, fund, and execute strategic marketing initiatives globally to enhance natural diamond desirability and demand. One such initiative is Desert Diamonds, recently launched in the United States through a nationwide campaign and partnership with key retailers ahead of the crucial end-of-year selling season. Further reinforcing this commitment to promote natural diamonds, Botswana became a founding signatory of the Luanda Accord in June 2025, marking a landmark pledge by diamond-producing nations and industry leaders to collaborate through the Natural Diamond Council to boost global consumer demand for natural diamonds. Since signing, Botswana has actively engaged with fellow diamond-producing governments to build support and momentum for this shared vision. While this administration is pushing for diversification of the mining sector, diamonds will continue to be a main contributor of economic growth and transformation for our country. It is in this regard that concrete steps are underway towards the acquisition of Anglo-Americans' shares in De Beers. Government will leverage a majority stake. I must state this and state it emphatically and unapologetically. Government will leverage a majority stake to align the industry with Botswana's national development goal of economic diversification through beneficiation. As part of Botswana's beneficiation strategy, approximately 1.4 billion will be invested to finance the construction of a plant for the production of critical mining chemicals essential to the battery sector, the mineral sector. The plant, which is to be Southern Africa's first integrated facility, will be developed in Palape, with access to a railway line connecting Suwa town, where soda ash as the biggest input will be sourced. So if Maung was similarly circumstanced, leader of opposition, there's no doubt it would be coming there. and we will move onwards to regional markets. Our mining sector is evolving rapidly, with new strategic minerals entering the fold alongside diamonds. The Letlhakane uranium project, operated by Lotus Resources, is undergoing a major infill drilling campaign to refine its resource and support a 6.2 billion Pula mine plan, targeting 3 million pounds of uranium annually. Uranium. In Kanye, Giani Metals is developing the Cahill battery-grade manganese project, having secured a mining license and a special economic zone investor license. The project aims to supply high-quality manganese for electric vehicle batteries, aligning Botswana with global clean energy supply chains. Iron ore is also becoming an important resource in the diversification mix, with projects like the Ngamiland iron ore project set to boost Botswana's steel industry. Learned friend, Mr. Kaping. These developments signal a broader shift toward industrial minerals, green steel and value-added beneficiation. Together, uranium, manganese, and iron ore form an emerging triad of opportunity in Botswana's mining renaissance. Botswana is endowed with a diverse range of mineral resources suitable for small-scale mining, SSM, including gold, copper, industrial minerals, and graphite. Globally, small-scale mining plays a critical role in livelihoods, supporting over 45 million individuals directly. To address existing policy and operational gaps, the Botswana Geoscience Institute is developing a comprehensive and progressive, pragmatic small-scale mining framework for Botswana. Its overall aim is to facilitate citizen economic empowerment through viable and environmentally sustainable SSM, small-scale mining. Energy is still an area where more investment is required. The current national demand stands at 700 megawatts. Peak demand, so the 700 megawatt is peak demand. And we have 450 megawatt nominal demand. About 65 to 70% of the national demand is met through local generation, and the deficit of 35% through imports. And you know at what cost. In order to ensure vibrant security supply and attain capacity for export, government has embarked on increasing local generation through renewable and thermal power. In terms of renewable energy, government is currently developing a total of 900 megawatts of solar PV, photovoltaic power generation in Mau, in Letlhakane, Isang, while 600 megawatts of thermal is being developed at Mamabula. These projects are expected to clear the energy deficit and serve the export market. It is expected that by December 2025, more than 100 megawatts of solar photovoltaic will be streamed into the grid, while the 600 megawatt thermal is targeted for December 2027. The ongoing remediation of Morupule B, a 600 megawatt plant, has also started bearing fruits, with 3 units already running, while the other unit is to be completed by December 2025. This will bring local generation of thermal to 720 megawatt, inclusive of Morupule A, which gives 120 megawatts. Government is also working to improve the transmission capacity to, amongst others, enable export of power to the region. The Northwest Transmission Grid Phase 2 project is intended to improve transmission to the northwestern part of the country and also to provide for export of power to the north. Botswana bethu, our country is positioning itself to partake in the growing global market for renewable energy certificates. In July 2025, we formally tendered our application to the iTrack Foundation to become an authorized issuer of international renewable energy certificates, IRECs. Once approved, this will open a new revenue stream for project developers and corporate buyers seeking to meet carbon neutrality commitments. In order to ensure that security of petroleum products supply is, in order to ensure all these, security of petroleum product supplies is essential. It is essential to sustaining economic growth, national stability. And so Botswana Oil, through government funding, is advancing major storage projects to increase the security, which currently stands at 15 days of cover to 90 days. So our strategic stocks stand, as I stand here, at 15 days of cover. We must raise it, as we are presently in the process of doing, in the shortest period to 90 days of cover. The expansion of the Francistown Petroleum Depot from 38 million litres capacity to 98 million, from 38 to 98 million litres, is 88% complete, while the Hansi Depot is at 55% completion and will be commissioned in April. These two will be commissioned in April and August 2026, respectively. Investment attraction. Government is undertaking reforms to unlock land, streamline legal and regulatory frameworks, and fast-track infrastructure to meet investor expectations. Furthermore, government is in the process of establishing a national retail payment switch. National retail payment switch. A special purpose vehicle will this month of November be established under the Bank of Botswana to procure and implement the NRPS within 12 months. I had insisted on 6 months. I fought. There was a serious pushback and I was defeated by the technocrats We've settled for 12 months, although we are still pushing for a much earlier delivery date. Phase 1, involving the mapping of the switch requirements, has been done. And technical and business specifications have been developed for a Botswana-centric switch. The switch will significantly streamline transactions, reduce leakages, increase financial inclusion, and ensure that payments for services are transparent and stay within the local economy. With coordinated special economic zones, we hope to make them, these SEZs, engines of inclusive growth, export competitiveness, and long-term prosperity for Botswana. As part of the SEZ facilitated investments, momentum continues with Radisson Hotel. Radisson Hotel. The project will begin in April 2026 at an investment value of $50 million and is expected to create jobs directly during construction and post-completion. A licensed SEZ investor is developing a 100-megawatt solar power station near Matsiloje as a single factory. It is valued at 1 billion pula, and it will create 600 construction jobs and 30 permanent jobs post-completion, advancing our green energy goals. The journey toward industrial transformation requires bold, large-scale projects that generate employment, build manufacturing capacity, and enable meaningful technology transfer. The Botswana Development Corporation has stepped up to meet this need, driving strategic investments across high-impact sectors. Since the time you gave this administration the mandate to govern, we've worked hard to change laws in a concerted effort, ably assisted by every member of this august House, without exception, to achieve a well-regulated, integrated, development-friendly investment framework to raise levels of productive capital inflows into the economy as part of the process of diversifying the economy and stimulating employment through smart partnerships. Some of the smart partnerships we created are with CCI Global, a leading business process outsourcing company, BPO, headquartered in the United Arab Emirates, to establish presence in Botswana. CCI has approximately 10,000 employees across 5 continents, including Africa, Asia, and North America, servicing major offshore markets in the USA, Europe, and the Middle East. I am pleased to share with you that CCI Global began, not will begin, or may begin, it has begun its local operations at the Botswana Digital Innovation Hub. And this happened in October 2025. This initial operational phase has already generated 51 full-time jobs. And from the constraints of space at the place that they operate, this will increase over the next few months to 720 jobs. And over the next 12 months, we will reach more. We will, within 36 months of their operation, arrive at 3,000 jobs. In our effort to strengthen the position of Botswana as an attractive destination for investment, we continue to take progressive steps. It is in this spirit that we are establishing the Botswana International Financial Center, BIFC, a la Abu Dhabi, a la Dubai, a la many others across the world. And this is a bold national initiative that will position our country as a well-regulated and trusted gateway for international investment and financial services into Africa. The Botswana International Financial Center will operate as an independent jurisdiction founded on the principles of transparency, accountability, and rule of law. As part of this broader vision to position Botswana as a hub of opportunities and innovation, I'm also pleased to announce the launch of the Impact Citizenship Program, a pioneering initiative that invites a select group of global investors, innovators, and change makers to join hands with us in shaping Botswana's next chapter of development. To facilitate this, we will be submitting to Parliament a bill aimed at amending the Citizenship Act. This program is not about selling our citizenship. It is about inviting partnerships that make impact, attracting those who share our values and are ready to contribute meaningfully to our national development goals. I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised regarding this initiative. As a responsible government, let me assure you that vetting and thorough due diligence will be an integral part of the application and approval process. Government has taken another bold decision to establish a sovereign wealth fund for Botswana. The fund will be one of the transformative interventions boosting economic activity in various sectors, diversifying and engendering processing within the mining sector. The establishment of the Botswana Sovereign Wealth Fund signifies government's intention to strengthen fiscal discipline while channeling capital into accelerated economic diversification for job creation and skills transfer. The new vehicle will be a state-owned company operating on commercial lines with independent oversight and regular public reporting, thereby embodying the Santiago Principles, the Sovereign Investor Code on transparency and accountability. Botswana Sovereign Welfare Fund will be independent, ring-fenced, development-focused, and benchmarked against global peers. Another historic milestone that government will deliver is the establishment of the Botswana Mercantile Exchange, BMX. This is a transformative initiative aimed at creating a regional hub for Southern Africa's commodities, both soft commodities in the agriculture sector, such as wheat, sorghum, and our beef, to hard commodities like oil, gold, copper, diamonds, and others. The Botswana Mercantile Exchange will position Botswana as a regional hub for commodities, ensuring that Africa gets the full benefit of these natural resources. This entity operating under the Botswana Stock Exchange will create a platform where a farmer can list his or her product or commodity on this exchange to be traded with anyone, anywhere in the world, giving immediate value to the farmer at prices competitive internationally. Our farmers' commodities will therefore become international commodities. The Botswana Mercantile Exchange will be operational by March 2026. Tourism remains vital in the economy of Botswana. With its extensive value chain and labor absorption capacity, it is a tool for economic development, playing a significant role in responding to the country's socio-economic challenges. The sector is also a significant foreign exchange earner. We are working together with all stakeholders in the tourism industry to double Botswana's international tourist arrivals in the next 5 years, with a view to creating more jobs and increasing the sector's contribution to GDP. What does this entail? Upgrading our airports, inviting long-haul flights into the country to facilitate ease of access for international tourists. Our fellow citizens are also becoming active participants in the tourism economy, with concession allocations in Ngamiland and Makgadikgadi serving as instruments of empowerment. Joint ventures in Kwai and Mababe have attracted 72 million pula in investment and created thus far 127 jobs, with other communities undertaking expansion projects through their respective community trusts. Sport and the creatives. These sport and the creative industries extend far beyond individual well-being and leisure. They have immense potential to contribute to the economy. This underscores the broader national significance of sport and the arts. We are therefore currently updating all the relevant policies and legal frameworks to unlock the potential of this sector and to support its growth. The cinematography bill, which will modernize Botswana's film industry with clear standards for production, distribution, and exhibition, will be tabled before Parliament in the current sitting. The reintroduction of sporting activities in our schools is therefore a valuable investment in the future, as it will enable us to nurture elite athletes, performers, actors, and diverse creative talents. I am delighted to announce that government has taken a decision to avail 200 million pula from the Alcohol Levy Fund towards procurement of creative arts content from our young people. At the best of times, the budget was about 2 million. It now is being raised to 200 million. It will spur our creatives, our comedians, our performers, and other participants in the creative space to generate meaningful, entertaining, enhancing, fulfilling content. To the youth of our great nation, our most precious resource, more valuable than any physical asset we possess, we see your energy, we value your ideas, we admire your courage, your abundant and diverse talent and creativity, and your innovative spirit stand at the very heart of our national renewal. This administration is committed to creating the environment that will nurture your potential, support your entrepreneurial dreams, and harness your digital native capabilities for national development. We will not dismiss your ideas, but develop them. We will not ignore your aspirations, but invest in them. The Botswana we build tomorrow will be shaped by your imagination and courage today. Our country faces a pressing unemployment crisis, especially among the youth, at 38%. Government selected 186 projects across 9 priority sectors under the BETP. And these selected projects were partly based on their potential to create employment. BETP intends to create 512,000 jobs in the next 4 years now, primarily targeting youth. Furthermore, the Office of the President has established the Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign, PYEC. PYEC is a high-level national program that is designed to coordinate efforts across sectors and has mobilized a task force to develop a coordinated, data-driven strategy in partnership with UNICEF, the Office of the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs at the United Nations, and the United Nations Commission for Africa. A baseline study will be undertaken to identify 1,000 most promising candidates and produce key deliverables, which include a Botswana Digital Employability Index, a national trainer registry, and a youth policy brief. These tools will guide future interventions and ensure targeted impact, which we will scale to 10,000 participants. One of the projects to debut the Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign is the Climate Smart Horticulture Development Program, which is a targeted skilling and capacity building program to develop over 500 smallhold farmers organized in clusters. To help young farmers meet buyer specifications, scale production, and access startup funding, a horticulture-specific fund in partnership with financial institutions will be established. Through collaborative efforts of various partnership organizations, beneficiaries will be facilitated to access both local and export markets through this program. Among The initial youth empowerment campaign projects, we have the Textile Acceleration Program, the Government Automobile Maintenance Program, the Digital Content Creation Hub, all of which have a component of skills development and mentorship for growth of priority industries and employment creation. Initiatives for development opportunities for Botswana youth will be delivered under the new agreements. The recently launched International Graduate Development Program is the first of such initiatives. This is a rolling 2-year program where Botswana graduates will have an opportunity to work across DBS global operations, developing future-fit skills for the diamond industry and beyond. University sponsorships for master's and PhD studies and internships with DBS for students from tertiary institutions across Botswana will be launched in December 2025 to provide opportunity for growth of skills and participation of Botswana in diamond beneficiation. Our new agreements with DBS provide for a diamond entrepreneurship program, which is on track to be launched in the coming months. This will develop Botswana entrepreneurs as diamantes or in diamond-related services through 2 5-year programs. All these initiatives are part of this administration's aggressive response to creating meaningful jobs for our young people. In acknowledgement of the challenges of drug and alcohol abuse that our young people face, government is in discussion with business partners to help complete and operationalize, in the last quarter of this financial year, a 50-bed youth-friendly rehabilitation center in Seruwe with both inpatient and outpatient services. This is but one of the many steps that government is taking to wage war against this scourge so that no young Botswana gets robbed of his or her future by drugs and alcohol abuse. I know there's some concern that government is not fighting the drug problem enough. Let me tell you, in confidence, it is a very complex problem to deal with, where many of the institutions that would otherwise be enlisted in fighting the scourge themselves are complicit in perpetuating and fueling it. It requires skill. It requires a different style of handling some of these things. So it is not that nothing is being done. Sometimes you've got to go quiet and go deep in order to unearth the scale of rot that we have to contend with. Infrastructure development is critical to attaining long-term economic and social goals. As a land-linked country, Botswana provides critical connectivity to Southern Africa, being a key transit route to countries such as Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, and South Africa, through the North-South and the Trans-Kalahari corridors. As a transit country, Botswana is poised to play an important role in facilitating intra-Africa trade as the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has commenced. Our transport legislation and standards are to be reviewed, harmonized, and aligned with economic communities' expectations. In line with the commitment of transforming Botswana into a transport hub for the 360 million strong SADC market, the government intends to improve the national roads network through high-quality tolled roads to ensure sustainability in the development and maintenance of roads in Botswana. In this regard, construction of the A3 road has commenced, while feasibility for the A1 dual carriage tolled road spanning over 600 kilometers is scheduled to commence before the end of this year. The eminent member has motivated that such projects be kept as far away from local contractors as possible. And I listened to him and I felt that if you take what he says at face value, you might not understand the point he's making, but he's making a profound and fundamental observation that the work in our infrastructure projects has been substandard. It's a fact. We acknowledge that observation. We may quarrel and differ with the proposition in relation to the solution, but we will not bowdlerize the submission that you made, which has merit and substance. I just wanted you to know. So our strategic location as a country positions us as a vital hub for trade and connectivity. Botswana's position in the Southern African region provides a distinctive benefit, unique to us, for us to become a hub for trade and connectivity. As the country advances its economic transformation and integration, rail transport is becoming increasingly critical to unlocking new markets. Rail. To support this, government is developing alternative rail lines. Mamabula Lephalale railway line and the Mosetseka Zungula Livingston line are being actively pursued as part of SADC's strategic plan of the North-South Corridor, NSC. Upon taking office, this government urgently reviewed the development manager model to assess its fiscal sustainability. The review was completed in March and published in August. It revealed serious flaws, including procedural gaps, weak stakeholder engagement, and misalignment with legal frameworks. Most concerning were the financial implications, as the structure and magnitude of associated fees placed an unsustainable burden on public resources. In response, government revoked all 3 presidential directives that had approved the model and its governance structures. 16 projects already under construction will continue using alternative delivery or financing methods. Members of the legal profession will know that in this space, the law asks one question. Even if you say this tender was unlawfully awarded, the law says, is the contractor on the ground? Has the contractor placed boots on the ground? If the answer is yes, even if you wanted to cancel, you can't. So the 16 projects fall in that category, just explaining. But those in respect of which no boots had been firmly placed on the ground, a robust review is underway. Those that are continuing, alternative financing models. The rest, all the risks associated are being actively assessed. And we want to proceed under heightened oversight. This is important to understand. We are not stopping projects. We are re-examining their sustainability under the models they were conceived under. The better then to deploy more responsible, more financially sustainable models. That's improved oversight. For the remaining 132, there are 132 that were still at conceptual stage. It is these that we are reassessing to explore better aligned options. The goal here is to ensure value for money and consistency with national priorities. Given the current fiscal constraints, the public-private partnership model has become essential for delivering key infrastructure projects without overstretching government resources. And in order to make it more responsive, the PPP framework is being strengthened through the BETP to make it more inclusive, transformative, and private sector led. Private sector led. Government doesn't have the money to deploy in some of these projects. But there's finance aplenty around. And we know finance left to its own devices can become dangerous and predatory. But finance properly enlisted and deployed in the service of a development agenda can become a very, very good servant. So we are enlisting capital here, finance, as a servant of development. So over the next 12 months, urgent milestones that we want to attain include tabling the PPP bill, deploying PPP functions, resourcing the PPP unit, and operationalizing the appropriate governance structure. These steps will ensure that PPPs deliver value, efficiency, and impact. The provision of safe drinking water remains a key priority for all of us and for this administration. The implementation of water and sanitation projects during the 2025-2026 financial year has mainly been focused on the completion of major projects. Projects such as the NSC 2.2, Palape to Mamashia water supply pipeline, contracts 1, 2, and 3. NSC 2.3, Mamashia to Gaborone water supply scheme, Lobatse water master plan, Molepulule NSC connection, Hamononya, Moshopa sanitation, Mamashia water treatment plant, Tswapong South, Phase 2, Good Hope water supply, phase 2.2. All these are at wrapping up stage and are consolidating final accounts. The process of concluding the outstanding works has been affected by delays in payment of services rendered. We've incurred a serious loss of time, suffered delays because we were either slow or unable to pay contractors. It is not because we don't want, it is because we simply are in no position to. So our challenge, as I said, where do we find the money to deliver these much needed services? The Maung Water and Sanitation Project is coming to an end, with early beneficiation realized for both water and sanitation. The Kanya Sanitation Project has taken unduly long, but is now winding up, and most of government's institutions have been connected to the system. Pipeline gaps are being addressed to fully operationalize the entire scheme to enable the Kanya community to be connected. The Boteti South Central water supply is 98% complete, while the Kanye network rehabilitation stands at 96% completion. The project will be completed by the end of this financial year. Projects that were in their earlier stages of implementation by the beginning of 2025-2026 include Molepolole Water Treatment Plant, which is now about 80% complete. Molepolole Water and Sanitation, 22% complete. Veda Makopong Water Supply, 50% complete. Dimajwe Water 30% complete, and sewer, don't celebrate 30%, need to up the ante. Sewer water supply is at a measly 9% completion. And these projects as well have been seriously affected by payment delays. So they have tended to progress very slowly. Digitalization. Digitalization is the pivot point of our economy. It's the fulcrum. It is a critical enabler for our bold transformation of the economy. And so government, through the Ministry of Communications and Innovation, in partnership with the Botswana Development Corporation, Botswana Telecommunications Corporation, and other stakeholders, have commenced an ambitious journey to launch and go live an ultra-modern, secure platform where all government services will be delivered, and this within the next 6 months. This will be backed by improved backbone infrastructure that will ensure reliability and stability of the platform. I know you don't want any downtime. The citizens more so. We don't want any downtime, all of us. Procurement has been a major bottleneck, slowing down progress in many development initiatives. Procurement. To address this issue, government will, this coming month, invite experts and expert companies to bid for the provision of e-procurement services. This is a bold move that will rid our procurement of corruption, raise the levels of transparency, strengthen and standardize procurement controls across government, while ensuring that government no longer suffers the devastating damage caused by the high prevalence of price gouging. And price gouging takes me into the next: healthcare, social protection, and gender equality. And price gouging has been extremely rampant in the health sector. And government is steadfast in its resolve to ensure that Botswana can access quality health services when they need them. They must access them without financial hardships through universal health coverage, UHC. In our quest to reach the true north for Botswana in health, enshrined in both the NDP 12 and the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, we have two main goals. Goal number one, to raise the UHC, Universal Health Coverage Index, from 55 to 75% in the next 5 years. This involves a major re-engineering of the whole health system, almost a complete overhaul. The reforms that we must engage include digitalization of the health system, reorientation of health services towards a more robust primary healthcare system, which is what has already begun with the relocation of primary healthcare services to local authorities and the National AIDS and Health Promotion Agency, NAPA, to the Ministry of Health. Reimagining drugs and medicine supply chains to ensure predictable availability of commodities for Botswana and modernizing infrastructure. Goal number two, the introduction of a sustainable health financing scheme, the National Health Insurance, which will be co-created with Botswana. The process has started. Stakeholder engagements are continuing with different groups from academia, policymakers, politicians, and Botswana. These ideas that come will be synthesized and will culminate in a policy that will be presented to all Botswana for comments and approval. I officially declared a state of public health emergency on the 25th of August 2025 in response to a catastrophic collapse of the medical supply chain, which had been building up for decades. At the time of the declaration, critical medicines and medical commodities were almost non-existent. 2 months later, though we are not yet out of the woods, most first-line medicines for chronic diseases and those needed for emergency care are now partially available. The availability of critical medicines and medical commodities now stands at 36%, while vital, essential, and necessary VEN medications stand at 63%. And this is expected to increase significantly in the next few weeks as supplies that were not readily available but are still being manufactured arrive. And here, interestingly, we took some of the lists for procurement that we were handed by Central Medical Stores to an expert entity that enables links with procurement or manufacturers. They assessed the list and they came back to us and said, your lists don't make sense. They are unreasonable. Why? Said you're a population of 2.5 million. The quantities that you've placed here are not justifiable for a population of your size. So CMS is giving us lists to procure at astronomically huge levels. The same CMS suffering expiry and destruction of about 250 million worth of medicines every year. So it's not just the list. You've got to study the list. You've got to put it through a rigorous process and realize not only are we almost being had, over the years we've been had big time. That's a debate for another day. So government has so far procured over 300 tons of essential medical supplies, with additional shipments expected soon. Let me take this opportunity here and now to express our gratitude to the government and the people of the United Arab Emirates, the United States of America, Zimbabwe, Turkey, Brazil, China, Cyprus, as well as the United Nations family, for having pledged or donated medicines respectively. To these nations, as well as local and global entities who have made pledges, we say, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you ever so kindly. Government has prioritized the transformation of Central Medical Stores, CMS. The entire medicine supply chain, to ensure that we will never return to this situation we were in. And the state of emergency lasted only 21 days. Now, through the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, CMS will be restructured, and this will be informed by an evaluation that is ongoing. It's currently underway. It is in keeping with the medium to long-term strategies that I detailed when I declared the state of public health emergency. Alongside this, government is undertaking necessary reforms that include immediate digitization to further address supply chain disruptions with medical commodities. Government has implemented several short to medium-term measures, and these include: 1, the establishment of Health First Botswana Partnership. This is a fund intended to raise funding to support the Ministry of Health with efficient procurement of healthcare supplies to meet the needs of our people sustainably. 2, the approval for the use of the emergency procurement method as provided for under the Public Procurement Act. For speed, dispatch in responding to crisis, so that we could swiftly respond to current and any other predicaments. And the 3rd, the National Steering Committee and the National Task Force that were created on the 25th of August 2025, both led from the Office of the President, will continue to lend full support to the Minister of Health to coordinate and ensure successful closure of this situation. This administration inherited a health system plagued by non-functional and obsolete equipment where it existed at all. Because in other places, nothing at all. And these obsolete pieces of equipment require significant investment to either replace or rehabilitate. We have recently bought 2 new state-of-the-art X-ray machines for Princess Marina Hospital. And as a medium-term intervention, we are deploying 3 mobile X-rays in Gumare, Gweta, Bubono, private hospitals, which have no radiology services. Laboratory services are also adversely affected due to this equipment that is obsolete, and an acute shortage of reagents. To address this challenge and the high cost of purchasing and maintaining equipment, the Ministry of Health will now transition towards equipment placement models for both laboratory and radiology services with both local suppliers and original equipment manufacturers at a cheaper cost than the current. The government will therefore only pay for the tests, while equipment owners who would have deployed their equipment in our facilities will be responsible for the maintenance of the equipment and the provision of reagents under strict service level agreements. Cervical cancer remains a leading cause of cancer deaths in Botswana. This is attributed to low screening rates as well as late diagnosis, among others. I was told by a crack oncologist from Yale University, and I'm sure it's common knowledge. They say this type of cancer is preventable. You need to vaccinate young girls by age 10. Vaccinate them. Immunize them completely. Protect them for life. We have failed. We haven't been able to do it. We must focus on this. And late diagnosis arising from lack of equipment and facilities. So government has invested in health promotion and education to encourage Botswana to have regular screening, and the facilities must be available readily, which will facilitate early diagnosis and better clinical outcomes. Now, as part of the global call and sustainable development goals to end malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV and AIDS by 2030, the government is fully committed to eliminating malaria by 2027. And Botswana is the leader in ALMA, leaders coming together against malaria. And Botswana is the president of that organization and initiative, led by my good self, on behalf of your good selves. So I lead together with you. We lead, all of us, without exception, the charge to end malaria by 2027. And we've made significant progress towards malaria elimination. And we've attained thus far an increase of about 43.5% reduction in malaria cases. And to optimize the provision of specialized care and ensure efficiency, government approved Seki Tumile Masire Teaching Hospital to function as a state-owned public hospital. There was a problem here. There was a penumbral region in which this facility happened to fall. If you asked, it was no longer a public health facility. It was in the direction of being privatized, built at great expense to the fiscus. And the fiscus is being divested of this asset, which is why it became imperative then to halt this and to restore this facility, Seki Tumile Masire Teaching Hospital, to its status quo ante as a public health hospital. That is what it is now. And you remember when this began and was being given some impetus, when the minister announced that over 120 long postponed operations, which could not be undertaken, were undertaken, I think, in a space of 1 month at Seki Tumile, because they have, I think it's about 9 theaters, 10, which were not used, not available as a benefit to the people. So it took a decision to turn this around and re-establish Seki Tumile Masire as what it was initially intended to be. This is a big step. The aim is here to create a single pool of medical specialists with similar working conditions to enable the realization of the triple mandate of Seki Tumile Masire Teaching Hospital: high quality clinical services, training, and research. I must acknowledge that the majority of our health facilities are in a deplorable state of disrepair across the country. To support the implementation of the National Health Insurance, this requires urgent attention. While our fiscal space is limited, we cannot afford to ignore the deteriorating conditions of our health facilities. Thus, the Health First Botswana partnership that will be sealed this month between the Ministry of Health and the Botswana Development Corporation will help urgently to address this challenge. Botswana Development Corporation has the skills and capability now, as it is positioned, to raise finance, capital raising. To do what? Fund the requirements of the health sector. We have also had to reach out to friends and partners. When we are in crisis, we reach out and ask not for a declaration of love from our partners, but for a demonstration of love. And they came, they demonstrated the love they have for our country. So I'm delighted, and I've thanked those who came and assisted. I'm delighted to announce that we received a generous grant of 50 million US dollars, approximately 700 million pula, to drive our commitment to transforming the health system to a primary care focus with emphasis on the promotion of health, on prevention, early detection, and treatment. On social protection, government is undertaking a comprehensive overhaul of the social protection system with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. This includes the operationalization of a single social registry, SSR, for beneficiation, registration, and introduction of proxy means testing to ensure that support reaches those most in need. I know others have said, and I digress a little, when we deal with the old age pension, let us enforce a means test and not make it available to the likes of Dr. Botswana and many others. My position, which I maintain and on which I have not been dislodged yet, maybe I will be, is that let's make it available even to Dr. Botswana. Let's make it available. If he doesn't want it, he will donate it. So in keeping with our digital transformation agenda, the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs is automating key processes to enhance access, transparency, and accountability. These reforms, grounded in a thorough review of the existing programs, will culminate in a unified social protection policy developed in collaboration with our international partners and the private sector. So it'll be the people and international partners and the private sector. The homegrown school feeding program as a key strategy to enhancing food and nutrition security among learners while boosting local agricultural production will be carried out. No doubt about it. This initiative will provide 2 nutritious meals per day to support the health and academic performance of our children. Importantly, it will create reliable markets for local smallholder farmers, fostering rural economic growth and reducing poverty. What are we doing here? By feeding these learners, we are creating a captive market for our local producers. The market will be ready and available. You produce. It is subjected to a quality assessment. It is collected and you get paid. You focus on your job of producing and not of running around selling, because the market is ready for you. This supports an ecosystem that empowers, uplifts, and improves lives and livelihoods. And as a further commitment to improving the well-being of vulnerable children, the new Child Support Grant, a monthly financial payout of 300 pula to children under the age of 1, is starting in the next financial year. This program is designed to ensure that children receive a strong start in life, and the records as at July 2025 show that we have 39,525 such children needing this assistance. The challenges of the financial reality have conspired to delay the implementation of this. We've tarried a little, but we are on course. We are fully committed. And with the re-engineering of the economy that we are busy on, we are certain that next financial year it will commence. And we will ensure that all eligible babies are covered. We're also transforming the Ipelereng program into a skills-based public works program to be fully implemented by end of 2025. We're laying down bright lines, strict, exacting deadlines that others deem impossible. And we are told it always seems impossible until it is done. And when it is done, those who thought it was impossible start telling you it was actually inevitable. These are inevitable. So the approach we take represents a shift from a traditional relief work to a model that contributes directly to national development. Participants will gain vocational skills in sectors like the arts, culture, tourism, and environmental conservation, enabling them to transition into formal employment or self-employment. To advance inclusive development, we've also prioritized the review of the Remote Area Development Program. And we are formulating a policy for indigenous people in Botswana, indigenous peoples. And the rapporteur on indigenous peoples was here. And he says he chose this country as the first stop after he was appointed, because he is impressed by and fully associates himself with and understands fully the commitment to the human rights approach this government has adopted. So these measures that I have given a charcoal outline of are measures that aim to address long-standing social and economic marginalization, particularly of the indigenous Koinen communities who for generations have faced displacement, exclusion, and limited access to essential services. Through this review and new policy, we aim to promote social justice, affirm rights, and ensure full participation in national affairs. I must pause to indicate that along the way, certain areas of discontent will erupt, as they did they not, in the recent case where it was alleged that there was a deregulation or derecognition. That is a challenge that cannot be solved by a piecemeal approach. It is an issue with which we must engage, but one that properly must be placed and collocated within the framework of the comprehensive constitutional review that we've all committed ourselves to. That's a huge process. The constitutional review is a life and death moment for the country. It's not a simple thing. It requires circumspection, thorough application. All the experts must come. All the people of this country must come. Because we are going to resolve problems, some of them that have bedeviled this country from way back, from time immemorial even. But we've also just written a new chapter. I acknowledge the challenges because I don't run from them. I actually run to them because I understand them. I feel the tone and the tempo out there. It's important for all of us to do so that when we get into the constitutional review process, we focus. We know the controversies that have flared up in the past. When you talk about certain tribes being this and others not being that, these issues tend to become emotive. We need to approach them with due sensitivity and maturity as a people. We have done what had seemed elusive at best, impossible at worst. We have enabled citizens that have been living lives of exilic marginality in the margins of their own country. We've opened the space for them to now participate fully in national discourse in their languages. To feel the pride of recognition, appreciation, and profound validation. That's a priceless feeling. And as leaders, when you achieve that, you have every reason to be proud. Truly, it's a source of immense joy and pride to hear Sekhalagari, Ikalanga, Shiei, and Naru through our public broadcast platforms. The people are happy. They feel now duly recognized as a part. And those who are not yet in the fold see that it's not just a glimmer. There's hope, there's real hope. And it will ultimately arrive for all of them. In Afrikaans, they would say, "Die Here hoor mij." God hears me. Die Here hoor mij. Laat uw naam geheiligd wordt. Let his name be praised. See. So, I know how they say it in Kalang. I know how they say it in many languages. Even in Setswapo. So we are now expanding the space, covering more of our people, bringing them in, helping them feel an integral part of the unfolding narrative that is being scripted in this country. They now become a part of that narrative. And these are concrete steps towards creating diversity, reflecting the magnificent diversity of our people and strengthening the bonds that hold us together. For the most vulnerable, enterprising members of our society, we've taken concrete steps to deliver on our promise of dignity. We've transformed Chema Chema and converted the program into a grant for all recipients who had already signed contracts and received funds. And the decision was made to provide a real meaningful boost to our hustlers and small entrepreneurs to free them from debt and to empower them to truly grow their businesses. There's a whole reconceptualization of rendering assistance to small, medium enterprises. The idea is not to keep them as small enterprises, but to graduate them into bigger, better, more prosperous. Education, research, and human resource development. We know that education is not only a fundamental human right, but it is also a cornerstone of social and economic transformation. The current focus of government is to transform higher education and prioritize technical, vocational education and training, which has been identified as an anchor for economic transformation and job creation. The government is transforming the entire education system by adopting a STEAM-driven curriculum through the General Curriculum and Assessment Framework, STEAM. This framework is designed to produce a globally competitive workforce focusing on science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. The arts are critical. The humanities, humando, which makes us human, the arts are critical. We need them there. In fact, you may ultimately realize, because it is said that anything that is repeatable, that is routine, will ultimately be done by a machine. They will devise some algorithms. It is the creative space where the machine will struggle to replace human ingenuity, human creativity. The arts are critical. And so we want to ensure the successful implementation of this new curriculum we are positing by prioritizing two key areas. One, teacher empowerment. Two, infrastructure transformation and digitalization. Teachers will be upskilled and retrained to deliver the integrated STEAM approach effectively. These transformations will target all levels from early childhood to senior secondary school and will be implemented to deliver the STEAM curriculum in the January 2026 academic year. We will teach Torah, but we will teach it with a different style and smile, and bring the arts, the science, the technology, the mathematics in it. But we will teach it still. So the government is aware of unused and underutilized education facilities, and we are committed to implementing transformative measures where maintenance of facilities will be done through our TVET students. I could take more of your time and keep you here and demonstrate to you the functional utility of TVET. Very useful. So we will use them to maintain facilities. and save costs, while at the same time advancing skills acquisition by them and supporting TVET. And so I'm pleased to announce to you that the construction of the Maung Center for Children with Severe and Profound Intellectual and Multiple Disabilities has been completed. Celebrate. Yeah. If you don't celebrate, I will mention that song. You know. No, you taught me that song. I was helping you sing it. And it gets you into trouble all the time. And I help you sing it so you get into trouble. So it has been completed. And it will accommodate children with disabilities of age up to 18 years. And this landmark initiative forms part of our broader strategy to strengthen inclusive educational infrastructure and to ensure that every learner, regardless of ability, can access quality education. In our continued endeavor to improve the state of education, the Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education, in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, is assessing or is in the process of securing finance from the World Bank amounting to $104,423,333 US, equivalent to $409,715,000 pula. And this facility will cover 1, refurbishment of schools and expansion of access to secondary education across the country. 2, it will strengthen training and support for teachers. 3, it will establish a student learning management system. 4, it will promote early childhood development. 5, it will support out-of-school children and youth. And 6, it will advance technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, STEAM teaching and learning. As I speak, 12 new primary schools are under construction. Of these, 6 are in Odi, Gaborone 2, Mogoditani, Kumakwani, and Francistown. These are practically complete, while the remaining 6 are progressing well. And so government will address from the resources that we are mobilizing the shortage of classrooms, teachers' houses, ablutions and toilet facilities, and we will do this under the backlog eradication program across all local authorities. Bear with me, I'm drawing to a close. Need to take you on this tour de horizon so that we know where we are. Land, housing, environment, climate change, and the green economy. Botswana is committed to the Paris Agreement and global fight against climate change. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG principles, will be embedded into our national development and investment architecture. A comprehensive national environmental, social, and governance strategy is currently being developed and is expected to be completed by the end of this financial year. This strategy will lay a foundation and an action plan that will empower businesses and investors to integrate sustainability in their planning. In parallel, Botswana is strengthening climate finance architecture. In this regard, the National Development Bank is finalizing accreditation with the Climate Change Adaptation Fund, and government is actively exploring opportunities with the Green Climate Fund. These engagements will unlock new avenues for financing climate-resilient infrastructure, green innovation, and sustainable livelihoods, further reinforcing our commitment to a low-carbon, climate-smart future. Botswana is also developing a national carbon market framework supported by the World Bank and GIZ. This initiative positions our nation as a credible participant in the global carbon economy, leveraging our forests, grasslands, and wetlands to drive investment, create jobs, and empower communities. Capacity building is our immediate priority with support from UNDP. We are busy equipping government agencies, communities, and the private sector with skills development to verify and trade high-integrity carbon credits. This will ensure our carbon projects meet rigorous environmental and social safeguards. Once operational, carbon markets will accelerate economic diversification, channel resources to rural communities, and generate revenue for climate adaptation. In pursuit of our national commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development, in partnership with UNDP through the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, we've commenced the development of a comprehensive protected areas resource mobilization strategy and partnerships plan. This initiative represents a bold and forward-looking response to the financial constraints that continue to challenge the effective management of our protected areas. The accreditation of Kasane Kazungula and Shakawe as wetland cities under the Convention on Wetlands Accreditation, on the Wetlands Accreditation Scheme, affirms our leadership in safeguarding globally significant ecosystems. A national ecosystem assessment project is underway, offering a comprehensive evaluation of biodiversity, systems, the interdependence between nature and society. We're also addressing emerging environmental challenges, such as e-waste, guided by a national strategy, and promoting green entrepreneurship through a waste value chain roadmap and business plan. These initiatives reflect our belief that sustainability is a catalyst for innovation and for inclusive growth. Botswana is ranked number 1 globally for megafauna conservation, proudly hosting the most significant African elephant population. While wildlife remains the cornerstone of our tourism economy and a vital source of rural livelihoods, its success brings new challenges, including poaching, human-wildlife conflict, to mention but a few. A national anti-poaching strategy has been developed, and the Wildlife Conservation and National Parks Act amended to empower officers with appropriate arms to combat militarized poaching syndicates. The National Human-Wildlife Conflict Strategy and Action Plan 2025-2030 has been launched following nationwide consultations. This holistic framework safeguards rural livelihoods while promoting peaceful coexistence between communities and wildlife. We remain resolute in our commitment to sustainable utilization of wildlife resources, guided by science, rooted in sovereignty, and enriched by the wisdom of our communities. At the upcoming CITES COP20, Botswana will advocate for the resolutions of the 2024 African Elephant Dialogue, calling for the removal of restrictive measures on the trade in live elephants. You know, we've donated a few to Mozambique. Angola has requested we donate a few more. The 500 we donated to Mozambique, they could not collect because to relocate one elephant, we are told, costs $50,000. We now have an investor, an impact investor who promises to fund the relocation of many of these elephants so that the burden is eased. But the more sustainable approach is to ensure that their migration routes are safe so that they can relocate themselves and migrate back and forth. So we need to address some of these challenges. And we will engage decisively with international partners to reaffirm our position that responsible, regulated trade anchored in sustainability, scientific evidence, and community benefit is essential to the long-term viability of our wildlife economy. This commitment is evident through our recently enacted community-based natural resources management law that decentralizes resource management, reinforces governance, and enhances community beneficiation for those who live alongside wildlife. We acknowledge also that our waste management efforts are inadequate. You can see from the poor state of our environment and habitats. And in response, I request you to join me in welcoming this initiative, this decision I've taken to institute a national clean-up campaign in terms whereof the second Saturday of every month is designated as a cleanup day, where every community member will take part in cleaning their environment. I call upon business institutions, all other institutions in the informal sector, to keep their immediate and greater surroundings clean at all times. Community leaders are particularly important in enforcing this new culture of cleanliness. Furthermore, government has taken a decision to ban single-use plastic bags. The industry has advanced to a point now where biodegradable packaging is available, hence there is no need for single-use plastics, and there's no excuse. The modalities to implement these necessary interventions will be communicated by the relevant authorities following consultations. The cleanliness of our environment is a personal responsibility that should be ingrained in us as a habit. On social housing, we've launched the Bonno Housing Scheme nationwide, which is more than just a housing scheme. It is a foundation for dignity and a stimulus for our economy. Our approach here is twofold: building new units for first-time homeowners and improving access to affordable housing. Against the target of 100,000 units over a 3-year period, a total of 31,745 housing units countrywide have been contracted with various developers, with construction of 5,880 housing units across the country already having commenced and expected to be completed by end of the next financial year. And this number includes the 3,000 being built through Botswana Housing Corporation in Kale. In view of the current fiscal constraints, government has come up with a strategy to implement the majority of housing units with private developers through design, build, and finance models. In addition, as part of our commitment to provide shelter for our people, in July 2025, government acquired 1,223 units from BCL. And these were handed over to the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement on the 17th of October 2025. It remains now for all the role players to come together and work out a formula or mechanism for the allocation of these houses. Government acquired, government delivered. Democracy and good governance, the rule of law, respect for human rights, these are non-negotiable. They are preconditions for the transformation that we seek. But corruption remains a significant threat and a persistent challenge to Botswana's socio-economic development and governance. The ongoing forensic audit on government expenditure and functional efficacy of existing systems and institutions over a 10-year period will undoubtedly culminate in strengthening governance. It will foster a culture of transparency and accountability across the economy. Completion of the audit is scheduled for March 2026. And its findings will be acted upon. No doubt about it. In recognition of the need for a modern, independent anti-corruption institution, the government has prioritized the review of the Corruption and Economic Crime Act of 2013. The revised draft bill currently under legal, this draft proposes the granting of DCEC with greater operational independence, including a redefined reporting structure and enhanced protections for the Office of the Director General. We draw from previous experience. We will not walk that road again. And the bill will be tabled for approval during the current sitting of Parliament. The delinking of DCEC from mainstream public service has been initiated, and it has been submitted for inclusion under NDP 12 with a projected budget of 35 million pula for development and 48 million pula recurrent. And once you approve this, it will lay a foundation for a more robust and independent directorate on corruption and economic crime. Crime stakeholder engagements regarding the project have commenced. Notably, Section 3E of the Employment and Labor Relations Act has officially delinked the DCEC from the public service, and implementation is pending the conclusion of the review of the Economic Crimes Act, Corruption and Economic Crimes Act itself. In line with our efforts to modernize electoral processes, the Independent Electoral Commission has successfully developed and installed a new elections management system. And this project is currently in the process of migrating data from the old system to the new. And this will significantly improve operational efficiency and introduce a dedicated poll staff management module to avert challenges relating to ballot papers for advance polls. The Ethics and Integrity Directorate continues to work closely with key stakeholders to safeguard the interests of our nation. The aim here is to establish a top-tier asset declaration system that will significantly assist in monitoring the assets, the interests, and liabilities to effectively detect corruption, money laundering, and acquisition of property from proceeds of crime. Further, the Directorate, in collaboration with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, is in the process of developing comprehensive guidelines on conflict of interest. Government reforms remain focused on ensuring that every Motswana, regardless of their economic status or geographic location, can obtain timely, fair, and affordable legal services. Access to justice is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Legal Aid Botswana has begun implementing its 2025-2030 strategic plan with specific focus on reaching marginalized and rural communities. In parallel, the national rollout of criminal legal aid services has commenced following a successful pilot study which ended in 2024-2025. The ongoing reforms to strengthen the Court of Appeal will ensure that any errors can be promptly corrected, protecting citizens' rights and preventing the appeal process itself from becoming a source of delay. These reforms are a clear signal that in Botswana the rule of law is paramount, and we are building a judiciary that is robust, efficient, and worthy of the people it serves, while strengthening investor and public confidence in the competence of our courts. The Judicial Services Commission has also appointed judges to both the High Court and the Court of Appeal, and this has increased the numbers at these levels substantially. The establishment of a dedicated criminal court division will also allow for specialization, leading to faster trials, more consistent sentencing, and a focused attention on cases involving personal liberty and public safety. The primary objective of the cybersecurity bill, which was passed into law during the July sitting of Parliament, is to establish and empower a cybersecurity institutional framework that ensures a safe and secure cyber environment. Very, very important. The small country of Estonia, they told me, experiences millions of cyber attacks daily. Millions. Botswana, where do we stand? We've also been attacked. Many of our institutions have been attacked. And this has resulted in loss of resources, loss of data, compromised security. So this cybersecurity law helps now to protect our critical information infrastructure, and it will make Botswana a more attractive destination for investment and fostering trust in digital growth. Investors will want to come here. They will feel safe here, not just physically. We don't only assure them of the security of their persons, but the security of their data and its integrity. And so the Act provides for the establishment of a National Cybersecurity Commission, among other institutions. The Public Service Amendment Act 2025 empowers the Public Service Bargaining Council to negotiate collective labor agreements. And this is also a landmark in labor relations because it promotes fairness, collective bargaining, social dialogue, and a more stable public service environment. There will always be tension between government, employers, and employers' organizations, trade unions. This tension is not indicative of a collapse of democracy. In fact, it evidences that democracy is alive. We will differ, we will be at loggerheads from time to time. It is to be expected. It is to be encouraged. Each party vigorously defending its turf. And in the process of that Socratic banging of heads, we will find each other as we always do. And democracy wins. Not democracy tied to a single version of itself. Democracy ever evolving, improving, and dynamic. So you know, because you are the ones who did this, that during this 2024-2025 Parliament, you enacted a total of 24 acts. That's a lot of work. But you can do more, you can do better. And we need more. And these acts are Refugees Recognition Management Act, which makes provision for the recognition and management of refugees. And this is also an affirmation of the commitment we made as a nation under the United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees of 1951. The protocol relating to the status of refugees of 1967, and the OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa of 1969. We've remained true to our commitments. And you, Parliament, also passed the Access to Information Act, Act number 16 of 2024, a salient piece of legislation to make available to the public information about the operations of public authorities and to ensure that the rules and practices affecting members of the public in their dealings with public authorities are readily available to persons affected by those rules and practices. But here's the rub. Passing the law, assuring access without the requisite infrastructure and capabilities to have this information easily accessible is in and of itself a problem. If a journalist, let's instance that situation, rocks up and says, I want access to this information, and a public officer says, oh yeah, sit here, I will avail it, but come with me so that you sit and see what I'm doing, and takes you into a huge room where it's mountains of records, some of them not properly kept, not properly archived, and you sit there for days. Next week, you can see he's trying under the Act. He's not sabotaging you. He has not rejected your request. He's trying to help you. But it is physically impossible to plow through this tome, this thick tome of documents, mountains of data, to access that piece that you need. It doesn't help. That is why the digitalization of our records becomes absolutely critical. So that when you say you have access to information, you can, at the click of a button, get that information. So that if you don't get it, we do what they do in Sweden. In Sweden, if you ask for information from a public office, they are supposed to give it to you within 14 days. If they don't, you can go to the information ombudsman, and the information ombudsman can actually criminally prosecute the officer. But once we have data, information readily accessible in this manner, we will not have all these problems. And we need to then make sure that all the supporting, the ecosystem conduces to all these. We have also acceded to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We've made significant progress from a policy and legal reforms point of view, active civil society engagement and enhancement of public awareness. But systemic gaps remain, challenging us to strengthen implementation. National defense is also a cornerstone of our sovereignty and a fundamental enabler of political stability, economic development, and social cohesion. The military has been crucial in maintaining peace and stability, both prerequisites for sustainable growth. I have noted with concern, and we must all strongly condemn, the recent violence against police officers, which undermines our social fabric. Law enforcement officers serve to protect all of us, and they must be accorded respect. Overall, crime decreased by 8.2% in 2024 compared to 2023, including violent and serious offenses. But high levels of violence persist in crimes such as rape, murder, and robbery. The Botswana Police Service is strengthening community engagement and partnerships to address crime and reduce public fear. The National Crime Prevention Conference in March 2025 themed Forging Collaborative Pathways Towards Safer Communities was a key platform for collaboration. The new Police Public Partnership Directorate is expected to enhance police-community cooperation further. But violence remains a huge challenge to our nation's moral fabric and our social stability. In 2024 alone, police recorded 14,020 gender-based violence cases, with 4,468 of these crimes committed against children below 18 years of age. These are not just statistics. They represent shattered lives, broken families, and a threat to our collective future. To address gender-based violence, the government is reviewing the national strategy towards ending GBV to infuse emerging issues and trends, as well as our human rights approach to the provision of services. You see, gender-based violence is a complex scenario. It begins and plays out in the most intimate of spaces, in people's private estuaries, in what is supposed to be the calm and comfort of people's nuptial chambers. It occurs there. How do the police enter into these private spaces without violating Article 9, Section 9 of our Constitution that guarantees the right to privacy? Where's the early warning system that tells us there's a problem here? If we looked around here, would we be able to pick it? We deal with this problem by alienating it from us or ourselves from it, by a process of othering in which we see ourselves as detached and immune, yet it hits everyone. It does not discriminate. You'll be shocked. Some of the most educated people, in terms of appearances, very cultured, but abusers. And some of them may be lurking right here as lawmakers, by the way. We need to be honest about these conversations so that when we engage, we are honest, we are sincere, we are serious, so that we may find solutions. And if we do that, we will not operate like those ancient farmers who would take a goat, tie all their problems, they mention all their problems, create a little load, tie it on this goat, and now it has a load of all these problems, and it is flung into the wilderness, the helpless animal, and it is supposed by this ritual to cleanse you, to exorcise your demons of violence. You scapegoat. That's where the word scapegoating came from. We sit here and we scapegoat. Sometimes scapegoat men, sometimes scapegoat women. We sidestep an honest engagement about the root causes and the forces that fuel this scourge. And as I say, it lurks in people's bedrooms, private spaces. police prohibited from entering. Otherwise, they would have to come, and when you sleep in your bedroom, they will be lying somewhere there to police and make sure you don't stray into the scourge. But it can't happen like that. How do we deal with it? Let's be honest. Let's avoid finger pointing, scapegoating, playing holier than thou. It's a very dangerous approach. And so we are engaged in efforts to establish gender-based violence one-stop service centers. But what are we talking about here, really? We're talking about, I think, in the main centers where a victim can flee to and receive immediate help. But what are they fleeing for? Violence already inflicted or reasonably apprehended. The challenge for us is to find the cause and stop this. All of us. And stop scapegoating young Chombo there. Say she's not doing enough. What would you do? Tell us. Give us guidance. Would you go into people's bedrooms and start interviewing? When last did you slap your wife or your husband? When did you yell at him or her? How do we deal with this problem? What are the other structural defects in society that feed and fuel this problem? We say it's a no-fault divorce system. But when you go to court to seek a divorce, we want you to ascribe fault. Tell us what is wrong with this person. We said it's a no fault. You should be able to walk in and say, I want out. And in 10 minutes you should be out. Except we have to deal with property and vision. Yes, but how do we address the core issues implicated here? I leave it to you. You will help with ideas. You have them. We have also started the integration of, that cohort special constables into mainstream policing. Those folk that were recruited as special constables. The problem again is those folks, if they had been put through the regular process, they would not have qualified then. So a special arrangement was created. Now we've said they must join the police force. And we take this decision when some of them are advanced in age. And the problem that comes now from the training ground is that they suffer so many injuries. It's a big problem. Many injuries because they're older. What do we do? But we have now 874 of them that are undergoing training and will graduate by December 2025. I won't tell you how many have been injured and all sorts of other problems. But another group will come in and also go through the same process. Because if we lower the standards too much, then we have a police force that is not as efficient and as competent as it otherwise should be, especially in view of the challenges that we face in this modern day and age. So we are trying to strengthen the police service. We are also trying to combat illicit drug use and trafficking. Big problem, and I've mentioned this. Big problem. And the challenge with this area is that there's a lot of money involved. And so sometimes, and this is why members of parliament will be ready to accuse and say, certain operatives of the security organs are also trafficking. Nothing is being done. You know how that comes about? Many of them were deployed there to try and sniff and gather intelligence and bring it so that this thing can be nipped. They get there, they realize there's a lot of money here. Compared to the pittance that these guys are paying me, then they are the ones who transport. They become enlisted in this. This is the problem. And so when you say, let's go out and make a lot of noise, sometimes you lie low in order to understand who these people are, who is involved. And the big players are never in the front end. The police catch a lot of people carrying tons of drugs. And you can tell this person is not the key player. The Don is sitting somewhere. You ask this one, they will not tell you. Why? Because that person there is powerful and dangerous and most likely well connected. So these are the challenges. This is the reality. So when we contend with it and we fire salvos and say enough, not enough is being done, let us understand first the nature of the problem that we are dealing with so that we can then think about solutions. We have the Drug Enforcement Agency that leads national drug control efforts. It enhances interdiction capabilities through new detection and testing equipment at border points, our borders as well, because the data will show which borders are the most porous and the times when they are brought. And the resources on the ground, where they exist at all, are thin. So we need to deploy resources, both human, financial, and technological. That's the only way we can wrestle with the problem. So a national drug control master strategy has been developed, which will coordinate multi-sectoral approaches, encourage collaboration with stakeholders to devise remedial strategies. And the problem of drugs is also connected with money laundering. It's the easiest way to launder. And it also is related to the misuse of emerging financial technologies. So you, Parliament, have passed certain critical laws, the Virtual Assets Act of 2025, which provides for management, mitigation and prevention of money laundering, financing of terrorism and proliferation risks associated with emerging business practices. The Companies Amendment Act of 2025, the Trust Property Control Act of 2025, which aligns legislation with FATF anti-money laundering recommendations. We are doing the very best we can, and we will be coming under scrutiny and assessment in 2027. Under these, we need to be ready. We continue in our international relations and our global markets. We continue to support efforts to prevent conflict, engage in peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. We also are playing our role in ensuring the implementation of a reinvigorated United Nations peace and security architecture and the African governance architecture, including the African Union roadmap to silencing the guns by 2030. Now, since my last address to you, to this Parliament, we've established diplomatic relations with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Oman. We've also announced our plans to expand our diplomatic missions to other jurisdictions at the request of those countries. Some of them, in fact, even willing to offer assistance for us to establish those missions, which assistance we've welcomed. And they say they regard us as a critical partner, and they want us to firm up, to strengthen our relationships so that there can be heightened mutual benefit. And we've agreed. And at the United Nations, when I gave my inaugural address, I reaffirmed the government of Botswana's commitment to the 3 pillars of the United Nations: development, peace and security, and human rights. And I must tell you, we as Botswana command a lot of respect for our firm and bold declaration that we are a human rights-based government. If you have any doubt, you might want to call Antonio Guterres, and he will confirm to you that Botswana is regarded very highly. And I had a meeting with him, several meetings. In fact, I met him in Addis when we were wrestling with the DR Congo and Rwanda issue, where you could tell it's very difficult to bring warring parties together and have them have a meaningful, sensible engagement. Positions are entrenched. You have to wrestle. Peacekeeping is a difficult exercise. But all these tensions threaten not just geopolitical stability, peace and security. They threaten also the economies. If you look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Israeli-Palestine conflict, peace must be found. And in our quest to lend our own contribution, Botswana has presented its candidature to the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the term 2030 to 2031. We want to be there. We want to be in the front lines of defending peace and security internationally and advocating for respect for human rights. And so we've only served once in the Security Council in the period 1995-1996. So we want to come back in there because we believe we are best placed. And as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council for the term 2024-2025, we consistently champion matters relating to constitutionalism, democracy, good governance, respect for the rule of law, and human rights. That is why I said to you when I began that on occasion you will see our people breaking out into the streets to express their displeasure at this or that, students, workers, We are not engaging any protocols of repression against them. The police facilitate them so that they can protest. That's not what we are. That's this democracy. And we're an exemplar. So we are this model of democracy, political stability, peace, and security. And we encourage other countries to emulate us, to emulate Botswana. We tolerate divergent views, and you can see President, citizens, fierce debate raging. That's the beauty. I enjoy that very much, except I want it to be issue-based, informed, with substance. Because, with good grammar, by the way, if you're going to write, especially because we've trained you to write well, why insulting those who put you through school by writing substandard work? Doesn't matter who you are. We want these things. We want quality. We must be a nation of excellence. Why are we afraid to say these things? We must say them. We must force ourselves to adopt the most exacting of standards. No mediocrity. Even here in this house, when we debate, let's do research. Information is readily available. Let's engage on solving problems, deploying different approaches, strategies, and high-order thinking. So that when you are at your parliamentary residence, you want it to be time to come to parliament because you feel intellectually nourished there. We want intellectual nourishment when we come here. Is it asking for too much? Is it arrogance to say it? If it is arrogance to demand exacting standards, then some of us are guilty as charged. But that's by the by. We advocate for credible elections in this robust marketplace of ideas. We want the best ideas to come forward, and we want a constitutional government. Because in our system, the Constitution is supreme. So as I conclude, Botswana stands at the threshold of a bold transformation, reforming governance, modernizing infrastructure, revitalizing education, and diversifying its economy with purpose and precision. From forensic audits and judicial reforms to STEAM-driven learning and inclusive development, each initiative reflects a nation determined to uplift its people and secure its future. Strategic investments in energy, transport, tourism, and financial innovation are unlocking new frontiers of opportunity, while strengthened defense, diplomacy, and social protection ensure peace and dignity for all. This is more than just policy. It is a promise that every road built, every school opened, every law reformed, and every child empowered is a step toward a Botswana where integrity is our foundation, innovation is our compass, and prosperity is shared. Ours is a steady path, taken one step at a time. Kwame Nkrumah's wisdom echoes across the decades. Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah says to us, the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart. Our unity, our cherished Botho, our spirit of community and shared destiny remain our greatest national resource. They are more valuable than mineral wealth, more enduring than any commodity price cycle. It is this unity that will see us through the present challenges toward the prosperous future we all seek. We spent the last 12 months fully diagnosing the problems that have held us back: corruption, inefficiency, economic stagnation, and the erosion of public confidence. We now know where the weaknesses lie, and we have built the tools to address them. The next 12 months are about delivering more results, spectacular results. We will measure progress, not by intentions, but by outcomes, by homes built, by jobs created, youth employed, farms revived, and systems reformed. Finally, I want to encourage you, let us stay united, fellow citizens, and continue to build together. The Botswana we not only want, but the one we know we can build. As I said in my inaugural address, I believe in Botswana. I believe in you, Botswana. And I know that together, you and I and your government will deliver a country like no other on the African continent. As they say in Setswana, ke a leboga. In Kalanga, ndaboka. In my mother tongue, ndiyanibulela zihlobo zami. Makube njalo, makube hele, kube xhose. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Order. Mr. President. You are to remain standing until the Speaker is back on his seat.
Ya tekodiso ya setšhaba e neng e dira jalo ke Tona Advocate Duma Boko e le ya gagwe ya bobedi ha sale a tlhophia ke Batswana ngwaga o hitileng o na le sebaka sa go dira jalo ngwaga o hitileng me ke rialo ke re ha a tsamaya jalo di tsamaiso kana dithulaganyo mo parlamenteng ga di a wela re solegela jalo gore mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente a batla go tswala thulaganyo ya gompieno mo parlamente letla jalo gore go bo go ka nna le sebaka sa gore mapalamente a hiwa kana malatsi gantsi ka ngwa ya teng a nna mabedi ba batla go kopana gone ha ba simolla jaanong ka bongwe jwa bone ba simolla go akgela mo molaetseng wa tekodiso wa setšhaba wa ga Tona mme gongwe hela ke tlebe ke ntse ke tsweletse jalo jaaka ke ne ke tlhalose ko tshimologong re simolotse thulaganyo e re na le moitsana pewa matshola a batho mo gae ke ka re sociologist mme Nyakallo ke santse ke na le ene hana tshokologong ya gompieno a re lebelle Nyakallo ke rialo ke re ha Tona a simolla gongwe molaetsa gagwe ke re o na simolla hela ka go supa gore the golden goose that lays golden eggs is now in critical condition. Ke tsa gore go mo ke kamogelo ke molaetsa itebagantse le itsholelo a bua le Batswana a ba lekodisa gore mo nakong ya gompieno gongwe semo sentse jang. Ke batla re simolole gone ho ngwago hitileng ona a bua ka ntlha ya gongwe a sa dirisone mahokwana mme ya ra sena go tlhalosa diemo tsotlhe tse di thata tsa lehatshe leno a bua a re but we shall overcome. In the same vein, this year he has said we will not fail despite our circumstances. Ke batla gore re simolole puisano a rona ho ha re lebella ka ha molaetsa wa ga Tautona tsa maile ka teng a ke tsore go ya ka wena o tsholeditse maikutlo a setšhaba go le kae o ba ra re tsela go iwa kae.
That was absolutely outstanding. The presentation was so elaborate and had so much detail. I believe the sentiment that we're going to see in the coming days is the fact that Botswana feel very much included. They've been provided so much substantial information and detail. But primarily, like you indicated, our president was honest. He did not just highlight the successes and the strategies coming ahead, but he was frank, for example, about the economic situation. We also sensed sustained urgency. He didn't feel dejected about certain projects and ideas that may take much longer, and was frank about where we need assistance with additional ideas, including gender-based violence. So the sentiment that we can anticipate on that basis of this presentation is that people do feel the acknowledgement and the empathy towards their prevalent circumstance and the squeeze we spoke about earlier. But also people are seeing a wider map of the avenues that we're going to traverse in terms of economic opportunity for every demographic, that is. And then finally, the timelines of delivery. We have information on what we can expect when, and that relieves a lot of the pressures and anxiety of people who are waiting to understand what they can benefit from and when. So I believe Botswana are going to be very satisfied. They feel included and consulted, and going forward, it's going to look very good if it stays this way.
Ya ka tlhalositse simotsa ka na go supa sema sa itsholelo a tlhalosa Batswana gore re ha re leng teng me ha wetsa ke ona wetsa ka gone gore the next 12 months are going to be about results. Aba tlhalosa gore there's going to be a measuring mechanism e tla khona gore step by step a khone go lekodisa setšhaba gore go tsamaya ha kae ke ntlha e leng gore ha o ha batho molaetsa mo nakong ya gompieno o nang kotsa jaaka o tlhalosa dintlha tse dintsi tsa itsholelo tse di ama matshelo a batho di kakanyo tsa puso ya gago gore ba batla go ya ko kae go tsosolosa itsholelo jang me ha wela ka gone hana I don't know whether you sense that he ends in an optimistic sort of position, tone, kana wela jang ha wetsa molaetsa ga go asna go bua dintlha tsotlhe tse dingwe jaaka o bua di sa atlega tse dingwe di atlegile.
I sensed a substantial amount of real, authentic confidence. And as he said, not in terms of arrogance or being advanced in terms of unrealistic ideas, but I think it's the confidence that comes with a rationale that you can trust. He was very detailed and expressive regarding the steps that are going to be put into place and the challenges they've encountered so far, which indicates that we can have confidence in what we can expect going forward. Even highlighting that certain projects had to be abandoned due to inefficiency. It takes confidence to admit that some things just didn't work, and the president did that. So my sentiment is that his confidence is authentic. I feel that he is optimistic about the future, and he has maintained this passion, and that's very impressive and crucial for Botswana.
Your highlights for today, when you look at your specific areas of interest, I know you are passionate about the issues of GBV. I know you are also passionate about the issues of empowerment. What is your takeaway? What are your highlights? What are you likely to be sort of watching keenly how things unfold?
Well, there are key fundamentals, as we mentioned at the first conversation, that are going to remain integral. But the president did something very crucial whereby he did address the prevalent crises in addition to the broader economic strategy, which is much more in-depth, complicated, complex in terms of its integrity. So, for example, when he does speak about GBV, the idea that he is open and honest about the fact that this is a changing epidemic that he explained will continue needing additional input on. When you think of the digital facets, the financial aspects, those are complexities, as he indicated, that we need to think together regarding. He indicated it's intimate, it's personal, it's private. That means we need to invite those who are able to contribute to come and think together and continue seeking to address that. We also find that in regards to substance abuse, he did tap on that and indicate the 50-bed rehabilitation center. So we are going back to the holistic, multi-directional well-being of Botswana. So that's very exciting starting to hear, and I believe that'll continue expanding. But on a broader sense, the fundamentals that households were concerned about when we're talking about cost of living and unemployment, we heard about the diverse approaches that are being implemented in terms of how we're going to revive the economy. We're looking at minerals, we're looking at refined policy, improved contracts regarding diamond ownership, which has been a unspoken but very crucial factor in how we're going to revive the economy. And when we link it to the earlier speaker, who was our economist, Ms. Zelda, she indicated that if you want to revive an economy, it's not just on the government, and even our president seemed to have that economic inclination where he recognized that when he said that it's going to take all of us.
I just want us to conclude, because there's many other talking heads we would like to bring on board to sort of provide a review of what, as we conclude, what did this message, the State of the Nation address, inspire among Botswana?
I believe that there is a renewed sense of commitment, not that it was waning, but just to have the revived sense of what the direction looks like. The president was very good in how he started by outlining what the new banner is, what the new goal and identity for the coming steps are going to be. He also followed up with very specific timelines for the deliverables. That is very bold, and I know a lot of leaders don't prefer to do that and remain, ambiguous about it, but in his confidence, he indicated what he perceived so far, along with his cabinet, seems like feasible timelines that we can anticipate certain decisions. And in that regard, I believe that there's optimism. I foresee that there's going to be a lot of commitment to this renewed, refined, much more enriched perspective on our coming steps.
Thank you so much, Nakalo, for your contribution throughout the day. I guess we'll also catch up with you throughout the days as we try and unpack this long and detailed State of the Nation address. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let me at this time take this opportunity to invite my colleague Tsidi, who's out there, to engage with the people, to also get feedback on how the people respond to the just delivered State of the Nation address.
Thank you, Kev. We are here standing by, waiting for various dignitaries and stakeholders to come out of the chamber, and of course to get their sentiments about the President's State of the Nation address, which was very packed and spoke to various issues around development, different sectors of development. It spoke to issues of inclusivity, it spoke to economic development, social development as well. Across the board, we heard reform, we heard priorities with landmark developments as well across sectors of development. And we're hoping to get a few sentiments from some of the participants or those who were in attendance here at within the Parliament chambers. And of course, what really stood out, at so many levels was the President's sentiments on young people. We do know that currently the unemployment rate stands at over 30%. And of course, that case we've seen the President speaking to issues around employment creation and prioritizing young people. And in that light, we heard him mention the availing within the creative industry, a prioritization of government's availing of 200 million pula from the alcohol fund levy to procure creative arts content. This is a very historic, it is history in the making. We know that in the past few years, what we've been getting in terms of the level of plow-in when it comes to the level of plow-in within the creative industry has been at around 2 million at the most. But now we're hearing him say that a plow-in of 200 million. This is very telling of the level of prioritization that he has for young people, for the creative industry, and ensuring their active participation within an industry that is looked at or that is perceived to be very lucrative in terms of and sustainable in terms of diversifying Botswana's economy. So I do believe the creatives out there are very, very excited about this level of plow-in and investment and the far-reaching effects of this plow-in towards bringing about job creation and, of course, just a firm establishment of the infrastructure within the creative industry. And there's so much we could also talk about in terms of inclusivity as well. We heard him mention the prioritization of within the education sector, but with spillover effects into communities of children who live with disabilities. In Maung, he mentioned the completion of a Maung Center for children with multiple disabilities. This is a very interesting development, a very notable move in the direction of bringing about levels of inclusivity within the communities that live with disability. And so even within the education infrastructure, this is a very notable development. And he mentioned the fact that this will see the housing or the establishment or facilitation of children until the age of 18. And of course, this is very interesting and a welcomed development in as far as bringing about levels of inclusion within the communities within Botswana. And then also we heard him mention also within the sports industry or the sports sector, he spoke to the re-establishment or the reintroduction of sporting within schools and mentioning the fact that since that establishment earlier this year, it has been a welcome development on the part of schools and in nurturing talent at all levels within at grassroots level. And obviously we're just hearing him also say, or rather prioritize the level of young people. We also heard him mention, the president spoke to diversification or economic diversification and bringing about, rather talking to various structures that will see some level of reform or development. Agriculture, for instance, which is one major sector whose GDP is expected to bring about diversification within the country. He talked about agriculture within the space of cattle farming or livestock production, speaking to the fact that we have currently a livestock population of 1.7 million, and the target is 5 million. So there is a lot to expect there within an industry that is regarded very valuable and lucrative. And of course, just if you would allow me for this moment to just speak to various stakeholders right now at this very moment, to speak to Dumelang Saleshando, who is the leader of opposition. Just to get your sentiments, Dumelang Saleshando, the key projects that the president talked about within your constituency, to be precise, dairy production, a dairy project, as well as an energy project. What are your sentiments with regards to these specific issues in your constituency?
Owe motho ka tsibogela overall go na le gore nya kana ha go twe re tla nna le khopo ya metsi ke tse di tswang go morago khopo ya metsi a leswe ke ntse le teng before the new government go dira dio ta gore go tsika metsi di khantse tsona le sekwele sa bana ba bana le bogole di ntse di le teng. But overall gore ra renka, well, firstly the longest, I think, State of the Nation address that we have ever received. There are certain things that for example, we've always been very clear about the green energy. They will get all our support. We will support as much as we can. Cleaning up Botswana. I mean, I come from a tourism town. But you know what? Remember, last year, within 100 days, report. How can I go last year 100 days? Fast track infrastructure development. After 365 days, really 100. Incentives for young people. In 100 days, corruption. Only within the first 100 days, the bodies, it's there. Most speeches are kadisisi. But also remember, urile boheho, jwa berekang ka bone in the first 100 days. Botla supa gore puso ya go ya go tsamaisa ntse yang. Gora gore puso ya go di tso go tla dira in 100 days. Di apala even after 1 year. And I'm not surprised. You know the song, one step at a time. There is no hurry. That was his message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Re Saleshando. Thank you so much. Of course, that was the leader of the opposition, Re Dumalang Saleshando, giving his insights, his sentiments regarding the State of the Nation address, of course, addressed by the President, Advocate Duma Boko. Also just noting, maybe some of the highlights or important aspects. He spoke to the issue of inclusion that I spoke about, the establishing the Maung Center for children with special needs or with multiple disabilities as a welcome development. And of course, it does speak to the level of inclusivity that the administration, the President Boko's administration is really keen on driving in terms of bringing about sustainable socio-economic development. And of course, we are hoping to speak to various other guests here who are present, who obviously will be walking out the chamber to get their insights as to how they perceived the State of the Nation address by the President, Advocate Duma Boko. And maybe also just to speak to the various social development, socio-economic development aspects. There is a lot to write home about in that space. And of course, I do believe in the next few days we will get an understanding of what is happening and of course people's sentiments regarding what is happening on the ground and of course what was alluded to by the President.
Nte ke go leboge wena Tshidi go ntse hela jalo re ntse ra tswelela go twa mo nakong ya gompieno re tabre buisana le tona wa tsa metshameko le bodiragatsi ele ene tona Jacob Kelebeng tona nte ke go amogele ke be ke go dumedise ke re gore mme what are your reactions ta tona sa tswa go be gape go ya gagwe the State of the Nation address, the second one of course gore gone mme gona le sa dinang kotseng gongwe re ka utlwa gore maikuto ga go ke eng ha re simolla ka the 200 million pula for creative content in Botswana?
Senga sibuang hela ke gore that was a well delivered speech. Ki itumela gore tautona me mo gare ga diotsothe re le goromente re lemogile botlhokwa ba the creatives. A o ka gakologela re sale re tsena mo pusong sengwe sa dio tse eleng gore re na le mathata a matona mo go sone ke di creatives ka gore ga bana enough resources. The creative sector has been dry for a very long time. Go sina sepe go sina letseno me jaanong se se diragalang ke gone gore re le government ka gore le mo ga botlhokwa jwa bone ebile re itse the sustainability ya the creatives ha government a ka e booster re tsere tshotone ya gore re batele the creatives 200 million e leng gore wa go investiwa mo content acquisition and ke so se leng gore re se itumeletse thata ko mosa ka gore go ra gore sa go kgona go hetola matshelo a batho ba bantsintsi ba eleng gore ga re bua ka our true north kana re bua ka some of our priorities re bua ka creative sector le sport re bua ka tourism go ra gore ha re kgona gore re thuse mohamone o go ra gore ra kgona go realize our vision ya gore re iphitlhele ka moso re na le lahatsi le leng gore banana ka bontsi re ba ntsha mo mekgwateng ka gore yaano ba tla ba kgona go iphira through those industry kana through that industry ya film sector, creative sector as a whole.
Nte ke go leboge tona re ta tswela re ntse re amogela tsibogo go tswa ko ofising ya gago ja kana go ntse tsamana go ke yone re setse morago ra leboga.
Okay, go lebogile.
Ra leboga. Mothoetso ka tseleng jalo ra go tswela re ntse re uta gore go tsamaya malatsi a ntse a tsamaya mo nakong ya gompieno nte ke busetse ka go wena reba
re tse gore ba tsiboga jang ba leng gore ba ne ba reditse tautona mo nakong ya gampieno re tlebe re bua le re tsholofelo Mphapi ke head of research ko Botswana ko business Botswana mme mo nakong ya gampieno e bile gape se gore o dire tiro hela ele motshwarela o leng gore kana motshware mo etedi dipele wa lekgotla le wa nakwana go santsana go e gone yo ntsa tshwere tiro yo re Nomen Molele a latlhetse mme ne ke re ke go amogela gape
Thank you.
a re simolole gone hela gore tautona o buile ka dio tse dintsi tota ke leboga gore o buile ka tse di dikarolo tsa itsholelo tse di 9 tse ba di beileng pele ngwe le ngwe a tsona o buile ka sengwe mo teng mme ga ke itse gore wena o ka share le batswana gore seo se phabotseng mo teng seo se bang ko pele ke eng ka gore tse dintsi tse e leng gore mo go ba bangwe ke dio tse di ko pele go balwa le mo go teng ke small scale mining e leng gore ke lwa ntlha tota e tla be e iraga mo Botswana ka gantsi ntse re itse gore go na le mo go teng ke illegal mining me anong tautona bua gore go a pele ba mo letsholong la gore ba ire molao e leng gore o tle go netefatsa gore seo se tle go dirwa ka ga molaong e le go netefatsa gore Batswana ba tsena mo mining ne kere ke wena o re tlangetlangetse tse e leng gore o di bone e di le botlhokwa tota lone ba business Botswana
no taretse sebaka se re go leboge re dumedise le babogedi ba gago I don't know which language you want me to speak. I think there's been a lot that was said, and there is quite exciting things saying gore re dumalana le tsone and ibile re setse re kile ra di romella go government gore ba di lebel dio tse leng gore di tsamaelana le tsone di key economic drivers. So mo go rona re dumela gore there is need to look at the key economic drivers: agriculture, tourism, mining. Re bitsa diversified mining because re na le tumelo gore le hago e le gore ditema ne re santse re na le story se re ka se rekisa se se ka re tsisetsang dipoelo mme there are also other deposits that we identify in tse leng gore tlhokana le gore re lebe mo go tsone and tautona o buile ka tsone re na le tumelo gore agriculture still gives us an opportunity mme the most important thing agriculture is commercialization. And how do we commercialize? We can commercialize through small scale farmers. Aggregate, support ba deliver There are a number of other areas selling business confidence, especially issues around dealing with corruption. We all know this has been so selling re tlhokana le gore re se level re bone gore re se iraya or o buile gape thata ka the looking at the delivery system e leng gore re deliver ka yone re facilitate a business ka yone e leng gore o buile ka di appointments that have been made to strategic institutions. But the question then becomes, what are we feeling the impact of those appointments? It's a topic that we'll be discussing in the coming few days. And something also saying say positive issue of timelines. The period, but at least there is an indication of a timeline, which then gives confidence that we can hold people accountable. And he talked about accountability.
So, c'est 24-hour economy.
Yes.
The ministry dingwe se di kiletsa di statements go ka gore tota bone ba setse ba re di tlhako go tlhagolela gore go nele itsholo la Botswana go se ka gana le mo go teng go chaisitswe mo di office go di factory go masimo go di farmong lo ile ba yang lo le ba business Botswana botlhokwa le bokete jwa go iragatsa 24-hour economy.
No, re itumela thata because re tswa khakala re bua ka yone gore we are choking the economy ka go se ka re letella gore operate freely 24 hours. But we can see some of the sectors already di setse di tsamaela go pele wa bona gore di long haul public transport di bus tse dingwe di setse di ira 24 hours. When you look at some of the economic sectors, especially in the retail space, ba tse dingwe tse di nyane ba dira 24 hours. So we are excited about that, and we are also excited by the fact that the government also wants to start the 24-hour within itself, not only the private, because the private sector is already far ahead in terms of readiness. So in the government space. So if the government has indicated like they are going to be opening up, they are organizing their systems to open and accommodate a 24-hour economy, it's great, and the possibilities that are going to be opened by that are just huge.
a re tsene mo sengwe se goromenta a se gatelang thata tota le ngwageng e hetone tsa se gatela public private partnerships o tlhalosa gore ke sengwe se e leng gore ba tlile go se tsela go godimo mme ebile gape ba tsile go tla ka le molao ka gale ntse le so se ne se bua hela e kete ke policy mme ano bua gore go a pele tota ba tsile gore go bohelong ba tlele ba nne le molao e leng gore o kgonagatsa gore yone triple P e bereke e be e dirisiwe mo go na le maduo lo leba triple P bokete jwa one mo gompieno go sena molao go le kana kaeng le gone gore go a pele ha molao le teng e ka tla go nna mola puso kana e ka tla go nna mola setšhaba ha kae mo mathateng a ba nang lone a tshwana le tlhoko la ditiro le gone go tlhoka madi go iragatsa ditlhabololo tse tsotlhe tse e leng gore di ka tswa di beilwe ke puso ga pele jaaka gompieno re na le yone National Development Plan 12.
Yeah, no, ke ra gore a simple response to your question ke gone gore go tabe go nna go sena tshepano ya gore how do we operate with this system ya triple P ha go sena mola. So ke sone sentse re se bona ha re our members the private sector ba ta go government ba re a re tsene mo thulaganyo ya public private partnerships go nna le resistance because ga gona framework ye determine gore ka bereka ya bangwe ba re nya go ta ntsetsa o mongware. But I think it's important that, and we appreciate that the president recognized that we need triple Ps now more than ever when the government is cash strapped. So we need it, and the private sector is ready to take up the challenge in order to facilitate. And as you can see, the project is a BTEP. There is a number of private sector projects, over 60%. It's a private sector that are already funded. So the private sector is ready, and we're excited about the possibility. And the legal framework, a facilitator for this, we have long talked about it, and it has been something that has been in the books for quite some time. So we are happy that there is a timeline around it in terms of when it can be concluded.
Tabitona bua gore e tshwantse go gore BETP kana itsholelo kgolo ya itsholelo hela yone e bona le mo matsholong a batho a re go se go economic growth and personal growth gore economic growth e reflect e bona le mo botshelong jwa motsana jwa setsi le tsatsi ga ke tse gore nyana lo are lo le ba dikgwebo tse di ikemetseng lo re kgolo ya dikgwebo tsa nyana a ya bonala mo babereki ba yone le gore go a pele lo a go tokagatsa semo se o jang kana lo ikemetse go tokagatsa semo se o jang.
Yeah, no, we subscribe to those principles of decent work and decent wages and growth. It's batho mo teng, and a lot of our members ba khwebi ka bontsi ba yanya yone and continuously re bua le di member tsa rona gore ga ra tshwanna gore re bone company le kwa so this is why we've been active in participating in the legislative framework ye leng gore thusa gore babereki le mohiri ba khone gore ba bonane gore ba tayang together to ensure that a gona opo sala mo kgolong ya dikgobo. Yes, there is a lot of we can't always agree, but when we come to the table to discuss, we find each other and we find convergence. I think the local private sector has got significant capability. Ena le bokgoni ja go ka thusa go godisa ikgolelo. Ne re le ditse gore tautona o ta ntshalentswe thata a super assurance and commitment to support local private sector to drive the deep economy that he talked about. So ke sone so se leng gore thata ne re le ditse gore ne ska be se boldilwe mo speeching sa gagwe mme ke tsa ke re tana re ntse re bua le bone mo di platform tse dingwe tse leng gore re bua le bone.
Okay. Ke re tsholofelo Mphapi, head of policy research maybe le gapele ne mo nakong ya gampieno kana kwana a eteletseng pele thulaganyo kana yone ba business Botswana re tswalla re ntse re etsa gore ba bangwe ba tshwereng ba re dirang le bone na ki e konetela gone hana le re tsholofelo Mphapi ke le bogile thata re
GUC is turning 20 years of excellence, shaping leaders, transforming lives. And to celebrate this incredible milestone, we are launching the GUC Celebration Package for the January 2026 intake. Enjoy massive discounts across all certificate, diploma, postgraduate or master's programs. 10% off tuition fees for all new students. 15% off for all GUC former students. Register now for the January 2026 intake.
GUC for God and country.
This program was brought to you in association with GUC.
GUC for God and country.
Hante ngom dim kayam Advocate Duma Boko ba ko ngom distant Oscar kone chakoi. France dishoramento sa ko mali dim ngom din kone ngam ngom ko meni to yakwasa. Mike Pulag bahena Karina Tapolo ko ba tsara kanon gui di tsarta ka tsara a Northern Powerlifting Championship di. Ngom dim kayam Advocate Duma Boko bang ngom distant Oscar kone chakoi singa saktam diskoi chakus khasi inga ngam ka bam kan ngako kurusesa ngas koi chakusa ngako kata kam daum ka 13 disgrace parliament disak khabe kamama qoim ko kam ngako hormente dizidaw kam ngom distant Osaga goi gudiziga koi khom o dizihuzi enta distant Oscar uska he khandi koi kaman ka he na ka horment test dizita zika he the ngaga ngom distant Osaga goi guyan dim time individual from koi kazi ona le thata mo thanka sa hena ka Hendrika Morris science saratakom
an akus kham diskwem na ngom dim kayam boko ba ma khormente sa dirisi akhasko di BS dis companies ko kurusas gagtausa aganga sa kurunga se khane ga Botswana ne ikhaba khatema nan ko huise khane ga sa ho temi khata kham ngan ai khoman odizi thawak odim koiba ko kainse ngam kwe ga yakosa akoma ka ba se zi ko ngiskan ezi thawak oe temi uranium he kanon he trazi ngazi he magnesium he nakakrian kopore di he the no ko wezi trazi ngum dizi kwe hosezi.
While this administration is pushing for diversification of the mining sector, diamonds will continue to be a main contributor of economic growth and transformation for our country. It is in this regard that concrete steps are underway towards the acquisition